the operational staff, and the facilities team who worked collaboratively to launch the Elevate You clinic that you are in. At Woodhall, we are committed to the high quality care that New York City expects and deserves. Our employees are the reason that Woodhall continues to move from good to great. So I am also honored to be in the company of my former and esteemed colleague, Dr. Helen Arteaga. She is now the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services. And just 6 months ago, or 3 weeks ago, she was the illustrious, talented, and very successful CEO of Elmhurst. And I also want to take this opportunity. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my boss. I want to recognize and acknowledge Dr. Mitchell Katz. He is the CEO and the president of New York City Health and Hospitals. His dedication and commitment to quality and to high quality care for all New Yorkers is inspirational and is the hallmark of our system. And finally, I am excited. I am so excited to welcome Mayor Zohran Mamdani. He truly, truly understands the mission of New York City Health and Hospitals, and he knows how critical our healthcare system is to the city of New York. Congratulations on your victory, and welcome to Woodhall.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We are together today to discuss our new efforts to provide health care to young New Yorkers through an exciting initiative with New York City Health and Hospitals. But before we do, sorry, brother, if you want to just shift over a little bit. Thank you. Let me know if we're good. Thank you. It takes all of us together. Before we do speak about the topic at hand, I do want to first speak directly to New Yorkers about the snowstorm that is forecast to hit our city this week. Here are the facts. We are expecting precipitation to begin late Saturday or early Sunday and to possibly last into Monday. The forecast is predicting anywhere from 3 to 12 inches of snow. New Yorkers know that forecasts do not always get it right. It is entirely possible that we get less than 3 inches and just as possible that we get over a foot. While we cannot control how much snow will actually fall this weekend, we can control how we prepare for and respond to this storm. And so that is why tomorrow we are going to begin citywide pre-snow treatment. What that means is that we will brine all highways, major streets, and bike lanes to mitigate snow and ice accumulation, and we are also going to accelerate cleanup once the storm has passed. So on Saturday morning, roughly 2,000 sanitation workers will begin 12-hour shifts, removing snow around the clock. As we speak, our sanitation fleet is being transformed into a snow-clearing fleet. DSNY is very good at what they do, and they are very well practiced at this work. And as the snow falls more heavily on Saturday evening, we will deploy 700 salt spreaders. We are going to be able to hit every single part of our city with multiple passes. And once a couple of inches of snow have fallen, snowplows will begin operating across the city. And since the storm is bringing with it a cold front, code blue is also going to be in effect. What that means is that outreach teams are going to canvass the city to connect vulnerable New Yorkers to shelter. Now, I know that New York City parents and students both want to know what this means for school, although I imagine they want to hear different answers. So we are working to do everything that we can to keep our schools open. And once we make a final decision as to what it will look like on Monday, we will communicate that clearly and directly to families and to students themselves. And I want to thank in advance the thousands of city workers who will be hard at work over the days to come, who will keep our city running and who will take care of our fellow New Yorkers. This forecast is quickly changing, and the city will continue to provide updates as the situation evolves. I would ask if you are interested, and I would ask even if you're not, to please sign up to Notify NYC to receive the latest information on the storm. We have millions of New Yorkers who've signed up already. We encourage others to do the same. And so my recommendation to New Yorkers before we speak more about the topic at hand is that if you're interested in buying some groceries or getting a new winter coat today, I would recommend is the day to do so. Do not leave it until the weekend. I ask that everyone not only stay warm, but stay prepared because we want everyone to stay safe. So with that, we want to also look out for the people of the city, not just when a snowstorm is coming, but frankly, every day. And that work is an ongoing effort. And it begins by tending to the health of young New Yorkers. And I'm so proud to be here at Woodhull, to be here alongside the incredible hospital executives and doctors and nurses and the elected officials who are coming together today to celebrate this moment where we are finally meeting the needs of a number of young people across not just Brooklyn, but also Queens. And we are speaking about the health of young New Yorkers who are often reluctant to seek care or who don't have the health resources specifically tailored to their needs. And we know that as New Yorkers transition into adulthood, their lives, their priorities, they change. Some of them move out of the home that they grew up in. Some of them no longer interact with the parents who would make the appointments for them for these kinds of things. And teens age out of pediatric care and their healthcare needs evolve. And yet we know that those kinds of changes and the lack of that healthcare access, they come with negative health outcomes for young people, the future of our city. We see data that shows that about 90% of young people stop seeing their mental health care provider after they turn 21. And what we want to do is to make it easier for those 21-year-olds, for those young people at large, to access the behavioral care that they need. So we are here today to announce the opening of 2 new clinics at NYC Health and Hospitals in Queens and right here in Woodhull, Brooklyn, specifically aimed at supporting New Yorkers between the ages of 16 and 25. These clinics will be supported by $4 million from Metro Plus Health, and the services they deliver will be nothing short of comprehensive. We are speaking about New Yorkers who will be able to visit these clinics and not only receive mental health and behavioral health care, but also reproductive care, vocational support, and social support services. We are talking about consistent care because that's what's going to be at the heart of these clinics. Teens will begin working with a dedicated team when they are 16 years old, and they will remain connected to that team until they are 25. We want these clinics to feel like a space that young people can turn to when they're hurt, when they're isolated, when they're alone, when they feel as if their struggles are only their own, when in fact we know that those are struggles that should concern all of us across the city. Especially when young people need help, but they don't know where to turn. So when they walk in, they will be greeted by a multidisciplinary treatment team that includes a social worker, a psychiatrist, a nurse, a youth peer, and a family advocate. We will measure the success of these clinics through some clear metrics. The percentage of young people who remain engaged in care as they enter adulthood, the number of emergency room visits that we reduce, and the long-term health outcomes that we improve. Most of all, we will measure success when thousands of New Yorkers each year, in addition to the ones we have, find that their transition into adulthood is a smoother one rather than a strained one. And when young people can build the careers that they have dreamed of and start the family that they've long imagined in the city that raised them. We want New Yorkers from the ages of 16 to 25 and beyond to see this as a city where they can plant lasting roots in, a city where they can chase the dreams that they have long had, not a place that they have to leave in order to fulfill those same dreams. They deserve a city that they can afford, rent that doesn't break the bank, and healthcare that is genuinely supportive as they enter into adulthood. And that is what this administration is working towards and what we are delivering together. Again, this is a clinic for New Yorkers from the ages of 16 to 25 experiencing a mental health issue. And anyone in this age bracket can contact NYC Health and Hospitals for an appointment at 1-844-NYC-4-NYC. Thank you all so much. And now our Deputy Mayor, Helena Arteaga.
Buenos dias, everyone. Buenos dias. I love Brooklyn, all this energy. I really want to thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Woodhull Hospital, and our beloved CEO here, Sandra, for having us here today on this special moment for our teenagers. As many of you recall, teenage years are not the funnest, and having teenagers myself, understanding this hard moment in their lives where they're dealing with puberty, graduation, dating, figuring out college, a job. They have plenty to worry about. One thing they should not be worried about is about their physician and their health care. And that's what this clinic is going to do today. One of the major things that we're really thrilled about is working with the amazing team here at Health and Hospitals and also with Metro Plus and providing these clinics for our teenagers where they can get a full holistic services from getting their physical to sometimes just talking to someone, but in an environment that is made and created for them. So I'm really grateful for the leadership at Metro Plus for supporting this vital program, and to the wonderful team at Health and Hospitals here at Woodhull and at the corporate office for always being innovative and thinking how to deliver amazing care every day. Now that we're here to help our young people for the right things that matter and getting them healthy physically and mentally so they can live the healthiest lives they can live, but more importantly, live in the city that they want to live in. That's why I'm so excited to be here, building a healthier city, a healthier generation with our amazing partners. This announcement gets to the heart of the work of our administration and the work that the mayor is committed to, treating every New Yorker, even our young ones, with dignity and the respect that they deserve, ensuring that we are addressing every issue with the root cause, addressing their behavior, emotional health, not just only in emergencies. And at the end of the day, we're lifting up the tremendous, amazing public servants that we have here in our beloved New York. And I'm so happy to be here with you. And now I get the amazing pleasure to introduce some of the minds behind this amazing program. And one of the public servants that we have here in New York City, our amazing Dr. Omar Fattan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, for your leadership and for your support. My name is Omar Fattal. I'm a psychiatrist and the Assistant Chief of Behavioral Health here at NYC Health and Hospitals. We are the city's largest provider of behavioral services, providing 60% of the care for mental health and substance use. And this translates to us seeing more than 80,000 New Yorkers every year. Out of those, almost 8,000 are adolescents. We do this through our full continuum of services, whether it's crisis services, emergency, inpatient, outpatient programs, in-community programs, and school-based clinics. Our mission is to serve all New Yorkers without exception. And this includes all New Yorkers with all age groups. As the mayor mentioned, we know that this specific age group between 16 and 25 is a very vulnerable group for many reasons. If people already have mental health condition, this is a time where they age out of foster care, they leave their parents' homes, they can graduate from college. This is a time of uncertainty. They might fall off their parents' insurance. And unfortunately, we see a lot of these people fall off care and fall between the cracks. And if they don't already have a mental health condition, this period is also very critical because a lot of mental health conditions actually start during this age range. So we're very proud to be able to bring this service, to be able to deliver those services to this specific population in a way that's effective and in a way that actually works for them. You're here in that space that we were going to be delivering the care, and you can already see how creative and innovative this program is. We're very grateful for our partners at Metro Plus Health for making this possible financially to be able to have this program here at Woodhull Hospital and at Queens Hospital. And I want to thank the Woodhull leadership and specifically the behavioral team under the leadership of Dr. Rajvi Vora. For working so hard to make this idea into a reality. I'm so proud to be part of an organization and a city that delivers on the commitment to equity and excellence every single day. Thank you, and I'm going to turn it to Dr. Shah.
Thank you, Omar. Good morning, everyone. Mayor Mamdani, colleagues and guests, it's truly an honor for Metro Plus to join our partners at New York City Health and Hospitals today, especially Sandra Sneed and the incredible team at Woodhull and Queens. I also want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your indefatigable leadership when it comes to mental health services and care in New York, and your support today to strengthen youth mental health services across New York City. Today's celebration, it is a celebration, reflects the very best of our city's public health system and the impact we can achieve when we work as one. As part of a single, integrated system, MetroPlus Health and New York City Health and Hospitals are uniquely positioned to develop initiatives just like this one, initiatives that close gaps in care and improve outcomes for our young people. MetroPlus is especially proud to support this innovative model of care for transition-age youth with ongoing mental health needs. This program, as has been said by Omar, is urgently needed to help young people navigate a particularly vulnerable period, one where too many, unfortunately, drop out of care. In this transition period, young people can lose access to their trusted providers, their familiar clinics, and support networks, just as life is becoming more complex and ostensibly independence increases. And when continuity of care breaks down, young people unfortunately fall through the cracks. Emergency room visits rise. Long-term health outcomes worsen. And families are then left struggling to fill the gaps on their own. So to address these challenges, MetroPlus Health has committed $4 million, $2 million annually to support the new Elevate You clinics, the space you're in today. These clinics will provide ongoing and consistent mental health care for youths aged 16 to 25, while also addressing physical and reproductive health needs and supporting educational, social, and vocational goals. Our investment in Elevate You reflects a clear commitment. Supporting young people today builds a healthier and more equitable city tomorrow. So today marks an important step towards that goal, and we are very, very proud to take it together. And in doing so, it elevates all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Lynn Schulman.
I'm really glad to be here for a couple of different reasons. One is that we have these clinics that are amazing, but the other is this is my home, my second home. I worked at Woodhull for 10 years in the leadership of the hospital. And during that time, I witnessed I worked with a lot of patients. I worked with the staff on these particular issues, and I worked with a lot of the youth who, I used to talk to the pediatric doctors and say, what are we going to do when they age out? So now we have these clinics, which is so totally amazing, one of which will be in Queens, which I'm very happy about because I represent part of Queens. But I also, it's so important to have comprehensive health care, particularly for youth, and the mental health piece is so important, particularly after COVID. And these Elevate You clinics are going to be totally amazing, and I'm so glad that we have one here. I also want to say that before the holidays, I met with the mayor, and the mayor told me how important healthcare was to him. So as chair of the New York City Council Committee on Health, I'm so glad and excited to have a partner on the other side of City Hall who will work with me to make sure that New Yorkers have access to truly affordable world-class health care. And he has done so much in the time that he's been in office. One, other than this, he resurrected the program at Jacoby, the Just Home. Sorry, I blanked out there for a second there. The Just Home, which I voted on as a member of the City Council, and I supported. And that is to make sure that people who are incarcerated, who have severe illnesses, have a place where they can get adequate and safe health care. So I'm very happy about that. And then this. So you can just imagine what the next few years are going to be, and I'm very excited about having you as a partner. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning. Today, I'm honored and delighted as a registered nurse to see my mayor understand without health, with nothing. With your help, with everything. So as a nurse and chair of the City Council Hospital Committee, I cannot overstate how important this moment is. And to all the leadership here, some of y'all have been working with you. Elmers, you left my hospital, and my sister here. I love you guys. The leadership here is amazing because if you understand what health is about, there's a lot of changes you can make in your life. When we say holistic, nurses, we talk about holistic all the time. Some folks take it lightly, but holistic means from your head to your toe, everything about you, from your health, mental health, physical health, your food, everything. So once you start addressing it in a comprehensive way, holistic way, then you have treating human being the way you're supposed to. So Mayor, I don't have no worry about you because you've been talking about how you can make people whole. So I want to say thank you. This 2 new youth clinics meant faster access to emergency care, stronger preventive services, and real support for families when they need it the most. Too often, young people in our communities face barriers to care. We know that. We heard the statistic. 90% of our youth after the age of 21 is not seeing their mental health provider. That's a problem. And we're wondering what's going on in our street, safe street, all those things. It has to be, it has to be with taking care of our health. Today, I want to say again, thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud to stand with you. It is about time for us to put our children first. If we're not addressing their needs, how we expect them to excel? It's a problem. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to take too long, but Metro Health Care, Metro Plus Health Care. I have to get it correct. I have so many of them, and you have been a great friend in my past life for DME. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going places when we start addressing our children needs and healthcare. Mental health is a real problem in our city. So thank you. God bless you.
Well, good morning. I'm Councilman Althea Stevens from the great borough of the Bronx. That's right. I got my passport stamped to be here today. I literally walked in there. It was like out there in Brooklyn. I'm like, I'm here. But anything for the kids. So if you know me, you know that I will show up for our young people. And today's a great day. I'm truly honored to stand here with our mayor, the incredible leaders of New York City Health and Hospitals, and the amazing administrative staff of Woodhall Hospital. Thank you for welcoming us for a life-saving work that you're doing every single day in our communities. Today's announcement is important to our city because investments like this is what true public safety looks like. I've been yelling about this, saying that we have to invest in our young people's mental health because this is the foundation for what they need. When we invest in young people's mental health, wellness, and stability, we are preventing crises before they happen and really affect our city. As chair of the Children's Committee on Children and Youth, and as someone who spent years working in the nonprofit sector, I understand the importance of holistic approach to solving issues for our young people, especially those who often are ignored. Young people often between the ages of 16 and 25 are navigating some of the most critical transitions of their lives, and too many of them fall through the cracks at those age because of pediatric care is running out. That's why this new clinic in Woodhall and New York City Health and Hospitals here in Queens are here and in Queens, Brooklyn and Queens, don't worry, I'm sure we're going to get one in the Bronx, are very important. That's right. Anytime you give us something, we always want more. By providing primary health care, behavioral health services, reproductive care, vocational supports, and social services all in one place through consistent care teams, we are meeting young people where they are and addressing the full picture of their needs. This is how we build equality in healthcare. This is how we reduce emergency room visits, long improvement outcomes, and ensure that young people are here and they are surviving and thriving. Thank you all for being here and making this possible. I look forward to continuing working together and ensuring the mental health of all of our young people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm New York City Councilmember Chiose, and I have the great honor of representing this district, Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights in the City Council. So, welcome back to Bed-Stuy, Mr. Mayor. I know you're no stranger to this neighborhood. Not too long ago, I actually turned 27 years old, and I had a colleague just remind me that I no longer get to join this program now. And I say that to say because oftentimes in government, when we talk about health care for youth, it mainly pertains to preteens or young children. So to have this clinic for young people ages 16 to 25 is so essential because this health care, this care that this entire clinic will be providing is needed within this community and across the city as a whole. New York City Health and Hospitals, as many of you know, is the largest municipal health system in the United States. And that means what we do here sets a standard for the rest of the country. And it means we have a responsibility to make sure that young people are not left behind as their healthcare needs to change. Across the city, the cost of healthcare is forcing working families into impossible choices. Too many New Yorkers are forced to delay a doctor's visit, avoid the emergency room, or stretch their medication just to get by. That is unacceptable in a city as wealthy as this one. Health and Hospitals steps in to make care accessible and affordable. Young people deserve this type of consistent, reliable care, and these new youth clinics at Woodhull make that possible. This moment builds on the investments my office has already made in Woodhull. 2 years ago, we secured nearly $2 million for a new emergency department CT scanner, and that investment strengthened Woodhull's ability to care for Bed-Stuy's residents in the moments that matter most. This is a hospital that needs a lot of love and attention, so I applaud the mayor, I applaud every single partner for making this possible. We need millions and millions and millions of more dollars for Woodhull to make it state of the art. So, looking forward to another announcement in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got to bring that one down a little bit for me here. So I represent across the street on the other side of Flushing Avenue, and Councilmember Gutierrez is the other side of Broadway. So together with Councilmember Rosé, we all do our best to look out for Woodhull, and it's great to be with the mayor, our deputy mayor, the great team at Woodhull, President Sneed, Dr. McDonald. Great things are happening here. A Gotham Health state-of-the-art clinic opened up across the street just a couple years ago that is providing excellent primary care, excellent secondary care to really meet the health needs of New Yorkers. My borough president helped put together $20 million to build a brand new birthing suite that is opening here at Woodhull next year to ensure that we finally address the indefensible disparities in maternal mortality, and with this incredible new clinic to ensure that our young adults are accessing the mental health care that they need. Woodhull is really doing an amazing job, and we need to invest more in our public hospitals than ever. I know our deputy mayor gets it as a proud person who's worked in our public hospital system, but we're losing billions of dollars in Medicaid funding from Washington. Hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers are losing their health care this year. And when that happens, New Yorkers come to our public hospital system to get the care that they need. Woodhull is the place that always has its door open, whether you have insurance or you don't, whether you have money or you don't. Woodhull is going to provide you with the care that you need and deserve. And so now more than ever, we need to make real investments in Woodhull. We need to ensure that H&H has the resources that it needs to provide excellent care to every New Yorker. And I have to say, every day I am proud to be a Metro Plus healthcare member, but especially today, this is the public option in New York City. It's already available here in the 5 boroughs for every New Yorker. And we should all be signing up to support Metro Plus because it brings resources into health and hospitals. It supports our public institutions. And Metro cards don't exist anymore. It's about the Metro Plus. This is what it's about. Sign up for Metro Plus. Thank you all.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. State Senator Jabari Brisport. I represent Bed-Stuy in the State Senate. I feel like I represent Brooklyn. I'm Brooklyn all day, every day. But I want to thank the mayor's office, Woodhull, Metro Plus for this incredible partnership today. It's often said that the mark of a great society is when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they will never lie in. And I know our mayor is not that old, but I know he recognizes that investing in our youth is one of the best things, the most important things that can be done with government. And the partnership between government, the hospital, Metro Plus today will indeed save lives. I'm not just the chair of the Committee on Children and Families in the state Senate. I also was a public school teacher before I was a state senator. And I remember one of the reasons for running for office was seeing how under-resourced my school was. We had 3 counselors for about 1,400 youth. And I would remember whenever I tried to send a child who needed someone to talk to over to the counselor, they would say they'll do their best, but they have a line out the door. Because our youth need someone to talk to, and thanks to this partnership, they're going to have someone here at Woodhull. And I would be remiss without acknowledging some of the context in our local community. You know, a few days ago, we lost another youth to gun violence, Elquan Tillman. There'll be a shooting response this evening at 5 p.m. But again, thank you to the partnership that's being started here today, continued here today. We can say not one more youth lost to gun violence. So thank you again to the mayor, to Woodhull, and to Metro Plus. I'm very excited that this is coming, and I'm looking forward to the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, family, I should say, and welcome home for so many of you that are here today. Before I give my brief remarks, I really just want to give a call to action to each and everyone who is sitting in these seats and to those of you who work in this building. When you leave this press conference today, when you leave the ribbon cutting, I want you to walk slowly out of the door. I want you to pay attention from everybody, from the porter to the president. And I want you to look at the attention that these wonderful public servants have set today, not only for this clinic, but for every single corridor in this institution. When you look outside, or you look from the outside, you can't really see the heart of the people inside this building. What you see is a pretty scary edifice. So, maybe we could get some money for some good paint outside to get people here. Clean the windows up a bit. I say that because hospitals can be very, very daunting places for our young people, for our immigrant families, and we want to make sure that they understand the warmth that exists in this building, that when you come into Woodhull, you will be cared for. So today, we are not just cutting a ribbon, we are opening access. This Transition Youth Behavioral Health Clinic is a major milestone because the ages between adolescence and adulthood are some of the most vulnerable years of life. And too many young people fall through the cracks during that transition, as you've heard. The clinic here sends a different message. We see you, we hear you, and you don't have to carry it alone. In Central Brooklyn, our young people are navigating real pressures, stress, traumas, some due to gun violence, anxiety, grief, housing insecurity, and community violence. And they deserve support that is timely, that is culturally competent and responsive and rooted in dignity. As your assembly member, I am committed to fighting for investments in mental health and ensuring that the access remains open to everyone who is in need. This clinic is something that we have dreamed of, and we are happy to have so much support from the entire city council almost, certainly Metro Health Plus and others. I want to just say congratulations to each of you for setting the intention, for all of you for coming together, banding today, to our leadership. She has joined us and hit the ground running. The partnerships, the leadership who are sitting here, those of you, Jessica, who make sure that we are here supporting all the efforts. And I just want to also say that what we do here at Woodhull doesn't remain inside. This is a community-centered lifeline. It is a safety net for so many people, and we are outside doing the work together. So thank you all for being here to witness this today. And let's go cut this ribbon. Thank you, Mayor, for coming here today.
Good morning. Good morning. So, Mr. Mayor, this is my hospital. And, the Mets have Mr. Met, Woodhull has Mr. Woodhull, which is me.
I've been asking President Snead to add me to the payroll for about 12 years, and she's denied every request. But I'm so happy to be here because what we're talking about here is public safety. This is what we've been talking about for so long. Everyone wants to add more cops and put our young people in jail. That's not how we solve for public safety. The way we solve for it is ensuring that our young people get the help that they deserve and need. And our hospitals shouldn't just be places where people go for emergencies. They should go for places where they can be safe, can be helped, and can be nurtured to be the great young people that New York City expects them to be. It took Mayor Mamdani to recognize that for us to see what we're seeing today. 22 days is what it took Mayor Mamdani to come to Woodhull Hospital. 22 days. He never says he's too busy to be here, to show up for us. I want to end with Dr. Katz. It's deeply important. He said when there was a budget recession that we shouldn't be in an austerity position for our hospitals. We should be doing more. We need podiatrists. We need doctors, pediatricians. We need eye doctors. We need more in our hospitals so people could see that as a central location for care and didn't start making budget cuts. He invested in our hospitals and helped save them. And what we're seeing here is a continuation of using our hospitals as a primary location to continue to help and save our people. So I want to say thank you. I'm going to say it in Spanish very quickly for Spanish media. I'm going to translate a little bit for what the mayor said. He started with, soy el alcalde Mamdani y el condado de Brooklyn es mi favorito condado en la ciudad de Nueva York. I got it. No, pero en serio. Hoy lo que estamos viendo es que nuestro alcalde está invirtiendo en nuestra juventud. De 16 a 25 años, ahora nuestra juventud va a poder recibir lo necesario para su salud mental aquí mismo en Woodhull Hospital y en Queens Hospital. Son esfuerzos que nosotros estamos esperando para ayudar a nuestra juventud y buscar manera de apoyarlo en vez de mandarlo a la cárcel o en otro problema. Eso se está solucionando aquí en este hospital debajo del liderazgo de nuestro alcalde. Thank you so much.
Time for a few questions. We'll start with on-topic questions. Mariela, are you around? Can I see everybody? Okay, let's start right here.
Are you seeing me? Yes. You mentioned the word holistic approach to the young people. By the way, congratulations. I think this is an amazing initiative. This is my home hospital, so I'm excited about it. What percentage of holistic is going to be added to the young people? Are we talking about natural approaches, food, which we know can also help with the balancing and the mental wellness? Anyone who wants to answer that question.
Yeah, I can just speak to it broadly, and then I'll invite the experts on the exact subject matter. I can tell you that what makes me so excited, and I think so many of the other elected officials who are here today, is that this will be a youth clinic where young people can come to, and they don't just receive social services assistance, they don't just receive mental health assistance, they also receive vocational assistance, they also receive the kind of assistance that oftentimes they're actually afraid to even ask for. They don't even know where to turn to. And what this is about is creating a place where a young person can go when they have a question and they don't know who has the answer. This will be that first step.
Yeah, exactly. As the mayor mentioned, holistic, in that sense, you see a fridge also behind you and a kitchenette. So definitely it does include the nutrition, but it also includes all these aspects of someone's life, vocational. During that time, people might be looking for a job. They might be graduating from college, so helping them with that, but also creating that sense of community. We know that community is a big factor, especially for this age group. You see a couch behind me where people can hang out, play games on this screen. So it's basically approaching every aspect of their lives.
Thank you. Yeah, Mariela in the back.
Mr. Mayor, hi. For NMAS Univision, there's a huge group of transgender Hispanic youth who feel outcasted more than ever now in these difficult times. Is there going to be a program particularly geared to them with this new initiative?
This is going to be an initiative for each and every young person across the city. And we want to make clear that when we stand up for New Yorkers, that also means we stand up for trans New Yorkers. This is a city I am the mayor for every single person who calls the city home. And for too long, there has been a sense in this city that if you don't conform to the exact sets that people in power will tell you, that you don't have a champion of yours in the corridors of power. Those days are now over. We are going to stand up for every single New Yorker. That includes trans New Yorkers. And today, the importance of this, it's also because young people are often the ones who are thought of the least in places where we find power. You know, when we go through City Hall, we think about this age group, 16 to 25. We often think about them and talk about them only in terms of the rate at which they vote. And what we've actually found recently is that if you give them a vision that shows them their place in it, they too will vote. But more important than that, however, is that we have to prove to them that we care about them, that we want them to succeed in this city, and that their struggles are not just theirs to bear alone. And I can tell you that moment when you stop being a child and you start being an adult, it feels as if you are the only one who is navigating that. There's no one else to turn to. And I know that for many New Yorkers, they might not be able to find that support in their own family. And so what we want to show them is that this city can also be a part of that same family. Thank you.
NJ, go ahead.
It's an off-topic.
Yeah, on Snow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether you're nervous at all about the storm. And I think you probably know the history. You don't have to go back to John Lindsay and the Blizzard of '69. Not that I covered that. But your last three predecessors faced challenging storms. They made some mistakes and made headlines. So are you feeling the weight of history?
You know, I think what I'm thinking more about is how can I do every single thing in my power to make this as seamless of an experience for New Yorkers as possible. And I think it is only right that New Yorkers judge their leaders by their ability to deliver for them in the most day-to-day aspects of their life. Because for so much of what we talk about in politics, what I'll find from New Yorkers is the questions come back to the things that they experience over a 24-hour period. And over the course of this snowstorm, what they want to know is there going to be a mayor that's going to tell them that it's coming? Is there going to be a DSNY that is prepared to put the salt across this whole city? Is there going to be a plan in place, whether it's 3 inches or 12 inches or however many, that none of us are surprised? And I think that's what they're going to see in our administration, is we take this seriously because it has serious consequences for New Yorkers' lives. It can mean the inconvenience and knowing that it might be a more slippery walk that you're going to take. It can also mean a real fear to your safety if you do not know that this is coming and you still have to take the kind of trip that you would have otherwise planned for. And so what we are asking of New Yorkers is to take every precaution they can in their own life, and what we will deliver to them is a city government that is going to meet them there in doing everything in our power to make this a weekend that they will not have to remember any months from now.
Yeah, I've got time for a few more. Andrew, then Kelly.
Mayor, you know yesterday I asked you about the snow day possibility.
Yes.
What I wanted to ask you is, do you agree with the current mayoral position, which is that any weather-related closure should lead to virtual education that day? Or do you disagree with what was an Adams administration policy and a de Blasio administration policy that we should have virtual school?
You know, I will tell you, as of now, we have not yet made a decision as to what Monday will be. And we are going through every different aspect of the impact of a possible decision. As I said earlier, parents feel one way about this, students feel very differently about this. What I want to make sure, however, is that we are making a decision that does not have a massive impact on people's day-to-day lives, not only this coming next few days, but also for the school year in its entirety. Those are the conversations we're having right now with our chancellor, with our internal team as well.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Kelly.
I wanted to ask you, Mahmoud Khalil has a deportation order to Algeria. I'm wondering, are you doing any back channeling with the president on his case to get that changed? And then I noticed the borough president is here
We'll do one at
the
a
first time since he's been endorsed by Nydia Velázquez. And the question for both of you, you both standing here united, what does this mean for the Democratic Party here in New York that seems to be schisming and splitting between progressives and Democratic socialists?
So I will go with your first question, then I'll go to your second question. Mahmoud Khalil is a New Yorker. He should remain in New York City. We have seen this attack on him as part of a larger attack on the freedom of speech that is especially pronounced when it comes to the use of that speech to stand up for Palestinian human rights. And I will make that clear to everyone, and I have said it time and again, that he deserves to stay in this city. He deserves to be in the city just like any other New Yorker. And I can tell you that too often, on your second question, New Yorkers are asking themselves, what does this actually mean for me when it comes to politics, right? You know, the borough president is running for Congress. He's a friend of mine. I've endorsed another candidate for that seat. Incredibly excited about her, Assemblymember Claire Valdez. All of those things can be true, and we can still be working together to deliver for the young people of New York City. And that's what we have to show, is that we can keep moving this agenda forward. We can keep moving this vision forward so that New Yorkers don't ask themselves, what good or what use is politics when it doesn't seem to have any impact on my day-to-day life? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Miles.
I just, we came up during my boss's administration, right, when we did not have snow days. Is it weighing on you as a former New York City school student to make a decision on snow days?
Look, I can tell you as a guy who grew up in New York City, many of my favorite memories were packing that trash can at the bottom of the hill. And actually, that's one of the first times I went to a hospital in New York City is when we hit the jump. I was supposed to be on the back. We hit the jump so well that I ended up being in the front. And then my friend landed on my head. And I got a concussion and I went to the hospital. And I turned out mostly okay. And I tell you that to say that snow is also an incredible amount of fun for so many young people across the city. We also want to make a decision that we know is the right decision to make, not just in the immediate, but also in the medium and the long term, and is part of a larger policy. So it doesn't weigh on me too much, though I don't begrudge anyone for their strong feelings, either way.
Thank you, guys. We're going to do the ribbon cutting now, so we're going to just bring this in here. Podium.
Sorry, using up lots of cameras, trying to get the shot.
All right, feeling ready? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Please, come on in.
This is our mural for the hospital violence interruption. Just so a few people could please hold them up. Hold them up.
Thanks so much for that.
All right, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
And welcome to Woodhall Hospital. Woo! So today is a proud day for New York City Health and Hospitals and New York City Health and Hospital Woodhall. Woo! Our healthcare system cares for a majority of behavioral health patients across the city. And Woodhall plays an essential role for that continuum of care. So joining me today are the doctors, the nurses, the social workers, psychologists, creative arts therapists, the operational staff, and the facilities team who worked collaboratively to launch the Elevate You clinic that you are in. At Woodhall, we are committed to the high quality care that New York City expects and deserves. Our employees are the reason that Woodhall continues to move from good to great. So I am also honored to be in the company of my former and esteemed colleague, Dr. Helen Arteaga. She is now the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services. And just 6 months ago, or 3 weeks ago, she was the illustrious, talented, and very successful CEO of Elmhurst. And I also want to take this opportunity. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my boss. I want to recognize and acknowledge Dr. Mitchell Katz. He is the CEO and the president of New York City Health and Hospitals. His dedication and commitment to quality and to high quality care for all New Yorkers is inspirational and is the hallmark of our system. And finally, I am excited. I am so excited to welcome Mayor Zohran Mamdani. He truly, truly understands the mission of New York City Health and Hospitals, and he knows how critical our healthcare system is to the city of New York. Congratulations on your victory, and welcome to Woodhall.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are together today to discuss our new efforts to provide health care to young New Yorkers through an exciting initiative with New York City Health and Hospitals. But before we do, sorry, brother, if you want to just shift over a little bit. Thank you. Let me know if we're good. Thank you. Thank you. It takes all of us together. Before we do speak about the topic at hand, I do want to first speak directly to New Yorkers about the snowstorm that is forecast to hit our city this week. Here are the facts. We are expecting precipitation to begin late Saturday or early Sunday and to possibly last into Monday. The forecast is predicting anywhere from 3 to 12 inches of snow. New Yorkers know that forecasts do not always get it right. It is entirely possible that we get less than 3 inches and just as possible that we get over a foot. While we cannot control how much snow will actually fall this weekend, we can control how we prepare for and respond to this storm. And so that is why tomorrow we are going to begin citywide pre-snow treatment. What that means is that we will brine all highways, major streets, and bike lanes to mitigate snow and ice accumulation, and we are also going to accelerate cleanup once the storm has passed. So on Saturday morning, roughly 2,000 sanitation workers will begin 12-hour shifts, removing snow around the clock. As we speak, our sanitation fleet is being transformed into a snow-clearing fleet. DSNY is very good at what they do, and they are very well practiced at this work. And as the snow falls more heavily on Saturday evening, we will deploy 700 salt spreaders. We are going to be able to hit every single part of our city with multiple passes. And once a couple of inches of snow have fallen, snowplows will begin operating across the city. And since the storm is bringing with it a cold front, code blue is also going to be in effect. What that means is that outreach teams are going to canvass the city to connect vulnerable New Yorkers to shelter. Now, I know that New York City parents and students both want to know what this means for school, although I imagine they want to hear different answers. So we are working to do everything that we can to keep our schools open. And once we make a final decision as to what it will look like on Monday, we will communicate that clearly and directly to families and to students themselves. And I want to thank in advance the thousands of city workers who will be hard at work over the days to come, who will keep our city running and who will take care of our fellow New Yorkers. This forecast is quickly changing, and the city will continue to provide updates as the situation evolves. I would ask if you are interested, and I would ask even if you're not, to please sign up to Notify NYC to receive the latest information on the storm. We have millions of New Yorkers who've signed up already. We encourage others to do the same. And so my recommendation to New Yorkers before we speak more about the topic at hand is that if you're interested in buying some groceries or getting a new winter coat today, I would recommend is the day to do so. Do not leave it until the weekend. I ask that everyone not only stay warm, but stay prepared because we want everyone to stay safe. So with that, We want to also look out for the people of the city, not just when a snowstorm is coming, but frankly, every day. And that work is an ongoing effort. And it begins by tending to the health of young New Yorkers. And I'm so proud to be here at Woodhull, to be here alongside the incredible hospital executives and doctors and nurses and the elected officials who are coming together today to celebrate this moment where we are finally meeting the needs of a number of young people across not just Brooklyn, but also Queens. And we are speaking about the health of young New Yorkers who are often reluctant to seek care or who don't have the health resources specifically tailored to their needs. And we know that as New Yorkers transition into adulthood, their lives, their priorities, they change. Some of them move out of the home that they grew up in. Some of them no longer interact with the parents who would make the appointments for them for these kinds of things. And teens age out of pediatric care and their healthcare needs evolve. And yet we know that those kinds of changes and the lack of that healthcare access, they come with negative health outcomes for young people, the future of our city. We see data that shows that about 90% of young people stop seeing their mental health care provider after they turn 21. And what we want to do is to make it easier for those 21-year-olds, for those young people at large, to access the behavioral care that they need. So we are here today to announce the opening of 2 new clinics at NYC Health and Hospitals in Queens and right here in Woodhull, Brooklyn, specifically aimed at supporting New Yorkers between the ages of 16 and 25. These clinics will be supported by $4 million from Metro Plus Health, and the services they deliver will be nothing short of comprehensive. We are speaking about New Yorkers who will be able to visit these clinics and not only receive mental health and behavioral health care, but also reproductive care, vocational support, and social support services. We are talking about consistent care because that's what's going to be at the heart of these clinics. Teens will begin working with a dedicated team when they are 16 years old, and they will remain connected to that team until they are 25. We want these clinics to feel like a space that young people can turn to when they're hurt, when they're isolated, when they're alone, when they feel as if their struggles are only their own, when in fact we know that those are struggles that should concern all of us across the city. Especially when young people need help, but they don't know where to turn. So when they walk in, they will be greeted by a multidisciplinary treatment team that includes a social worker, a psychiatrist, a nurse, a youth peer, and a family advocate. We will measure the success of these clinics through some clear metrics. The percentage of young people who remain engaged in care as they enter adulthood, the number of emergency room visits that we reduce, and the long-term health outcomes that we improve. Most of all, we will measure success when thousands of New Yorkers each year, in addition to the ones we have, find that their transition into adulthood is a smoother one rather than a strained one. And when young people can build the careers that they have dreamed of and start the family that they've long imagined in the city that raised them. We want New Yorkers from the ages of 16 to 25 and beyond to see this as a city where they can plant lasting roots in, a city where they can chase the dreams that they have long had, not a place that they have to leave in order to fulfill those same dreams. They deserve a city that they can afford, rent that doesn't break the bank, and healthcare that is genuinely supportive as they enter into adulthood. And that is what this administration is working towards and what we are delivering together. Again, this is a clinic for New Yorkers from the ages of 16 to 25 experiencing a mental health issue. And anyone in this age bracket can contact NYC Health and Hospitals for an appointment at 1-844-NYC-4-NYC. Thank you all so much. And now our Deputy Mayor, Helen Arteaga.
Buenos dias, everyone. I love Brooklyn, all this energy. I really want to thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Woodhull Hospital, and our beloved CEO here, Sandra, for having us here today on this special moment for our teenagers. As many of you recall, teenage years are not the funnest, and having teenagers myself, understanding this hard moment in their lives where they're dealing with puberty, graduation, dating, figuring out college, a job. They have plenty to worry about. One thing they should not be worried about is about their physician and their health care. And that's what this clinic is going to do today. One of the major things that we're really thrilled about is working with the amazing team here at Health and Hospitals and also with Metro Plus and providing these clinics for our teenagers where they can get a full holistic services from getting their physical to sometimes just talking to someone, but in an environment that is made and created for them. So I'm really grateful for the leadership at Metro Plus for supporting this vital program and to the wonderful team at Health and Hospitals here at Woodhull and at the corporate office for always being innovative and thinking how to deliver amazing care every day. Now that we're here to help our young people for the right things that matter and getting them healthy physically and mentally so they can live the healthiest lives they can live, but more importantly, live in the city that they want to live in. That's why I'm so excited to be here, building a healthier city, a healthier generation with our amazing partners. This announcement gets to the heart of the work of our administration and the work that the mayor is committed to, treating every New Yorker, even our young ones, with dignity and the respect that they deserve, ensuring that we are addressing every issue with the root cause, addressing their behavior, emotional health, not just only in emergencies. And at the end of the day, we're lifting up the tremendous, amazing public servants that we have here in our beloved New York. And I'm so happy to be here with you. And now I get the amazing pleasure to introduce some of the minds behind this amazing program. And one of the public servants that we have here in New York City, our amazing Dr. Omar Fattah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, for your leadership and for your support. My name is Omar Fattah. I'm a psychiatrist and the Assistant Chief of Behavioral Health here at NYC Health and Hospitals. We are the city's largest provider of behavioral services, providing 60% of the care for mental health and substance use. And this translates to us seeing more than 80,000 New Yorkers every year. Out of those, almost 8,000 are adolescents. We do this through our full continuum of services, whether it's crisis services, emergency, inpatient, outpatient programs, in-community programs, and school-based clinics. Our mission is to serve all New Yorkers without exception. And this includes all New Yorkers with all age groups. As the mayor mentioned, we know that this specific age group between 16 and 25 is a very vulnerable group for many reasons. If people already have mental health condition, this is a time where they age out of foster care, they leave their parents' homes, they can graduate from college. This is a time of uncertainty. They might fall off their parents' insurance. And unfortunately, we see a lot of these people fall off care and fall between the cracks. And if they don't already have a mental health condition, this period is also very critical because a lot of mental health conditions actually start during this age range. So we're very proud to be able to bring this service, to be able to deliver those services to this specific population in a way that's effective and in a way that actually works for them. You're here in that space that we were going to be delivering the care, and you can already see how creative and innovative this program is. We're very grateful for our partners at Metro Plus Health for making this possible financially to be able to have this program here at Woodhull Hospital and at Queens Hospital. And I want to thank the Woodhull leadership and specifically the behavioral team under the leadership of Dr. Rajvi Vora. For working so hard to make this idea into a reality. I'm so proud to be part of an organization and a city that delivers on the commitment to equity and excellence every single day. Thank you, and I'm going to turn it to Dr. Shah.
Thank you, Omar. Good morning, everyone. Mayor Mamdani, colleagues and guests, it's truly an honor for Metro Plus to join our partners at New York City Health and Hospitals today, especially Sandra Sneed and the incredible team at Woodhull and Queens. I also want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your indefatigable leadership when it comes to mental health services and care in New York, and your support today to strengthen youth mental health services across New York City. Today's celebration, it is a celebration, reflects the very best of our city's public health system and the impact we can achieve when we work as one, as part of a single, integrated system. Metro Plus Health and New York City Health and Hospitals are uniquely positioned to develop initiatives just like this one, initiatives that close gaps in care and improve outcomes for our young people. MetroPlus is especially proud to support this innovative model of care for transition-age youth with ongoing mental health needs. This program, as has been said by Omar, is urgently needed to help young people navigate a particularly vulnerable period, one where too many, unfortunately, drop out of care. In this transition period, young people can lose access to their trusted providers, their familiar clinics, and support networks, just as life is becoming more complex and ostensibly independence increases. And when continuity of care breaks down, young people unfortunately fall through the cracks. Emergency room visits rise, long-term health outcomes worsen, and families are then left struggling to fill the gaps on their own. So to address these challenges, MetroPlus Health has committed $4 million, $2 million annually to support the new Elevate You clinics, the space you're in today. These clinics will provide ongoing and consistent mental health care for youths aged 16 to 25, while also addressing physical and reproductive health needs and supporting educational, social, and vocational goals. Our investment in Elevate You reflects a clear commitment. Supporting young people today builds a healthier and more equitable city tomorrow. So today marks an important step towards that goal, and we are very, very proud to take it together. And in doing so, it elevates all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Lynn Schulman.
I'm really glad to be here for a couple of different reasons. One is that we have these clinics that are amazing, but the other is this is my home, my second home. I worked at Woodhull for 10 years in the leadership of the hospital. And during that time, I witnessed I worked with a lot of patients, I worked with the staff on these particular issues, and I worked with a lot of the youth who, I used to talk to the pediatric doctors and say, what are we going to do when they age out? So now we have these clinics, which is so totally amazing, one of which will be in Queens, which I'm very happy about because I represent part of Queens. But I also, it's so important to have comprehensive health care, particularly for youth, and the mental health piece is so important, particularly after COVID. And these Elevate You clinics are going to be totally amazing, and I'm so glad that we have one here. I also want to say that before the holidays, I met with the mayor, and the mayor told me how important healthcare was to him. So as chair of the New York City Council Committee on Health, I'm so glad and excited to have a partner on the other side of City Hall who will work with me to make sure that New Yorkers have access to truly affordable world-class health care. And he has done so much in the time that he's been in office. One, other than this, he resurrected the program at Jacoby, the Just Home. Sorry, I blanked out there for a second there. The Just Home, which I voted on as a member of the City Council, and I supported. And that is to make sure that people who are incarcerated, who have severe illnesses, have a place where they can get adequate and safe health care. So I'm very happy about that. And then this. So you can just imagine what the next few years are going to be, and I'm very excited about having you as a partner. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning. Today, I'm honored and delighted as a registered nurse to see my mayor understand without health, with nothing. With your help, with everything. So as a nurse and chair of the City Council Hospital Committee, I cannot overstate how important this moment is. And to all the leadership here, some of y'all have been working with you. Elmers, you left my hospital, and my sister here. I love you guys. The leadership here is amazing because if you understand what health is about, there's a lot of changes you can make in your life. When we say holistic, nurses, we talk about holistic all the time. Some folks take it lightly, but holistic means from your head to your toe. everything about you, from your health, mental health, physical health, your food, everything. So once you start addressing it in a comprehensive way, holistic way, then you have treating human being the way you're supposed to. So Mayor, I don't have no worry about you because you've been talking about how you can make people whole. So I want to say thank you. This 2 new youth clinics meant faster access to emergency care, stronger preventive services, and real support for families when they need it the most. Too often, young people in our communities face barriers to care. We know that. We heard the statistic. 90% of our youth after the age of 21 is not seeing their mental health provider. That's a problem. And we're wondering what's going on in our street, safe street, all those things. It has to be, it has to be with taking care of our health. Today, I want to say again, thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud to stand with you. It is about time for us to put our children first. If we're not addressing their needs, how we expect them to excel? It's a problem. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to take too long, but Metro Health Care, Metro Plus Health Care. I have to get it correct. I have so many of them, and you have been a great friend in my past life for DME. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going places when we start addressing our children needs and healthcare. Mental health is a real problem in our city. So thank you. God bless you.
Well, good morning. I'm Councilman Althea Stevens from the great borough of the Bronx. That's right. I got my passport stamped to be here today. I literally walked in there. It was like out there in Brooklyn. I'm like, I'm here. But anything for the kids. So if you know me, you know that I will show up for our young people. And today's a great day. I'm truly honored to stand here with our mayor, the incredible leaders of New York City Health and Hospitals, and the amazing administrative staff of Woodhall Hospital. Thank you for welcoming us for a life-saving work that you're doing every single day in our communities. Today's announcement is important to our city because investments like this is what true public safety looks like. I've been yelling about this, saying that we have to invest in our young people's mental health because this is the foundation for what they need. When we invest in young people's mental health, wellness, and stability, we are preventing crises before they happen and really affect our city. As chair of the Children's Committee on Children and Youth, and as someone who spent years working in the nonprofit sector, I understand the importance of holistic approach to solving issues for our young people, especially those who often are ignored. Young people often between the ages of 16 and 25 are navigating some of the most critical transitions of their lives, and too many of them fall through the cracks at those age because of pediatric care is running out. That's why this new clinic in Woodhall and New York City Health and Hospitals here in Queens are here and in Queens, Brooklyn and Queens, don't worry, I'm sure we're going to get one in the Bronx, are very important. That's right. Anytime you give us something, we always want more. By providing primary health care, behavioral health services, reproductive care, vocational supports, and social services all in one place through consistent care teams, we are meeting young people where they are and addressing the full picture of their needs. This is how we build equality in healthcare. This is how we reduce emergency room visits, long improvement outcomes, and ensure that young people are here and they are surviving and thriving. Thank you all for being here and making this possible. I look forward to continuing working together and ensuring the mental health of all of our young people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm New York City Councilmember Chiose, and I have the great honor of representing this district, Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights in the City Council. So welcome back to Bed-Stuy, Mr. Mayor. I know you're no stranger to this neighborhood. Not too long ago, I actually turned 27 years old, and I had a colleague just remind me that I no longer get to join this program now. And I say that to say because oftentimes in government, when we talk about healthcare for youth, it mainly pertains to preteens or young children. So to have this clinic for young people ages 16 to 25 is so essential, because this healthcare, this care that this entire clinic will be providing is needed within this community and across the city as a whole. New York City Health and Hospitals, as many of you know, is the largest municipal health system in the United States. And that means what we do here sets a standard for the rest of the country. And it means we have a responsibility to make sure that young people are not left behind as their healthcare needs to change. Across the city, the cost of healthcare is forcing working families into impossible choices. Too many New Yorkers are forced to delay a doctor's visit, avoid the emergency room, or stretch their medication just to get by. That is unacceptable in a city as wealthy as this one. Health and Hospitals steps in to make care accessible and affordable. Young people deserve this type of consistent, reliable care, and these new youth clinics at Woodhull make that possible. This moment builds on the investments my office has already made in Woodhull. 2 years ago, we secured nearly $2 million for a new emergency department CT scanner, and that investment strengthened Woodhull's ability to care for Bed-Stuy's residents in the moments that matter most. This is a hospital that needs a lot of love and attention, so I applaud the mayor, I applaud every single partner for making this possible. We need millions and millions and millions of more dollars for Woodhull to make it state of the art. So, looking forward to another announcement in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got to bring that one down a little bit for me here. So I represent across the street on the other side of Flushing Avenue, and Councilmember Gutierrez is the other side of Broadway. So together with Councilmember Rosé, we all do our best to look out for Woodhull. And it's great to be with the mayor, our deputy mayor, the great team at Woodhull, President Sneed, Dr. McDonald. You know, great things are happening here. A Gotham Health state-of-the-art clinic opened up across the street just a couple years ago that is providing excellent primary care, excellent secondary care to really meet the health needs of New Yorkers. My borough president helped put together $20 million to build a brand new birthing suite that is opening here at Woodhull next year, to ensure that we finally address the disgusting, the indefensible disparities in maternal mortality, and with this incredible new clinic to ensure that our young adults are accessing the mental health care that they need. Woodhull is really doing an amazing job, and we need to invest more in our public hospitals than ever. I know our deputy mayor gets it, as a proud person who's worked in our public hospital system, but we're losing billions of dollars in Medicaid funding from Washington. Hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers are losing their health care this year. And when that happens, New Yorkers come to our public hospital system to get the care that they need. Woodhull is the place that always has its door open, whether you have insurance or you don't, whether you have money or you don't. Woodhull is going to provide you with the care that you need and deserve. And so now more than ever, we need to make real investments in Woodhull. We need to ensure that H&H has the resources that it needs to provide excellent care to every New Yorker. And I have to say, every day I am proud to be a Metro Plus healthcare member, but especially today, this is the public option in New York City. It's already available here in the 5 boroughs for every New Yorker. And we should all be signing up to support Metro Plus because it brings resources into health and hospitals. It supports our public institutions, and Metro cards don't exist anymore. It's about the Metro Plus. This is what it's about. Sign up for Metro Plus. Thank you all.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. State Senator Jabari Brisport. I represent Bed-Stuy in the State Senate. I feel like I represent Brooklyn. I'm Brooklyn all day, every day. But I want to thank the Mayor's Office, Woodhull, Metro Plus for this incredible partnership today. You know, it's often said that the mark of a great society is when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they will never lie in. And I know our mayor is not that old, but I know he recognizes that investing in our youth is one of the best things and most important things that can be done with government. And the partnership between government, the hospital, Metro Plus today will indeed.
Well, this is a very exciting day. Long in the making, and many countries have just received their notice, and everybody wants to be a part of it. And we'll work with many others, including the United Nations. But I want to thank you all for being here. Yesterday, we had an incredibly successful visit with many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful, and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of the most important meetings of all, the official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. I mean, they have done an amazing job. We have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. We've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon. You know what that is? The one that I thought was going to be an easy one has turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000 people died, mostly soldiers, in Ukraine, Russia. Think of that, 29,000, 27,000 in the month before, 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. But we have meetings and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative, Jamieson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is here, doing a fantastic, really fantastic work. Thank you, Callista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace, and they're also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing that introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases, very popular leaders. Some cases, not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to President Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's a fantastic man. He just won a very big election. I'm very proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it. And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board, great group. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround in 12 months' time at home and abroad. We have a tremendous mandate. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every swing state to 7. They were saying, can you win all 7? Is it possible? Because it's not done. And we won all 7. We have a great mandate back at home. As I said yesterday, the U.S. economy is booming with virtually no inflation. It was 1.2% for the last 3 months. And we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we have economic growth now of 5.4%, looks like. And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things and if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. We were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, two nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now. I met yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation, but we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. Took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We'll get it settled. But it's a pretty tough situation. A dam was built and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, who, I mean, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They become my friends. They're here. And of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires, and we can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands. They were literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands, but they have to give up their weapons. And if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's a fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants. They're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity with Operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer. It was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we had, it was gone, but during the Biden administration, it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president, is making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, and other places are really calming down. It's a lot different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to $1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but our jobs numbers, everything is, I think, maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see and a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why. We're going to have to talk to Spain. With America's renewed attention to security of the Western Hemisphere, I've stopped the invasion on our southern border and designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And you probably saw that we've virtually stopped almost 100% all drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to stop them on land. The land is easy. The water is tough. But that's down now. I heard it just last night. It was 97. Now it's 98.1%. And we're trying to figure out who are the 2% that are willing to get onto those boats. I don't think they watch television or the news. But we've taken out almost 100% of all of the drugs coming into the United States by water. And now we'll, I think, very easily stop them on land. That's the easy part. We wanted to wait till the other was taken care of. And earlier this month, thanks to the unrivaled skill, power, and might of the U.S. military, we have the most powerful military in the world by far. We captured the outlaw dictator, Nicolas Maduro, and the people of Venezuela are very happy about it. And we're having great relationships with the new leaders of Venezuela. The relationships have been good. We're opening up the country to our giant oil companies, and it's going very well. We've already taken out, think of this, 50 million barrels of oil, and a lot of that's going to go back to Venezuela. They'll do more income with us in a short period of time than they did in years, because as much oil as they have, and they have a lot, just about the most. After us, there's a couple of countries that are in that category, but we have the most, actually, and they're second between Venezuela and us. We have 62% of the world's oil, but they have very little production, so they'll have a lot of production. All the oil companies, we had meetings, you probably saw, all the oil companies want to go in. They want to go in immediately. They're already touring the sites. But our military was amazing. That strike was amazing. We had a second wave coming. We didn't need it. They said, no second wave. We don't want a second wave. The first wave was enough. And of course, we're working to end the horrible killing in Ukraine, a war that should never have happened and would have never happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I used to speak to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye, but he would never have ever done it. Said, you can't do that, Vladimir. As part of this historic record of major peace initiatives, today we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came, they said, you be the chairman. And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully, started already. And every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago, and these are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos. So we said, would be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine. I think, let me see. Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. A couple, let's see, a couple I like, a couple I don't like. No, I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand. Usually I have 2 or 3 that I don't like. I don't find them up here. I like every one of these people. No, they're great people. They're great leaders. And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza, and I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza, and we're going to have it very strongly, and it's what we have, maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid, you know, you used to hear all the people were starving and it was terrible. Now we have, you don't hear that anymore. We've delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. I want to thank the United States, but I want to thank some of the countries that are sitting right up here, because they've sent great aid, aid also in the form of money, where we go out and purchase food, and you don't hear those stories anymore with people starving. And secured the release of all 20, you know, we secured the release of all 20 living hostages. Now, I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They worked so hard, but there were 20 remaining living hostages. Now, we got hundreds out, but the last 20, I said, boy, that's going to be a tough one. I said that a year before, and it was a tough one, but we got them. Got all 20, every one of them. And we had also about 28 that were dead, but the parents wanted them just as though they were living, just as much. Some cases, it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love. But their boy had been killed. In just about all cases, young men. Their boy had been killed, and they wanted the body of the boy, and it looked like it couldn't be done. And with the exception of one, and we're close on the track of that, we've got them all, every single one of them, which is amazing. It's a rough job. That was a rough job. And I've been very clear that Hamas must return that last remaining deceased hostage as well, and that will be the full commitment. And then we get on to other things, and we're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it, but there's tremendous potential in the United Nations, and you have some great people at the United Nations, but so far it hasn't. You know, on the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them. And you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have. And they tried, I guess, in some of them, but they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be, you know, something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together, we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us. Everybody in this room is a star, or you wouldn't be here. There's a reason that you're here, and you're all stars. You're the biggest people, the most important people in the world, most powerful people in the world. And when you use that genius that you have, that very unusual, very inspired genius, when you use that for peace, the opposite of peace has no chance. So I just want to say it's tremendous to be with you, and I think this is something that we're doing that's very important. This is the most important. I was so looking forward to being here, and yesterday was a tremendous success. A lot of good things happened, but this was something that I really wanted to be here and do, and I could think of no better place because so many people were together. And now to bring the Board of Peace into full force, I ask Sheikh Isa of Bahrain and Foreign Minister Barita of Morocco to join me in signing and ratifying the Board of Peace Charter. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, President Trump. The charter is now in full force, and the Board of Peace is now an official international organization. We will now continue the signing ceremonies, beginning with the President of Argentina and the Prime Minister of Armenia. Next up, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. Thank you. Next, the Prime Minister of Hungary and the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Next, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Jordan and the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Next, the President of the Republic of Kosovo and the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. That's it. Yes. Thank you. Next, the President of the Republic of Paraguay and the Prime Minister of the State of Qatar. Hello, good, how are you? Next, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey. Next, the Chairman of the Executive Authority Affairs of the UAE and the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. And last but not least, the Prime Minister of Mongolia. Congratulations, everyone. This concludes the signing ceremony. If President Trump and all of the Board of Peace members could please join the President around the table. The President is now going to sign the inaugural resolution that will resolve the Board of Peace's Gaza mandate per the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2803. Congratulations. If President Trump and all Board of Peace members could please take their seats in the front. Now it is my honor to introduce the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who will speak about President Trump and his accomplishments. Without further ado, Secretary Rubio.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. It's an honor to serve as the Secretary of State during a historic presidency. And it's a historic presidency because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is someone who is not limited by what others say is possible or what others say is impossible. He's not limited by some of the things that have happened in the past, and he's willing to talk to or engage with anyone in the interest of peace, always putting the American people and our national security first, but understanding that in the world that we share with so many others, peace is paramount to all of us. We are here today because of President Trump's vision. If we go back just a few months ago, people thought what was happening in Gaza was impossible to solve. 28 hostages that were dead, others that were still living, all these hostages that were being held. No one thought that that would ever come to a resolution without more fighting and more bloodshed along the way. In fact, frankly, many thought it was intractable. And sadly, many of the institutions that have served us well, in many cases, for the last 70 years, were unable to do anything about it. But President Trump had the vision and the courage to dream the impossible, to believe that it was doable, and to pursue it with all of his heart. And he was in that capacity assisted by an extraordinary team, and I think both Jared and Steve deserve a tremendous amount of credit, Jared Kushner and Steve Woodcock, for all the work they put in. And all of our partners here today. And now we have this Board of Peace, who I believe's possibilities are endless. Obviously, with a focus first and foremost on making sure that this peace deal in Gaza becomes enduring. And I know this president has it as his highest priority and will give it everything he has to make sure that this is successful. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary leaders that are here today. This is not just a Board of Peace, this is a Board of Action. Just like President Trump is a president of action. A lot of times people like to give speeches. I've been to many of these forums, and they're not useless, and they're not, they have utility in many cases. But oftentimes in international affairs, we often find ourselves at events where people are reading these scripted statements, these strongly worded letters that they put out, but no action, nothing happens. This is a group of leaders that are about action. And the President of the United States is a president of action, of getting things done. And today is the beginning of that, of a new era and a new stage that we think is so important as a model to the rest of the world of what is possible. And clearly the focus is right now on Gaza and making sure that the plan that's about to be presented to you here today, this vision for the future of Gaza, this vision for the future of the region, is not just possible and promising. It is our destiny if we put the time and the effort that it requires, as I know this board will do. But I also think it will serve as an example of what's possible in other parts of the world. Without losing focus on what's before us now, this is what's possible for other places and other conflicts that seem impossible to solve right now. So I want to, on behalf of the United States, on behalf of the team that worked so hard on this, thank every single one of the leaders that are here today and all of the countries that have committed to joining, and many others who are going to join. You know, others either are not in town today or they have to go through some procedure internally in their own country because of constitutional limitations, but others will join. Many want to be a part of this effort because it is going to be a successful effort. And you see it reflected here today among countries of different backgrounds from different parts of the world, majority Christian, some, majority Muslim, others, who've come together. In fact, former adversaries who have joined here as part of this Board of Peace. And all was possible, and I want to acknowledge this again, because of the vision and the drive of the President of the United States. So thank you all for joining us here today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Please, if you could now turn your attention to the screens for a video message from the head of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, Dr. Ali Shaith.
Distinguished leaders, colleagues, and friends, it is an honor to be here today. I want to start by thanking President Donald J. Trump and his administration for their intensive efforts to advance peace in the whole region. I also thank Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Qatar, and Turkey as mediators, the Palestinian Authority, and members of the United Nations Security Council for welcoming the comprehensive peace plan. These efforts created the opportunity for a new future in Gaza Strip. But what will really matter is what comes next. This transition will succeed only if it delivers real, tangible improvements in daily life for Gazans. As Chief Commissioner of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, it's my responsibility to turn this moment into action, to restore order, to rebuild institutions, and to create a future for the people of Gaza defined by opportunity and dignity, under the principle of one authority, one law, and one weapon. As a first step, I am pleased to announce the Rafah crossing will open next week in both directions. For Palestinians in Gaza, Rafah is more than a gate. It is a lifeline and symbol of opportunity. Opening Rafah signals that Gaza is no longer closed to the future and to the war. I want to be clear, there is much more work ahead, and none of it is easy. The road forward will involve difficult decisions and setbacks, but this is a real step, and it marks a new direction. Now, I would like to address the people of Gaza. من أرض الكنانة أتوجه الآن بكلمتي إلى أبناء شعبنا الصامد الصابر في قطاع غزة. لقد صمدتم وحافظتم على أسركم وأرضكم خلال سنوات عصيبة هجاف، صبرت أعماقكم وكل الحدود. إن صمودكم الأسطوري له أعظم ما قدمت.
Your legendary steadfastness is the foundation upon which we will build our future together. This moment is not for looking back, but for moving forward toward a prosperous and bright future. A future where our children grow up without fear or anxiety, where work is rewarded, schools are opened, and daily life regains its stability and security. The coming stage requires the concerted efforts of everyone, but you will not face it alone. Your voices have weight, your actions have impact, and your commitment to peace and the rebuilding of your communities will define the futures of the new Gaza Strip. Step by step, with discipline and determination, we will build a capable Gaza, capable of self-reliance, and we will build it into a center for freedom, opportunity, and peace. اليوم أسأل الأسرة الدولية ليس فقط أن تدعم هذه أسأل
By our actions, hold us to clear standards and stand with the people of Gaza as we take this responsibility for our future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I now would like to welcome to the podium U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome here. This is really my honor to be up here speaking. I remember when the president asked Jared, and of course our great Secretary of State to work on something that the world thought was impossible and unattainable. But the President, on this peace deal for Gaza, as on all other deals we work on his behalf, said we had to try. And of course, we were inspired by that. We have achieved a peace deal in Gaza. We have brought the hostages home, all of the bodies except for one, and we will bring that body home too. And maybe most importantly, we have created a sense of hope for what the future can bring in Gaza and all other places where the Board of Peace will operate. And I am so honored, Mr. President, to have worked on this on your behalf. I'd like to thank some people here who are here with us tonight who have done so much, done indispensable work to bring this deal together. Sheikh Mohammed, my good friend from Qatar, and Ali Al-Tawadi, Hakan, Fidan, and Ibrahim, General Hassan, and Foreign Minister Badr Abdulati, and of course, President Sisi, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, former Special Envoy Ron Dermer, and Michael Eisenberg for all that they did. I would also like to thank our core working group and members of the Board of Peace who have been working nonstop on behalf of this incredible, noble effort, around the clock for months on end, sacrificing time with their families and their own personal lives because they believe in the mission and the vision that the President has set out for us. I'd also like to thank, those people include Tony Blair, Yakir Gabay, Josh Grunbaum, Aryeh Lightstone, Laron Tonkman, Admiral Cooper, General Frank, and I probably have forgotten some along the way. And then perhaps most importantly, I want to thank our administration. We have an incredible team. It's amazing to work for this administration. I think you see the results that we get on behalf of the President because he inspires us so much. So I'd like to thank the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, for all of his help and guidance, our Treasury Secretary, of course, the Secretary of State, who we work hand in glove with, and a special thanks to our Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who is always available to us for consultation, for steering, and for all else that she does. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I have to say, one of the great honors for me of being able to work on this has been working with Steve, who really is as brilliant as he is. His heart is tremendous. He's a lot of fun to be with. And even in some of these, very difficult moments where we didn't think things were happening, working together really was an amazing treat. I'm going to go now today just through a couple quick slides just to show you the progress that's been made in the last couple months. It was just over 100 days ago that we got the final deal done, and everyone was celebrating and joyous about the hostages coming home and the end to this long war that nobody thought was possible. And Steve and I were panicking, saying, what do we do next? How do you implement peace? And as you guys know, peace is a different deal than a business deal because you're changing a mindset. And in Israel, there was 2 years of very intense war. For the people in Gaza, there was more than just 2 years of war. They had 20 years of hopelessness being ruled by a terrorist organization. For the people in the Middle East, their hearts were pulled by this. And throughout the entire world, it really was weighing on us. And so we needed to think about, what do we do next? How do we change the habits? How do we change the behaviors? And we really got to work right away. And the team that Steve thanked, including the White House team and the team, the volunteers, it's really been an incredible effort, very entrepreneurial, and we really did it in the way. I've been working now with President Trump for 10 years on politics, and what continues to amaze me is that he always takes a first principles approach and says, what's the most optimal outcome? Aim for that. Whereas politicians are always focused on the downside or what could go wrong or how to make it a little bit better. He always says, aim for the best possible and do your best to get there. And if everyone thinks it's impossible, that's even more reason why you should aim for it. And so really thank you for the leadership and the inspiration for doing this. And I think you'll see today we've achieved more than thought was possible. And our ambition is still to go for something, I think, better than most people think is possible as well. So let's see if these things work. They never usually work. Good. So quickly, I'll go through this 2-year war. 90,000 tons of munitions. There's over 60 million tons of rubble there, and tens of thousands of fatalities. Through the ceasefire, we were able to get to through the 20-point plan, ceasefire, release of hostages. Getting the UN resolution passed was a huge, huge effort, really thanks to Mike Waltz and the whole team there. They did an incredible job. And we've then, with the help of the UN, we've worked very, very well with them. This is why you need a new organization like the Board of Peace to work with the UN. I want to thank Tom Fletcher, did an incredible job of really getting it going. We've done historic humanitarian aid. Going forward, number one thing is going to be security. Obviously, we've been working very closely with the Israelis to figure out a way through de-escalation. And the next phase is working with Hamas on demilitarization, which I'll talk about in a second. But without security, nobody's going to make investments. Nobody's going to come, build there. We need investments in order to start giving jobs. We want to take these people. 85% of the aid of Gaza, 85% of the GDP of Gaza has been aid for a long time. That's not sustainable. It doesn't give these people dignity. It doesn't give them hope. And so we want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset, the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. Let's see. So on the aid, I mentioned the UN. So now people are talking about famine. 100% of the food needs are met, and that's been overabundance. The cost of goods have gone down tremendously. Over 55,000 trucks have gone in, and over 1.4 million pallets. And it's been the largest humanitarian effort done into a war zone that anyone's been able to tell us about. This really has been a great joint effort that everyone's been able to do, and so it's a great thing. We all just heard from Ali. We have been so impressed. Steve and I were speaking to him and the entire committee. Such bravery of these people to step up. And we've worked with the Palestinian Authority, who's been helping us as well. But this committee is the first time it's a technocratic, apolitical committee. I really want to thank the Arab partners for helping us select the right people to do this. And we just need to believe in them and support them. I put this up here. It's probably a little too small for me to read, but this is really important if you saw the mission statement. So Hamas's mission statement was, we need to destroy the state of Israel. That has not worked well for the people, as we've seen. Their mission statement is, we are committed to establishing security, restoring the essential services that form the bedrock of human dignity, such electricity, water, healthcare, and education, as well as cultivating a society rooted in peace, democracy, and justice, operating with the highest standards of integrity, transparency. So these are the basic things. Their goal is to have peace and to help their people, which is an obvious mission statement for a government, but actually fairly novel for Gaza. So we did a master plan. We brought in, I thank Yakir Gabay, who's one of the most successful real estate developers and brilliant people I know. He's volunteered to do this, not for profit, really because of his heart. He wants to do this. And we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential. And this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones. In the beginning, we were toying with the idea of saying, let's build a free zone, and then we have a Hamas zone. And then we said, you know what, let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work. There's a master plan. We'll be doing it in phasing. In the Middle East, they build cities like this in 2-3 million people. They build this in 3 years. And so stuff like this is very doable if we make it happen. Rafah will start with. This will show a lot of workforce housing. We think this could be done in 2-3 years. We've already started removing the rubble and doing some of the demolition. And then New Gaza. It could be a hope, it could be a destination, have a lot of industry, and really be a place that the people there can thrive, have great employment. Once this starts going, we think there should be 100% full employment and opportunity for everybody there. And we have a lot of data on what can be, but we think that this really gives the Gazan people an opportunity to live their aspirations. But it all starts with security, and it all starts with governance. Final note I'll just say on the Board of Peace, which is that all the lessons we're doing is we're basically studying the best practices from all over the world, and we're watching who does education the best, who does healthcare delivery the best. All of these things it's not secret IP. All this is IP that the Board of Peace is going to make public, and we want to encourage all the countries to be able to follow these best practices. A lot of the things that President Trump is doing in America, if they're working, we should all be copying them. If we find what's working in other countries, we should be copying them too. And so what the Board of Peace will have the ability to do if we're successful with Gaza is really show how do you do peace implementation, which is something that when we got this deal done, we didn't really find too much expertise or know-how on how to do it. So as we're creating this system, hopefully it's something that we can just document these learnings and make them available to all else who want to use them in the future. So demilitarization, this is something we're starting now that we have a new government in Gaza. This government will be working with Hamas on the demilitarization to really take the principles that were agreed to in the document to the next phase, and hopefully that will be successful. Without that, we can't rebuild. So if Hamas does not demilitarize, that will be what holds back Gaza and the people of Gaza from achieving their aspiration, and that's very important. So the next 100 days, we're going to continue to just be heads down and focused on making sure this is implemented. We continue to be focused on humanitarian aid, humanitarian shelter, but then creating the conditions to move forward. So thank you. Final point I'll just make is this is really only possible because of the work of so many people and President Trump's great leadership. But a lot of you have been asking, how can we help? So the countries have all been incredibly generous. We'll be doing the first conference where we'll announce a lot of the contributions that will be made in a couple weeks in Washington. From the private sector, there'll be amazing investment opportunities. I know it's a little risky to be investing in a place like this, but we need you to come, take faith, invest in the people, try to be a part of it. And then finally, I'll just talk to people on the media and on the social media, which is, this deal only happened because we worked with Israel, we worked with Turkey, we worked with Qatar, we worked with Saudi, we worked with Egypt. I mean, everyone worked together. We worked with UAE. We all worked together to make this happen. I see a lot of people trying to escalate, criticizing Israel or Israelis criticizing Turkey or Qatar. Just calm down for 30 days. I think that the war is over. Let's do our best to try working together. Our goal here is peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. Everyone wants to live peacefully. Everyone wants to live with dignity. Let's put our efforts towards promoting those who are doing the work to build this up, like Ali and his committee. Let's focus on the positive stories, and let's just calm down, turn a new chapter. And if we believe that peace is possible, then peace really can be possible. So we're going to continue to work every day. We need all of your help to do it. And again, I just really want to thank President Trump for his leadership in doing this. This would not have been possible without your commitment to this. Everyone thought it was impossible to end this war. You never gave up. You never stopped. Every time there was a setback, you told us to try harder. You gave us different ideas. And we've made several impossible things happen just in Gaza to date, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make even more impossible things happen. So really thank you for your amazing leadership.
Thank you, Jared and Steve. Now I would like to introduce and welcome to the podium the High Representative for Gaza, Nikolay Mladenov.
Mr. President, it's a great honor and a massive responsibility for me, for my team, for all of us to be here with you to begin this journey. Who would have thought 2 years ago that we will be sitting here with this group of countries, with this leadership, giving the people of Gaza a new chance? Who would have thought that last Friday I would be sitting, Mr. President, in Cairo with an amazing group of Palestinian technocrats, people who you don't see on the news, people who are not media personalities, but who are experts, who are committed to giving their people a chance in life. And this is what this is all about. For too long, Gazans, Palestinians, and Israelis have lived with conflict, with death, with destruction. Now, the page turns. And whether the page turns successfully really depends on all of us. We have the ingredients for it. We have the leadership of the United States and President Trump. We have a great group of countries joining the Board of Peace and more to come. We have a fantastic Palestinian team on the ground, and we must make it work. Our partnerships are there, our plans are in place, and we need your support. And finally, I look to all of you who are in this room and who are watching this meeting from their screens at home or in their offices. Please put away your talking points for a minute. Please put away your fears. Please put away your concerns. Please stop listening to the rumors and to the gossip. Focus on what we have to do today, because the future of 2 million Palestinians is at stake, and if we give them a chance, we will do more than that. We will create opportunities for 1 billion people who live in the Middle East and beyond, and who are responsible, also who want to see transformation and a chance in life for the future. So please join us on this journey, join the Board of Peace, and join us in supporting this excellent initiative. And thank you again, President Trump and the United States, for taking this decisive leadership forward.
Thank you. President Trump, would you like to make some concluding remarks?
Well, I just want to tell you it's all happening. And one of the first things I said when we really got involved in this project, and it's a big one, but it's very doable, I said to Jared and Steve and some of the other folks, including Larry Fink, and congratulations on the great success. The two of you have done a fantastic job. This is bigger and better than ever. We usurped some of your time for a very important reason, and you understand that better than anybody, and we appreciate that you're here very much. Thank you both very much. But I said that, you know, this is a great location. It all begins, see, I'm a real estate person at heart, and it's all about location. And I said, look at this location on the sea. Look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well. But it all began with a location. That's the vision. They look out on the waters, and very few places are like it. So we put together a team that's outstanding, a team that's done it before, a team that I think has done tougher jobs. If you want to know the truth, we've done some tough jobs. And we continue to, as far as the United States is concerned, we're behind it. And the United States has never been stronger, never been bigger, better. It's doing really well. You see that, building thousands of businesses, plants, factories all over the United States are right now under construction. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And this is just an honor to be involved with this and to be involved with the great people in this room and the great leaders that are sitting on stage. We thank you very much. And we have many others that have signed up, and they all want to be members of the Board of Peace because it really will be important. This is not going to be a waste of time. We waste so much time on things that never happen. This will happen, and it's already happening. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, thank you very much. Are you all set? You all ready? Nice group, big group. But I want to thank you all for being here as we prepare to celebrate Labor Day, when we honor the incredible hardworking men and women of our country, which is doing very well, I have to tell you. Every policy of the Trump administration is designed to lift up the American worker, promote great paying blue collar jobs, and to rebuild the industrial bedrock of our nation. It's also obviously for great defense. We have the greatest military in the world. We rebuilt it largely in my first term. Some of it was stupidly given away to Afghanistan. For what reason? Nobody can figure that one. But it was still a relatively small amount of what, if you compare. The concept of what they did, however, is just incredible. But the country is doing well. We're respected all over the world like never before, probably. We went to NATO, as you know, and they went from 2% to 5% of GDP. Nobody expected that. And the difference is they didn't pay the 2 and they paid the 5. So, and as you know, we are selling a tremendous amount of equipment to NATO. We're not spending any money. We're making money, but I don't want to talk about making. I want to talk about we're no longer involved with funding Ukraine, but we are involved with trying to stop the war and the killing in Ukraine. So we're selling missiles and military equipment, millions and millions, and ultimately billions of dollars to the NATO people, where I'm very friendly and we have a great relationship. But that was an amazing trip. So they're funding the entire war. We're not funding anything. I think it's an important point to make because a lot of people don't understand that. And we will continue to do that, and we're trying to get as much as we can for them. They want the American product. The American military product is by far the best in the world, and that's what they want to get. They have lots of options, but that's what they want to get. So the factories are doubling up and tripling up where they make the Patriots and other really, you could say, defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases, with thanks to Doug and Chris, some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much. And Chris, thank you very much. I see you down close to $60 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon, and that has a huge impact. So we have groceries are down, energy is way down. Energy is way down. It was $4 and $5 for a gallon of gas. Think of that for gasoline, and now it's probably $2.25. There are some places it's $2. It broke $2 at a couple of locations in the South. In places like California where they charge such high taxes, it's higher, but it's still much lower than what it was a year ago. So energy's way down, groceries are way down, eggs are way down. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. You've done a great job. Appreciate it. When we came in, the eggs were through the roof. They were 4 times higher than they've ever been. And my first question from you people, well, what are you going to do with eggs? I said, what's the problem with eggs? That was caused by Biden, or whoever was operating the auto pen actually caused it, I guess, because I don't think he knew too much about eggs. Factories are booming compared to before I took office. Domestic auto production is going to be, it's going to be so thrilling in 2 years when you see the numbers, because they're building plants all over the country. They're all coming in because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs. And if they build their plant here, they don't pay the tariffs. And they're pouring into our country, and you know about AI and you know about but the auto plants, that's the good old-fashioned stuff that I love. The auto plants are pouring into the United States of America. They're coming from Mexico, they're coming from Canada, and they're coming from Europe, all over Europe. And it's been pretty amazing. So factories are booming. And when they actually open, right now they're booming in terms of construction. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg. And you'll see this is AI now. I never understood. I said, well, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million, you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said $50 billion for a plant. I said, what the hell kind of a plant is that? But when you look at this, you understand why it's $50 billion. So this is one he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook, as people understand it to be. But look at that. That's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up. A lot of them are going up now. I don't know that big. Actually, Mark is building 4 of them, and others are building similar places. And when these things open up, I'll tell you what, our country, we're leading China now in AI, substantially leading China. And the reason is because we're letting them build their own electrical facilities. We would need double the energy that if you take all of the electricity that we produce right now in this country, you'd have to multiply it times 2 or maybe 3 times. So 3 times more than we have right now for everything, to operate your toaster and everything else, okay? 3 times more. And the way we are able to succeed, because China goes out and builds these massive plants. They're right now building 58 coal, in this case, almost all coal-fired plants. And coal is back with this country too, by the way. You know, there's a reason they use it, because it's good. It works for them. And we call it clean coal. We don't call it coal. We call it clean, even very clean coal. But we have coal going up. We have nuclear going up. Nuclear is very much in vogue now. It's safe and inexpensive and great. We don't allow windmills. We're not allowing any windmills to go up. I mean, unless there's a legal situation where somebody committed to it a long time ago, we don't allow windmills. And we don't want the solar panels that I was speaking with the secretary about, because they take up, you know, thousands of acres of our farmland. You see these big, ugly patches of black plastic that comes from China. And the solar is, you know, I like solar in some ways, but for firing up your big plants, it doesn't work. It's very unstable, but it really takes up your farm. The farmers are saying, you know, they're building these massive blotches in the middle of the fields all over the country. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. So we're not heavy into that at all. And windmills, we're just not going to allow them. They're ruining our country. They're ruining everyone. If you look at, I hate to mention countries, but you look at the UK, what's happened at UK, they have energy costs have gone through the roof. It's because of wind. They want to do everything, close up the northern parts of the country. They have oil. It's tremendous. And they closed it up, and they've been, I tell them, you're my friends, but man, you're going to have a bad awakening very soon. It's going to be very bad. They're ugly. They don't work. They kill your birds. They're bad for the environment. And if you look at them from a house, your house is worth less than 50%. So I'm trying to have people learn about wind real fast, and I think I've done a good job, but not good enough, because some countries are still trying, and they're destroying themselves. Those are countries that are really destroying themselves. I hope they get back to fossil fuel, because right now, Chris, whether we like it or not, fossil fuel is the thing that works. And then you can add nuclear with it and other things, but fossil fuel is what works if we're going to fire up those big monster factories. But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet, because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants, and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants, but think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's going to be, I hope they remember that it was this way. I hope this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in, and they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany. They're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got brought into the picture, and that means people are going to want to make steel here. We just made a deal with U.S. Steel. As you know, we have an outside company come in, spend $17 billion on building new plants, new everything. It's great, and it stays right here in America. So we're doing amazingly well on steel, and domestic oil production is up by more than 300,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of barrels, and you're going to be talking about that in a second, I think, Chris and Doug. These two people have done a fantastic job, and we have We have the oil price down to about $62 a barrel. So just so you understand, because a lot of you like to talk about costs and prices, but I watch so much fake information. Product costs are down. Energy is way down. Energy brings things down. You know, with energy, that's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.5. So then he immediately went back to the Trump plan that they terminated, but it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something great, and they blew it. Since the inauguration, we've created over 500,000 new private jobs, and if you notice, when the numbers come out, government jobs are going down and private jobs are coming up, and that's what really fuels the country. It's easy to hire people and pay them for doing something that maybe is not very productive, but government jobs are down, actually substantially down, and private jobs are way up, and these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're going to see the new job numbers are going to be through the roof because of all of the different businesses that are moving into our country. And not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I built a lot of hotels and things, and I'd go to North Carolina, I'd buy the greatest, they were the greatest, most talented people. And then China came along and took all of those jobs away. If they would have tariffed them, China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs. But we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen. I'd be there and I'd watch them. I'd say, I'd like to have a rail in that chair. Maybe can you fancy it up a little bit? How about this, sir? And they'd hand me a thing. It was like they were artists. They were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others. All of a sudden, you're ordering your furniture from China. It was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said it costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places, South Carolina too, to a lesser extent. They make furniture. But furniture, we're going to put a very substantial tariff on. We've already announced it. It'll be done pretty quickly. And when that happens, everyone's going to start. I just tell you, North Carolina, go out and start getting the grandchildren and the children, start teaching them, because some of those incredible artists that I knew as young people, they're older people now, but they still have the talent and they have time left, but they're going to be teaching their sons and their daughters and their grandchildren, and it's going to be a beautiful thing to see. It's going to happen like magic. It's going to happen without question. It's not like, gee, I hope it happens. It's going to happen. The results of Ford that just announced it's going to create 4,000 new jobs, American jobs. Hyundai, 14,000 jobs. General Motors is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico back to the United States where it belongs. Don't forget, we lost 55% of our auto production over the last 35 years. 55%. We were the auto capital of the world. Like there was nobody even think about challenging us. We lost 55% of it to Mexico, Canada, China, a lot to China, and other countries. And it's all coming back. We will be bigger. A couple of years, we'll be bigger than we ever were. We'll be more dominant. We'll be bigger. We make great product, too. We're starting to make really great product. We're going to be bigger than we ever were. We're going to be at the level that it was when we were the only one that really, we sold to the world. And we're going to be back selling to ourselves and other parts of the world. It's not going to be the same, but it's going to be equally as important as it was in the heyday 30 years ago. But we lost more than 50% of the automaking capacity. In fact, the unions, the auto unions, as you know, the top guy didn't know me, didn't like me, and now he likes me. He says, man, I can't believe what Trump has done. But the auto workers voted for me. They understood better than anybody else. The auto workers, the Teamsters voted for me. Teamsters are great. They all voted for me. No Republican has ever gotten the support of the Teamsters and the auto workers. And now the head of the auto workers, I mean, it's so amazing. I watch them on television there. They can't even believe what happened. And I told them all what was going to happen. We secured new market access for American agricultural exports all over the world. Our secretary is doing a great job. Thank you, Brooke. And we have negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, who was here yesterday, and the European Union. Foreign nations are now paying hundreds of billions of dollars straight into our treasury, and numbers that nobody's ever seen before. As you know, we made trade deals with a lot of countries, and many of those countries, just to be able to sit at the table, are paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We made a trade deal with the European Union. They were rough on us for a long time, and now we have a very good deal. We made that with them. Trillions of dollars is coming into our country. Trillions. Far beyond billions, trillions of dollars. Wouldn't you say, Scott?
Yes, sir.
And in a short period of time, they have to buy $750 billion worth of our energy product. Energy is great. We have more than anybody else, so we're using it. But the European Union is a done deal, and Japan is done. And, I heard there was a problem with South Korea, but we met yesterday, and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal. They wanted to see if, I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been here really for a few months because, you know, it takes you a little while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things, prepare for the battle, right? So we really only been here for a very short period of time, and we cut the trade deficit in half. Is that right? That's fantastic. I didn't even think we were going to do that. And remember, these are things that are being built. These things, all these numbers up here, they're not open yet. When they open, you're going to see things happen in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years, despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world. We did a great job with it, never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody, including Putin, said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it. And we did a great job, but it was a horrible, horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan, which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you could possibly do, and we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. The whole world was robbing us blind. Friend and foe. They were stealing our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is, but we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill that, I'm not going to use the term great, big, beautiful, that was good for getting it approved, but it's not good for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class. It's a massive tax cut for jobs. And it's, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And, just think of that, and no tax on overtime. So you work overtime, you don't have to pay tax on overtime. That's good. The Democrats don't know what they're going to do. So they have like this soundbite. You know, they have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word, and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite. The bill is death. It's not, we strengthen Social Security. We strengthen Medicare, Medicaid. The job we've done on Social Security is, if the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the country's going to fail. There won't be any Social Security. And I made that pledge to you. We're going to take care of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and we're doing that in spades because the country is becoming so successful again. And it hasn't been this successful. I think in the end, it will never have been this successful. I don't think it'll even be close with what's happening. Every American is seeing a tax cut as a result of the bill. The average police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra in the fact that they would have had to pay that kind of money on tips. And I never realized that the government was so strong on that. But waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after them. Like it was horrible. That's how it all started with me. It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. They said, well, that was nice. They should have announced it. I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. But a lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, you know, Trump was right. They've never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand what we were trying to explain to them was going to happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States because they don't want to pay a tax. If they're not here, they have to pay a tax. And it didn't seem that complicated, but it's working at a level that nobody can imagine. You know, this is working $4 trillion, but that's a big number. It's a number that nobody ever heard of before. But $4 trillion is exciting. But that's nothing compared to what's happening, because these places haven't even opened yet. Some of them haven't even started hiring yet. They're under construction. So it's construction jobs, but it's not the big number, and the big numbers, when they open, they're going to be very successful. It's a revolution. We're also working on things to ensure that the awesome power of artificial intelligence is used to benefit all Americans, including American workers and also American children. In that spirit, our wonderful First Lady has just announced a presidential AI challenge. It's going to be a very good challenge, I can tell you. She's put her heart into it, which will inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this vital technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television, the new everything, all put together in one. This is why when I show you a picture like that, I mean, I show you this. This is a factory superimposed over the island of Manhattan, and you have many of them being built right now all over the country, or soon to start. Some of them have started. This one has actually started. That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it, nobody could do better. There's nobody. So every young person should go to AI.gov to learn more, AI.gov to learn more. And you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind of a challenge. It involves AI, which is very exciting to people. So I want to thank her, raise a lot of money for children. We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the America worker first. And, you know, the Republican Party has picked up 4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. No, they're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. He's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, no, don't let him do this to you. It's another trap. It's another trap. What he's talking about, like men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3, like transgender for everybody. They fought for it. They're still fighting for it. I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well, fighting like hell for men playing in women's sports. You don't understand. They're human beings also. Well, I agree they're human beings. But you can't have a 7-foot guy playing basketball with the women. You know, just one of those little problems in life. And we all have our place. That's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap. And this is the worst of all. He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. No, it's a trap. Don't do it. And then I saw this poor, stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy. He looks like he's aged 100 years. And I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, secretary. But I will tell you, this is the best of all. And they're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor you have in Illinois. This poor guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family, but he was no good. They threw him out. He's governor of Illinois, and he goes about Trump, we don't need his help. Chicago is the worst. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history. And now, over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard, and we've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, I mean, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? Mm-hmm. He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was at a game, I don't know, like the Army-Navy game or something, and I met him in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman. I never met him before. Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television and says, oh, Trump is a dictator. He's a dictator. And a lot of people have so the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control. It's out of control. In New York, it's out of control. Not as bad as Illinois, by the way. Not even close. In California, you would have not had the Olympics had I not sent in the troops, sent in the National Guard. They did a fantastic job. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup coming. I got them in my first term, and I was really sad because I said, oh boy, I got them, and I won't be president. And little things happen. Thank you, God. Thank you. Little things happen. Think of it. You could ask Johnny. Johnny would tell you, he's the head of World Cup. He's a great guy, too, great commissioner. But he's the head of the World Cup. He said, Trump is the only reason we're doing this. And the sad part is that I was not going to have it. I would have to be, probably I wouldn't have even been invited to the game, depending on who's president, right? And I got that. I did not get 250, okay? The 250th anniversary, I did not get. I'd like to claim it, if I might, but I didn't get that. That was whether I was president or not, it was still 250. I'd like to take credit for it. What I will take credit for is we're going to have a better celebration under Trump than you would have had under some stuff. That I'll take care of. We're going to have a safer place, Christy, because of you and Tom Homan and everybody, right? But, so we have 250 coming up. We have the World Cup coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls. And we have the Olympics coming up. So we're going to have a very exciting 3.5 years remaining. We're going to have a very exciting. It's going to be done. It's going to be done properly. So, I just want to tell you, our country's in incredible shape. Our military is strong and powerful and respected. We had some fantastic decisions from the Supreme Court that let us put the people into the military and other businesses that are best for the job, as opposed to some woke reason that was killing our country. That was a very strong, very powerful. You can now go into a company based on your ability, as opposed to being forced in based on some factor that cannot make our country great. That was a big decision, very, very big decision. And we've had a lot of great decisions, and we've all made some great decisions sitting around this table. I want to thank Scott. Unbelievable what's happening financially with you and Howard. And Vice President's involved in everything, and he's been great. And Marco has been, really, I think you're born for this job. I don't think you should ever run for another office. I don't think you should, really. You're so good at this. He is so good. And everybody likes him, everybody likes him. But everybody, much more importantly than like, I think you would say, is respect. They respect Marco. They respect all the people around the table. So what I'd like to do is, I'd like to go around the table. You seem to like it. Your audience seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, about crime, because we have a young lady here, Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city, and I'm not going to let that happen under this administration. That was last year. And would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So first of all, thank you, Mr. President.
Do you want to listen to this?
For having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NTD, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun at my face and threatened me to hand over my phone, my wallet, my laptop, and everything else. And when I refused, he used the butt of his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, or what some people call pistol whip me, before running away. And that has deeply traumatized myself and my family. Ever since, I've never dared to walk in the street of DC at night, ever. And my family was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing right now, because
being honest.
Such incidents involved not just me, but also my family. If he had shot me, I could have died right there in the middle of nowhere without my families or my friends knowing, at the age of back then, I think 23, just starting my career here in DC without even starting a family. But now I'm very blessed to have this opportunity to.
So you had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger, because these are animals that don't know what the hell, they couldn't care less. The pulling the trigger to him is a very minor event, and I'm sure he's done it before. So how did you, and you did refuse to give it, which would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right? But you refused, but I understand that. So, and then he hit you real hard.
Yes.
It's really amazing that you weren't shot. That was.
I'm very blessed, and that's why having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today. One, I'm very grateful for God for allowing me to still survive to this day, but also to Mr. President. Thank you for now making DC safer.
Thank you very much.
For us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way. Thank you so much.
And there are other reporters and journalists, good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently. And not violently, too, pretty badly. But, and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't, I told my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in D.C., and they weren't doing it 12 days ago. They would never even think. One of my friends went out 5 times. It was 4 times the last time I told. Now it's 5 times. He said, I love going out to dinner, and restaurants are starting to open again. A lot of them closed because, nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do. I do pass by Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. It does make me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. It's nice. And those are tough troops, too. Those are not politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have tough guys, tough people, including some tough women. But we have tough people, and when you look at them, I'll tell you, they showed one scene where a bunch of Tren de Aragua guys, or whatever, maybe MS-13, maybe MSDNC, okay? Because to me, they're worse. I think they're worse. MSNBC maybe is worse than Tren de Aragua. Real scum, real dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang, I think it was Tren de Aragua, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Get out of here. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. These are people that beat up people all day long, and they're calling these soldiers. That's what they are. They're real soldiers. There's no games. I said, you don't have to be politically correct. And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, with the soldiers standing like this, and you'd have some guy or some woman sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing there, and they're told you cannot do anything, and they start spitting, actually spitting in their face. And I said, you spit, we hit. And they're totally authorized to do that, all of those things. But your story is great, and there are other stories here, but they don't have to tell them. But some people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them. But it was like a jungle, and it's not a jungle anymore. And it's going to get so good that this will be the safest capital there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation, anywhere. And right now, it's one of the most unsafe places, but not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation. And they have to stop issuing false crime numbers because, I mean, I heard the mayor, and I like the mayor, you know, fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she did her job, I wish she were a horrible person who did her job. But she's probably nice, I guess. I don't care. I want her to do a job. But they issue false numbers. She said crime is down, you know, before we got, now they can say crime is down. Crime is very much down. But what they did is they issued numbers. It's the best in 30 years. Not the best. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's much worse. And they gave phony numbers. And then they fired the man who didn't want to write the phony numbers. He got fired. And I guess that whole situation's under investigation because it's a very important thing, Pam. I mean, if they're going to give these phony numbers, it's a false feeling that you get crime. You have to do something about it. And you can't go around saying, "Oh, Washington D.C. safe," if it's not. It's going to be very safe very soon. It's very safe right now. You're going to go out, have dinner. People are going out all over the place. They're walking. I have people that work in government, strong, tough cookies. They can take care of themselves. But it doesn't help to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun shooting you in your face, you can be the strongest guy in the world. A guy has a gun, shoots you in the face. It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you worked. And so we have the toughest guys and we have the best guys. And I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble, but we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems. Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. And this guy, I don't even think he knows it. He's another candidate for president. Between him and Newsom, you got some real beauties, I'll tell you. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion. You wouldn't have the Olympics. We went in, and the sheriff, the boss, said, thank God they're here. You could see his tape. He said, we were not able to control what was happening. That was the sheriff. And he said it loud and clear. And, they're suing us for going in and cleaning up crime. And yet their own sheriff said on the first or second night, he said, we could have never handled. That was going to be, you were not going to have the Olympics or the World Cup, because that would be, there wouldn't be anything left. They shouldn't have lost 25,000 houses. The water was turned off from the Pacific Northwest. And I was after them in my first administration, turn on the water, turn it on. Nobody could have believed this could have happened. But they had no water in the fire hydrants. They had no water in the sprinkler systems that people put up in their ceilings. There was no water. And yet we have tremendous amounts of water. They send it all into the Pacific Ocean, trying to protect a certain little fish that's not doing well, because it doesn't do well without water either. And it shouldn't be protected because it shouldn't be a protected species. But I think that's actually just an excuse. I actually think these people are sick. There's something wrong. So we send hundreds of millions of gallons of water a day into the Pacific Ocean. They turn a valve, and the valve heads out, and we turn the valve back. I actually had to do it using force. We turned the valve back, and now they have water, but not as much as they should have, because they should, and I'm telling Gavin Newsom by this conversation right now, turn the rest of the water on. Turn it on. So things are done that are so sad in this country. Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with common sense. We're smart, we're sharp, we're this and that. They're smart, but they're radical left people. And they can't help it. They're very smart, but they're radical left, and they're destroying our country, but they're not going to destroy it anymore. So we picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States, because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes 10% of what we pay in the United States, because they said, nope, we're not paying any more. You charge the United States. This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying. And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done, is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or 50. We're talking about a 1,500% cut, because people go to Europe to buy drugs, and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, not, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs, because you can buy them for 10%, 15%, 20% of what. So they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. I mean, you could ask anybody, I get along good with all of them. But I said, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world than we have. We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization. We're going to have equalization. So we pay the same price as the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world. And I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it. They had to go for years. I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean, I'll mention the company, and I'll mention him, because we had this argument my first term, and then we had it in my second term. In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point. And he threw up his hands. He says, you're right, I can no longer defend it. I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory in the United States versus a place in Europe or other places, including Canada, by the way, you could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20%, the cost of what we're paying, where we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money. He said, it's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really broke the ice, because they were sending well, we have to do research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries too. Well, they think the United States should bear it. I mean, I heard this stuff and I finally said, it's over. Now, you have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it. I told them, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you send into our country. That's much more money than what we're talking about. Then we have to get the drug companies to do it, and they'll do it because we have tremendous power over the drug companies too. So we're going to get it done. I just hope we get it done fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get the cost of medicine is going to be 1,000%. Think of that, not 2%. And I just tell this last story. When I was in my first term, in my last year, I was so proud of myself because drug prices went down for the first time in 28 years under my administration. You know how much they went down? 1/4%. And I was so proud of that. And I held a news conference, I think you'll be able to find it, congratulating myself and my administration because for the first time in 28 years, drug prices went down 1/4%. That is tiny, but it still went down. And I thought it was great. And then I realized, you know, it's a very complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart. I said, we're really getting ripped off by the whole world. The whole world is ripping us off. And what happened is I got on this kick and I got the drug companies to agree and I got countries to agree. And they're not agreeing because they think I'm a nice person. They're agreeing because I will put charges and costs and tariffs onto them that will be many times more than what they're going to be paying. So the companies are there and the countries are there, and we got to get it done, Bobby. We got to get it done, and we're going to have the biggest price of it. Now, that's going to lower Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is going to lower everything because drugs go for everything. It's going to have the biggest impact, I think, of anything that can possibly be done. But your costs are going to be going down for medicine, for prescription drugs, will be going down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. And that's going to happen in a matter of a very short period of time. Very short. And we're all set with the countries, and we're all set with the companies. That's all you need, the two. And the middleman gets cut out. Under this scenario, the middleman doesn't exist anymore. That was the other thing. They always blamed the middleman. I said, who are the middlemen? Nobody knew who the middleman was. You know, that's right. They had the most complex formula. It was genius, but they didn't get away with it. So I'm counting on Bobby. Do you want to start, Bobby? Maybe we'll start with you. You can start with that and then go on to what we're talking about.
We are deep into MFN negotiations, most favored nation status negotiations with 14 companies. Howard Lutnick is a breath of fresh air, and I think he's going to help us get across the finish line with the leverage that we have from there.
They're smart. Don't let them get away with it, Howard.
Well, the combination of Bobby's MFN and the 232 pharmaceuticals, which we launched together, right. When you put those two together, it really gives Bobby the tools to go execute your plan. So I'm supporting Bobby as he executes his plan.
Good. Right?
Yes. And this cabinet meeting is supposed to be about working Americans and bringing jobs back to this country, and particularly rural America. And I want to mention the big, beautiful bill. Right now, we spend 7% of Medicaid dollars on rural hospitals. So they're getting the short end of the stick. It's about $19 billion a year. Under the Rural Transformation Program, we give them an extra $10 billion a year. So we're raising an infusion of cash to rural hospitals and rural communities by 50%. It's going to be the biggest infusion in history, and it's going to restore and revitalize these communities. And we can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our rural communities, which are the source of our values, our virtues, our character, our economy, our food. And you are bringing that back. You are bringing those communities back. I wanted to talk, because you mentioned the wind farms. We now have an interdepartmental coalition, a team which is Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth. We're all working on this issue. And Lee. Sorry, Lee. We're all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them are...
They're massive. It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades blew up on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it's dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them, and that's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the cost of energy from these projects is 39 cents a kilowatt hour. The average cost in this country is 17 cents per kilowatt hour.
And natural gas is 3 cents.
Right. So it is the most expensive energy. I've been representing commercial fishermen for 40 years. They are so excited about what you're doing, Mr. President, because their fisheries are being wiped out. As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish fisheries just disappear. The fish leave the area. They've killed 160 whales in the last 2 years. Oh, they're wiping out the whale population, the Atlantic whale population, the big whales, the minkies, the gray whale, or the humpback whales, the right whales. And you are going to save the whales on the East Coast because of this. And you're going to save these economies that are based upon commercial fishing. I'll say one other thing about fishing. We are now, the South Asian nations are now dumping shrimp on our country. The shrimp is heavily contaminated. We just stopped a shipment that was contaminated with cesium-157, which is radioactive. They're farming these shrimps, and they use bactericides and antibiotics and all kinds of chemicals, and the shrimp are so contaminated that the European nations won't take them, so they're dumping them all here, and they're putting out of business. We have the most sustainable, highly regulated fishery in the world. What our fishermen do is a good thing. And all of the trawlers in the Gulf and Alaska are being shut down because we're getting shrimp dumped here. So we have now increased FDA inspections of shrimp to make sure that Americans are not buying and eating contaminated shrimp and putting our shrimpers out of business. I talked just very briefly, we have an historic agreement on pre-authorization. We brought together 80% of the insurance industry, which has agreed to, for 80% of diseases and injuries, to give immediate pre-authorization so that when you go to your doctor's office and he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is, you will immediately know whether your insurance company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades, and we, because of your leadership, brought the insurance industry together and got them to voluntarily agree to do this. Similarly, we've made another historic agreement with personal health records. The 60 biggest tech companies in our country have all agreed to allow Americans for the first time access to their personal data, which they own, which these companies have been monetizing without permission. You're going to be able to see by next year all of your health records on your cell phone. It's going to save lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term, and then the Biden administration refused to enforce it. We've now brought at HHS, under your leadership and my leadership, more enforcement actions than during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools and the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education. Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diets, and the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe the drugs. We're going to change that, so if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about diet. And then finally, most importantly, the Pete and Bobby Challenge. I want to give an update. I got 5 minutes and 48. It's 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and you try to do it within 10 minutes. I got 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Pete beat me. I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes and 25. The cabinet leader is Scott Turner. Despite a dislocated arm. He got 5 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only exemptions currently existing is if you can hit a 50 at Bedminster, which President Trump did with Bryson DeChambeau. So he's the only one exempt in this room. Everybody else.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could just, I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show, what's happening in our country and some other countries, but mostly our country. How are you doing on that?
We are doing very well. We will have announcements as promised in September. We're finding certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism. And we're going to be able to address those in September.
It's such a big day. I'm looking forward to that day because there's something wrong when you see the kind of numbers that you have today versus 20 years ago. And those numbers, what are those numbers, Bob?
In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study in history was done in Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it, and they found an incident rate of 0.7, in other words, less than 1 per every 10,000 children. Today, our most recent numbers are 1 in every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting 1 out of every 19 children, American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 12.5 boys
Look
today.
at those numbers. So there has to be something artificially causing this, meaning a drug or something. And I know you're looking very strongly at different things, and I hope you can come out with that as soon as possible.
We will.
So 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 or 34 or 12 if it's a boy. Can you imagine that? 1 in 12. That's for a boy.
1 out of every 12.5 boys.
It's not even believable that that could be. And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago. I've been hearing these numbers, and they get worse and worse every year. There's got to be something. I think there's nothing, including favored nations and everything else, there's nothing that can be, if you can find out the reason that that's happening, and I know we're gonna do some things. I think it's. I think we maybe know the reason, and I look forward to that press conference, to be with you on that press conference. That's going to be a great thing. Thank you, Bob. You're doing a great job. Linda, how about it? And we want nothing less than $500 million from Harvard. Don't negotiate, Linda. They've been very bad. Don't negotiate. Go ahead.
All of that's working. Well, Mr. President, thank you very much. Since we are focusing today on Labor Day, and I know that Kelly and Lori are both going to echo some of the things that I'll say as well. We are really focusing, on our workforce. But what I'm finding with great joy around the country is that states really are being innovative and working more with middle schools and with high schools to make sure that we are having hands-on learning, their pathways to jobs that are happening now. And if we see more and more of our community colleges working with our middle schools and our high schools so that high school students are graduating not only with a diploma, but a certificate that they have worked with, perhaps with a Toyota or another company that is coming in, public-private partnerships. And they're learning on the job so that when they graduate from high school, they're ready to go into the workforce, because we know with all of these wonderful jobs that are coming back into the country through AI, through just our normal jobs, that we need electricians, HVAC operators, et cetera. If we don't have this training, we're not going to have the workforce we need for all these wonderful jobs. So governors are really excited about this prospect. I've been now to several states and visited community colleges and tech schools with governors, and they're just all on board for getting this done. I think it's one of the best things that we're hearing relative to the job market. So we're just kind of focusing on that for today.
So we're bringing education back to the states, to put it in a more simple fashion. We're going to let the states educate our children again. And, you know, we're rated out of 40 countries, we're 38, 39, or 40. So obviously, it's not working what they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years. And if you go back, the best are like Norway, Denmark, Sweden, some of the other, Finland. They're very highly rated. If you go back to just take a look at anything you want to do, you just look at us in the past. If we gave Iowa or gave Indiana or gave, and I don't say every one of them, you know, a guy like Gavin Newsom's not going to do well. Certain states won't do well. But even California, you cut it up into sections. You have Riverside, you have this, you have that. You cut it into 5 sections. And, you know, if you had a good governor, you'd be able to do well. But certain states will be able to compete with Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and everyone. It'll be just as good. So I figure you have close to 40 of those states. Mm-hmm. And then you'll have 10, you'll have 5 that won't be very good. You have 5 disasters, and we'll have to work on those disasters. But for the most part, we will have education that will go zooming up in those charts, just like we have in everything else we've done. And I think it's one of the most important things we're doing at this table. So bringing education back to the states where you have the parents running it, where you have the school boards that are local. We have people running from Washington that have never even been to the state that they're in charge of. They've never even been there, and I don't think they care about it. So we want to close up the Washington buildings, sell the buildings off, let somebody else get rich with the real estate, because it'll be a crime-free city. By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty. And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody kills somebody, like you could have been killed, very lucky you didn't get killed, it's the death penalty, okay? Fantastic job you're doing. Thank you, Linda. Very much appreciated. How are you doing with the colleges, by the way? You're doing some pretty good work in terms of getting them to treat people fairly.
Well, interestingly enough, since we've been negotiating with some of the Ivy League schools, I have presidents of universities calling every single week. They want to sit down and talk to us about all of the steps that they are taking, because they would like to not come under the same investigative program. And so it is having its desired effect.
That's great.
If I shot across the bound, the big guys, people kind of step in line and know you mean business, and we have teeth in these agreements. And I'm proud of the work that we're doing there.
Well, they misbehaved, and some of these schools are getting billions and billions of dollars, and they misbehave. So that's it. And so one way or the other, we're going to win that whole thing. It's going to straighten them out. Okay? Thank you. Great job. Lee, please.
Mr. President, the Trump EPA has a special Labor Day message to America's workforce, especially our auto workers, our coal miners, our steam fitters, our pipe fitters, and the list goes on. See what a difference a year makes. A year ago, the way that the Environmental Protection Agency was operating, the choice was made to protect the environment, we would have to strangulate the economy. That's the way that the EPA operated for years. There was a binary choice. We had to choose one or the other. The Trump EPA completely rejects that. See, we choose to protect the environment and grow the economy. And a very special shout out to Russ Vogt and his team at the Office of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions. We just announced a proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding, all of the light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle regulations that followed. It is the single largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States government. And when you add up the dozens of different actions that we have announced and that we're working through, in one agency in 1 year, we'll do more deregulation than entire federal governments have done across all agencies, across entire presidencies. And what we are accomplishing would not be possible if not for the support of the rest of this team you've assembled around this table. The well-oiled, well-wired machine at the White House, led by Susie Wiles, and the DCOSP, the policy shop, led by Stephen Miller, they have been amazing to work with. I was just in Iowa with Administrator Loeffler, who made an announcement with Secretary Rollins to reverse the deratement on diesel exhaust fluid systems. Mr. President, you said you wanted water flowing faster. Working with the Secretary of Energy, we've done our part to do that, to get gas cans flowing faster, to stop that annoying start-stop feature in vehicles. See, people out there might say, well, why are you focused on all of these little things? If it's little to you, it doesn't mean that it's not a very big deal for millions of other Americans. The charge was clear when you called me in November and you asked me to do this job. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Unleash energy dominance. Advance cooperative federalism, permitting reform, make America the AI capital of the world, bring back American auto jobs. What we are accomplishing now, again, wouldn't be possible if not for your leadership. I'm grateful to the American people for electing you and our amazing Vice President. I was just in Mexico City announcing and signing on behalf of the Trump administration an agreement with Mexico for a permanent solution for the Tijuana River sewage crisis, which you have been so outspoken and passionate about in our conversations. It would not be possible if not for Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Johnson. The team at the State Department has been incredible. The work with the NEDC on permitting, to be able to get new pipelines built, to get new factories started. The list, it's amazing. So, you know, somebody out there might not realize the relationship between the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Defense. The amount of work with Secretary Hegseth and the Army Corps, from responding to the LA wildfires, to getting more water flowing in California, which is also something that Secretary Burgum is involved with, to helping the farmers, the ranchers and landowners to revise the waters of the United States definition so they don't have to go hire an attorney or a consultant to tell them whether or not a water on their property is subject to federal regulation. Thank you for putting this entire team together. It's an honor to be at the Trump EPA, where we choose to both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's a very happy Labor Day for America's workforce.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there, and as you know, we have very strict federal rules having to do with the rebuilding of those houses. And Lee was able to get the approvals done for everybody immediately. It was so fast, nobody could believe it. And the mayor and the governor still haven't gotten their approvals. And they're going to have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They want to build their house. They can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who has no idea what she's doing. And you have a governor who is such a bad governor. And the people are unable to build their house. The toughest permit to get was the federal permit by far. And yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which The initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers then comes in for the debris removal. The federal government, in clearing over 13,000 properties that were destroyed because of these wildfires. We've got to the point today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting for from the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready since the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said, "You're going to East Palestine right away." So that actually ended up being the first visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February, where we were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people who were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians rebuild.
And we're talking about also taking away some of the properties and building low-income housing on those properties. They're going to have problems like they've never had before. These people don't know what they're doing. So we have all our permits. Everything the federal government has to do was done long ago. They should have been. I went to a town hall with Lee, but we were there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. And I toured the site, and I met 100 homeowners, all standing in front of the site a couple of days after the fire, and they were ready to go right then. They wanted to just build right then. And the city won't let them do it. Los Angeles, I don't think it's that they won't. I think they're incompetent, okay, to be honest with you. I think they just don't know how to go about it. It is so badly run by Newsom and by Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass, she was in Africa during the fire. She knew the fire was starting to rage, and she decided to take a trip to Africa. These people they're just bad. You know, you talk about make America great again. They can never make America great again, but we are doing that. Congratulations, you found some interesting things, Tulsi. She's becoming a bigger and bigger star every day. She found a lot of good things. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. As we approach Labor Day weekend here, this is just such a great opportunity really to recognize your leadership as a true champion for working people. And I know we'll hear, as we go around the table here, how your focus singularly on putting the well-being and interests of the American people first is that common thread that we're seeing in your policies being implemented across your administration. For ODNI, number one, our focus is and must always be making sure that our intelligence community is focused on our mission, keeping the American people safe, secure, and free. We're doing great work on this front. I'll point out our National Counterterrorism Center, led by Director Joe Kent, are working across different agencies with Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, and others to catch terrorists, both those who are trying to come into our country, those who may already be in our country. They are finding the worst of the cartel bosses and making sure that they're not able to continue to wreak havoc and terror in our communities. Secondly, Mr. President, you have charged me with the mission of finding the truth and telling the truth to the American people. And we've exposed some of the worst examples of the weaponization of intelligence in the last several weeks. I will continue down that mission and that path wherever it leads. Transparency, telling the truth, is what will drive true accountability for the American people who deserve nothing less. And lastly, Mr. President, all of us are charged with being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I've gone through a reorganization for ODNI that we've announced in the last week. We've cut nearly half of redundant, unnecessary functions within ODNI, saving taxpayers over $700 million a year. We will continue focusing on our core mission in keeping the American people safe, and appreciate your leadership and your focus on this most critical task.
And you've also found many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election was. And when will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you once we have that information collected. But you're right, we are finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes in random offices, in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job. Thank you. We look forward to hearing it. The public looks forward. Thank you very much. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you, sir. Thank you for the largest tax cut in American history for working families. The average family of four is going to save about $10,000 take-home pay more a year. And what we're seeing is an increase in the child tax credit, the increase in the standard deduction. Hardworking families are going to benefit from this bill, and small businesses. There's no bigger beneficiary than Main Street, because small business makes up 99% of all businesses in this country. I've traveled to nearly half of our states, 24 unique states. I've made 40 state visits. In fact, I was with our great vice president at a small business manufacturer in Georgia last week. I was with a trucking company in Ohio. I was in Michigan at a motorcycle manufacturer. The return of Made in America is going to be driven by small businesses, because 98% of all of our manufacturers in America are small and medium businesses, 600,000 factories that employ 5 million people. And as Secretary McMahon mentioned, this work-based learning that is going on in professional and trade schools is real. I've visited them from Utah to Maine to Georgia and seen this revolution in education happening. So small businesses need skilled labor. Now that you solve for inflation, for the taxes, every Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase on the backs of hardworking Americans. And so you prevented that. And now we've got fair trade. And thanks to Administrator Zeldin, we're seeing deregulation. I mean, this diesel exhaust fluid crushed farmers and construction and other heavy industry. So rolling that back makes a real difference for small business. And your domestic economic agenda is amplified through small businesses, which is why small business optimism is above its 53-year average, finally. And so Main Street appreciates it. What Main Street wants now is a rate cut. They feel burdened by high interest rates. They would grow higher and expand more if they could, but the interest rates are really hurting them. And finally, I want to say thank you for your executive order on debanking. We're about to announce a major investigation on debanking. It happened to you and your family. It happened to me. It happened to thousands and thousands of Americans, and unfortunately, disproportionately on those that had conservative values, on Christians, on pro-life, on 2A businesses. And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program in the federal government. We have a network of 5,000 banks, so we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today, the average family and individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country. And I want to thank Pete and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, but criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you've had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here in this country illegally. Because of your strong message and you enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5 Americans have jobs today that they didn't under the previous administration. And they have those jobs because you created opportunities. You made this country safe. You opened up the economy. You enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion, just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors and said you have to do better. And we've saved the taxpayers over $13 billion doing that as well. So we're continuing to be accountable with taxpayer dollars, but sir, focused on doing the mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row, 0.
Incredible.
That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody. And Pete, good job. Not surprised. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Chrissy. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noem, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform you were elected on, which was to bring back the American dream, to bring jobs and opportunity for families across the country and to lower their costs so they can live their lives and expand the choices they have. You led off today talking about gasoline prices. I'll throw in diesel. If you correct for inflation, they're at multi-decade lows. This is a huge expense. This is a huge constraint on people's lives. We should celebrate that. Natural gas has become our main industrial fuel powering factories around the country. Natural gas prices are quite low in this country, and they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3 and number 4 producers in the world. So you've opened up American opportunity and energy together with the work of Secretary Burgum, Administrator Zeldin, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rawlins. You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data, and we can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with the plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity as they were going to build in that 5-year period. How do we lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're shrinking our supply of reliable electricity? How do we reshore steel and aluminum and automobiles and semiconductors and all those jobs Americans want back in our country when we're degrading and shrinking our energy system? We were going to hand that leadership to China in artificial intelligence, not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way before their retirement date. Some plants get to their end of life. That's a small percent of the planned closures. Most of those were just political nonsense at the cost to American taxpayers. So we have rapid new construction of power plants under in the United States. We're doing everything we can with suppliers who build the equipment for these power plants. They've got to build their factories bigger to build power plants in America. People thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big things in America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing for working Americans, particularly Americans that work with their hands. But we are seeing a revitalization of those people, of that optimism. You showed that picture of that plant being built in Arkansas, dozens of those under constructions, just in artificial intelligence. But the reshoring of steel, of aluminum, of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors, like this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get to become this awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream and we leaned in on it. But the wealthy in our country and the coastal elites that live away from where stuff's actually made, they just lost their way, and politicians just let them have it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging made people realize the American dream isn't dead. It's just been smothered, and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless your efforts. God bless your assembly of this team around this table. We're bringing the American dream back.
Thank you, Chris. It's a great job you're doing. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly, which I love. They have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament again that we are all working together every single day. We talk to each other often, and the workforce, the skilled workforce, the education factor, retirees, it's been so important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers, and now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer confidence up, unemployment is holding steady, and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce and jobs has been produced by the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor. And I will continue to say for a little bit longer, until I heard you today, the one big beautiful bill, because it equals one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed this legislation. It probably will be the single most important bill that they did sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by expanding Pell Grants and child care and reduction in taxes, that they can keep more of their hard-earned dollars. I am at the Department of Labor announcing $30 million in grants for our skilled workforce, that I have an MOU with Secretary McMahon. I have an MOU with Administrator Loeffler. That's important to share the data points on how important this is. In June, we awarded nearly $84 million in grants for the capacity of what? Registered apprenticeships, an executive order to have 1 million active apprentices across this nation, where we've already registered 185,000 since in the last few months. One of the other things that we have done is the Biden administration's guidance on cryptocurrency. And thanks to you and your leadership on that, we've rolled that back. And of course, we're going to see the 401k, the investors in our alternative assets. That's been key through the Department of Labor to work through. Partnering with our agencies, again, as I mentioned before, is important as we work together. I have visited, I'll be 31 states on my 50-state tour by the end of this month. I'm headed with Secretary Duffy, with the South Korean President Lee today, as we move through the shipbuilding We will do that in Philly, and then I'm off to New England to talk to those states about how important the apprenticeship program is. But while I visited Hexel in Salt Lake City, 100% domestic carbon fiber for the Department of Defense as they produce. They are announcing another $1 billion investment per your executive order on advanced manufacturing. So it is working. Everything that you have been saying since you were elected and since we all can put into play has been working. Ohio, McDonald's is investing 375,000 new jobs. The shrimpers, I visited as well, and they need our help in protecting that industry for our American fishermen and shrimpers. In Minnesota, I toured Cambria. When we're talking about quartz countertops, all made in America. And again, in Oregon, where we are expecting a crackdown. Thank you for what you are doing with your agents on ICE, and thank you for the prosecution that I hope you will come to Portland, Oregon and crack down. But while there are still good people, I was able to visit Buckeye Pacific, really a trading floor for the timber industry. So we still want to focus on great, hardworking American businesses. Mr. President, I couldn't be more excited to ring in Labor Day in Erie, Pennsylvania for the Labor Day Parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is an honor to serve this country. It is an honor to serve under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off, and Republicans will own Labor Day again, not Democrats. We will own it because we are, and you are the president of the American worker. So thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you very much, Lori.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that Lori was recommended by the Teamsters. And I said, that doesn't really work, does it? And it turned out to be one of our best choices. So I just want to thank you and Sean, who, as you know, recommended you very strongly. You really turned out to be a gem. Thank you.
I was able to talk to the president on the phone the other day. He called and we visited, and he said, but I know that you were, you know, a little bit middle of the road and not so sure. I said, Mr. President, I have been a Republican. He's like, what? Wait, what? Now I like you even more. I said, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
President, I'm working with everyone around this table almost daily on legal issues that we're winning on. But today, because it's Labor Day, President Trump, if I could focus on public safety. Not only domestic, but from our foreign adversaries. And Secretary McMahon, I know you know, kids are out of school this weekend. It's Labor Day. And Secretary Duffy, you know, our highways are going to be packed with travelers coming to not only our nation's capital, but all over this country. We're also going to have boaters, Secretary Duffy, right, on our waterways. It is illegal to be under the influence and on a boat. So get a designated boater if you're out on our waterways, whether it's the Potomac or the Gulf of America or the Pacific. Wherever you're out this weekend, people need to be safe. And on an international level, Secretary Rubio, thank you for all your help on everything we're doing, and everyone around this room. But yesterday, there was a big, big win. El Mayo pled guilty, and he was the co-founder of Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo. And there's even a Narcos Netflix series about these guys. Well, now we know the ending. He's gonna die in an American prison. They are one of the worst, El Chapo and El Mayo, some of the worst narco traffickers in our world. And he will spend life in prison now. And that's so important because those guys and others throughout this country, throughout this world, have brought into our country drugs, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines that's killing our kids. And we have to stop that. And that's what you've been doing, not only in DC, but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you know, don't know. Do not buy anything on the street. It could be laced with something toxic. We've seen so many fentanyl overdoses. And when you were here in DC, we showed you pictures of some of the drugs that had been seized right here in DC. President, they were packaged for children. Packaged for children. And people are dying from these around our country. So thank you, President Trump, for your leadership and for letting Americans know that it's now a safe place to go. But parents also have to know, college kids have to know, to be vigilant and not take this trash. Because you could be thinking you're taking a Xanax, an Adderall, anything,
and it could be laced with something very lethal.
It's a
So
great message.
thank you, President.
Great
Trump.
message,
Thank
and
you,
you've
President.
been fantastic this last 12 days in D.C. The job you and your whole group has done is,
All of us.
everyone's talking about it all over the world. I hate to have to talk about that, but we have to. It's becoming a very safe place again, and the work, I've seen how hard you worked the last, well, from the beginning in all fairness, but this focus on D.C. is so important for the country, so great job, and to everybody. Great
And
job.
President, it's a team around. We're all working hand in hand, side by side, all of our agencies together to make America safe and DC safe. And Iris, congratulations on your baby, and I'm so glad that you're safe now.
Thank you, Pam, very much. Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it would be helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock, not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first Labor Day a bigger and more special occasion. You heard, I think, Christie talk about this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign-born. Now that net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not letting foreign countries take advantage of us, we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries and companies that were formerly taking advantage of the American people. You heard Pam talk about the public safety and the success that we've had there. I happen to believe that maybe the most sacred thing that we can deliver to American workers is the ability to live safely and comfortably in their own neighborhoods. Public safety is not just something that should belong to the wealthy. It should belong to every working man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this administration, that is happening. And of course, Mr. President, you yourself talked about the inflation mess that we inherited under the Biden administration. Maybe the most striking and even shocking statistic of the Biden administration is that housing costs had gone up by 100% over the 4 years of the Biden administration, literally doubled, making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable. We've made great strides and great progress already. But to the American people who are listening, there's a lot more to do. We're going to keep on working hard at it, but it's an honor to do this job under the president's leadership and with this very great team that you've assembled. So we've done a lot, but there's a lot more work to do, and we're very cognizant of it. Thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you, Scott?
Good. Sir, as we've said very often, economic security is national security, and our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate from the American people. You're restoring confidence in government, a topic that is on the front of everyone's mind, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve's independence comes from a political arrangement between itself and the American public. Having the public's trust is the only thing that gives it credibility, and you, sir, are restoring trust to government. You are weeding out the waste, fraud, and abuse, and the old ways of doing things are not good enough. We are seeing a blue-collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue-collar wages have taken off. And the only other time that they've done this in the past 70 years was in your previous term. Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers while slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy. Inflation has plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP surging 3% last quarter. The blue-collar boom coincides with a CapEx comeback. In anticipation of your one big, beautiful bill becoming law, CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year. And as you and I talk about frequently, and as that chart or that photo attests, we are going to see, I believe, a bigger CapEx boom from here. This is just the beginning, just the beginning. You have saved this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again. Treasury is helping to implement these new provisions, as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be meeting with workers from local restaurants to discuss the positive impacts of the pro-labor reforms on no tax and tips. And I have to tell you, thanks to you, when I go into a restaurant or stop by a hotel doorman, I am the most popular person there. And since my first job at age 9 was as a busboy getting tips, I am going to spend Labor Day going from restaurant to restaurant talking to workers who receive substantial amount of tip income. So I'll hear directly from them how your one big beautiful bill is increasing their take-home pay and making a big difference. Now, we can also talk, that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department is taking in record tariff revenues that I had been saying was running at a rate of $300 billion a year. You chastised me for saying that it's not, that number is too low. And as usual, you're right, that we had a substantial jump from July to August. And I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way well over $500 billion, maybe towards the $1 trillion number. This administration, your administration, has made a meaningful dent in the budget deficit. The average budget deficit during this term is 26% less than the last 12 months under Biden. And even the CBO, and we don't agree with CBO on everything, as you said, last Friday, on a summer Friday, had to admit that they believe over the next 10 years, the budget deficit will be $4 trillion lower than they had previously scored. $4 trillion, $3.3 trillion of tariff income, $700 billion of lower interest cost, and I would expect that number could go up from here. So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American worker. Thank you for reclaiming Labor Day for the American people. You're growing the economy for everyone, especially the middle and lower income households who suffered disproportionately under the last administration, and it's an honor to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Scott. Brooke?
Sir, I dropped my second son off at college last week. And I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I wanted to put a little bit of a personal touch on this work. He started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M, for all my SEC friends in the room. Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. The country just feels different. It just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love. There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years and writing about it, that why are we ceding the day that we are celebrating the American worker to the Democrats? Because this is our day. Perhaps of any day of the entire year, this is our day. America was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and et cetera. The Genesis, the first book of the Bible, talks about the righteousness of work and the art of creation. And so to be part of this effort to represent the farmers, the ranchers, the agriculture industry at this moment in time, which I do believe we're in a revolution. 1776 was the first one, 1863 or so with Abraham Lincoln was the second. This is the third with Donald Trump leading the way. And we are saving America. And the idea that we are putting the worker, the very central component of the American dream, at the center of it is the reason that it is so. So at USDA, it continues to be my greatest honor to fight for the original American worker, whom I think the farmer is, and what they represent. And as we are building new systems and new structures, as we have this year going to have the best harvest on record for our row croppers and others, what this team has done and is doing to open up those markets to ensure that these farmers can continue to return prosperity to rural America. I'll finish with this. This morning, we had a working group with 6 of our cabinet members. Bobby Kennedy representing healthcare, Linda McMahon education, Lee Zeldin deregulation, Kelly Loeffler small business, Lori Chavez Rimmer labor, and Scotty Turner housing. And how you leading the way in your vision, how that will return the golden age to rural America, to the very fabric of our country. And whether it's better hospitals, better education, more opportunity, less government, better and bigger small businesses, better opportunities for our workers, and better housing, and of course the agriculture piece of that, through the big beautiful bill, what it did, the greatest investment in rural America in history. And now the opportunity to effectuate that is again a game changer, a country saver, and what a joy to be able to do it under your leadership. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Beautifully stated. Thank you very much. Scott?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so grateful to be here to celebrate Labor Day with the greatest team in America. And it is football season, so I'm happy about that. But Mr. President, I want to say thank you for, as Brooke said, reclaiming Labor Day. And you've been a tremendous champion for the American worker. I come from a hard-working family, as many people around this table do. And so thank you for helping us to change the conversation. And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table. And as everybody knows, you know, my job is to steward HUD. And we have at HUD been very intentional about changing the conversation about the dignity of work and the dignity and the honor of family formation through work, and how the younger generation, when they see their parents work, how they're incentivized to work. And that, you know, America is not a welfare state, but America was built on small business. It was built on entrepreneurship. And so as it pertains to housing, we're being very focused on that, and even some that receive HUD funding to make sure, like our Section 3, when you receive HUD funding, that you are given opportunities for the most vulnerable Americans that you serve to have work, to have opportunities to work, to have work requirements. Work requirements are not a bad word, that's a great word. Time limits is a great word, to incentivize people, able-bodied, able-minded people to work. And I believe that we are, under your leadership, sir, changing that conversation in America to where working is an honorable thing. And Secretary Wright talked about revitalization. Revitalization means to bring new life. And I believe we're bringing new life to America, Mr. President, through work and through all the jobs that people are doing around this table. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the most extensive tax break in American history, opportunity zones are now made permanent. And you know how passionate I am, and you are too, sir, about opportunity zones. And so this will allow us to continue to build affordable housing around our country. And Mr. Vice President, I'm coming your way. I'm coming to Columbus later this week and to see how we can continue to build affordable housing in our country with opportunity zones. And you know, 1 million people, Mr. President, were lifted out of poverty because of opportunity zones. $90 billion of private money was invested in opportunity zones, urban, tribal, and rural. And now that they've been made permanent, we're looking for millions more to be lifted out of poverty, $100 billion to be invested, hundreds of thousands of jobs to be created, hundreds of thousands of units of housing to come online. And so, sir, I sit here very excited about the future of this country. I'm very proud to be at this table, humbled to do so. And HUD, we're on a good path. So thank you for all your support and helping us, sir.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
God bless you.
And I want to give credit to Tim Scott, great senator from a place called South Carolina that we love, right? And Tim really came up with opportunity zones, and we did a good job of working with him, and together we created something that nobody speaks of very much, but it's probably the most successful thing that's ever been done of its kind. It's been amazing. So Tim Scott deserves a lot of credit for that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
So Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I get the opportunity to go hand by hand with all of these people as they move their deregs through the Office of Management and Budget. And I wanted to zoom out for a second. In the first term, you gave us a goal of 2 for 1. And then we outperformed it through your leadership. We came in at around 5.5, 6 for 1. And then as you're running for your second term, you put out a goal that when you put it out, I was thinking to myself, that's going to be a pretty ambitious goal. You said 10 for 1. Well, where we are right now, in just 1 month, in 1 year, basically 8 months, we are at 245 deregulatory initiatives planned by these agencies. That comes out to 30 for 1. So we are making incredible strides, and as you're focused on the details of each one, I mean, these aren't small things. Endangerment finding is one of the most deregulatory things in the history of this country. NEPA reform, incredibly deregulatory. WOTUS just came in, which is Waters of the United States. So every single one of these agencies is doing incredible work when it comes to deregulatory, and we add that to the work being done to get us going on energy, reduce spending. We're going to lower costs for the American people. We're going to be able to have innovative jobs and get them back to work. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job, Russell. Appreciate it. John, central casting, I call it. Central.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today as we're talking about jobs and workforce. At CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce. But at CIA, Mr. President, we had an additional challenge because, as you know, at times, our workforce had been misdirected. Its focus put on political narratives, some that even worked against you and always worked against the American people.
I heard about that.
But under your leadership and your direction, we have been focused back on the core mission of what CIA is supposed to be doing, which is to provide you and this entire incredible team around the table with a decisive strategic advantage in accomplishing your goals. And your success in that regard, the examples are clear and many. With regard to Iran, everyone knows that our DoD partners executed that mission flawlessly. But flawless military operations are subject to flawless intelligence. And as you know, Mr. President, CIA was the backbone in terms of its intelligence operations in providing that flawless execution that allowed you and your team to obliterate Iranian nuclear facilities and set back a nuclear program by years. Likewise, with regard to your ability to prevent and to preempt wars between India and Pakistan, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, in all those cases, CIA intelligence supported you and your entire team in making that possible. It's not just you, it's folks around this table, Secretary Bessent, Secretary Luckman, Trade Representative Greer, and their great successful negotiations on trade and tariffs. Again, it was a CIA workforce working to enable them to accomplish your goals. So as we roll into Labor Day, I tell you that the CIA workforce at the Trump CIA is grateful to be focused on what it's supposed to be, which is helping you prevent and end wars and to make America safer.
Okay. Thank you very much. You've been really fantastic, but I'm not surprised. I've known John a long time. I'm not surprised at all. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
Mr. President, working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. I tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you, because it's a privilege to go out there and represent you in your humanitarian effort, in your goals of solving conflicts all over the world. I think there were actually more than 7 conflicts that you've put to bed in the last 8 months. And I hear these, I travel all over the world. In Hostage Square, they talk about you reverentially. It's really quite amazing. I sometimes wish that I had a cam recorder with me and I could put you right there as I listen to it. I was in Gaza, the first American diplomat. On your behalf, And as we delivered food and aid pursuant to your new aid initiative, pushed forth by your great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who it is a privilege for me to work alongside, the people were applauding you. The signs were up. I mean, these are people who I just don't think you get the proper credit for it all. We are negotiating multiple entries into the Abraham Peace Accords because of your vision. Azerbaijan, all these different conflicts that we're out there on your behalf on, these are people who have never really seen the world change in this way. Peace through strength really, really works. Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Israel, Hamas, we're having meetings all this week on all three of those conflicts, and we hope to settle them before the end of this year. Your team is nothing short of incredible. And there's only one thing I wish for, that Nobel Committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since the Nobel Peace, this Nobel Award was ever talked about, to receive that reward. Beyond your success is game-changing out in the world today. And I hope everybody one day wakes up and realizes that.
Amen. Well said.
Thank you, Steve. Jamison, please.
Mr. President, I like to think of Labor Day as the Trump trade policy day. Because everyone around this table and everyone listening knows that one of the major reasons why American workers and organized labor voted for you is because of your trade policy and the policies you've had and advocated for 40 years or more. You have reset global trade policy in the past few months, and it shows that's been working for American workers. When you look at President Biden, in the last quarter of 2024, median weekly earnings fell 2.1%. In the first quarter of your term, they went up 3.3%. And that's why we're doing the trade policy we're doing. It's to help the workers of the United States of America. And they're the best in the world, but they can't do it without a level playing field. And you have flipped the script. For many years, the other countries had high tariffs and high non-tariff barriers, while we were open to all of their labor and services and goods and capital. You flipped it. Now we have the tariffs, and they have lowered theirs and the non-tariff barriers. And we couldn't have done it without you and the leverage you've created. So between the tariffs and the deals, the hot streak continues for the workers of America. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Really good job, by the way. He's a good negotiator. Good negotiator. Thank you. Please.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, I feel like, as everybody here has talked about how great working with this team is and all, but I do feel a special need that you've given me the privilege of working with the best of America. I get to take care of the veterans. I get to take care of the veterans who Labor Day really finds its roots in, if you think about it. We wouldn't have Labor Day if it wasn't for men and women who would leave their jobs and go fight this nation's battles to keep us free and independent so that they would have jobs to come home to. And over the past few years, they've been coming home to many times a government that was keeping them back, holding them back, taxing them, regulating them. And now we have veterans who represent the bill, the big, beautiful bill, they're the beneficiaries of. And I get to see them all the time because they're receiving the benefit, because they see the jobs, they see the care that they're being given. And these veterans can look at their country with pride, knowing that we're taking care of them, just like you told me to do. When your only statement you said to me, I asked you what to do, you said, go take care of my veterans. Well, that's what we're doing. One of the other things we're doing right now is, for many of you, I love to hear how you're deregulating everything, and I've worked from Congress and worked with many of you before. I get to do the same thing with the largest bureaucratic organization in the government. We're deregulating from the inside. And it's amazing to me because we have such a powerful workforce at the VA who really want to do good, but yet they kept tripping themselves up. They kept making their own, they'd take one step forward and put a regulation in that put them 3 steps back, and it always hurt our veterans at the end. We're taking that away. We're making community care again, Mr. President. We talked about this yesterday. We're making community care a part of our direct care system. So if a veteran wants to get into the community, they have our direct care, and they also have the ability to go into the community. Something that the previous administration decided they wanted to keep everybody inside because they thought it was a fiefdom they were building. I'm telling you, we're not building a fiefdom at the VA. We're trying to take care of a service organization that takes care of veterans. So how do we do that? We make best medical interest where a doctor can send a veteran to the community a lot quicker without having to worry about miles and time logged and wait times. Just get them the help they need. We've actually expanded out, and it's made a difference in this regulation, and also unleashed a workforce that is now free of the collective bargaining agreements and other things that have kept them from being able to do the job of national security that they've been intended to. I'm actually giving them the benefit of the doubt to actually go be the workers that they're called to be, and that's what Labor Day is about. The VA is going to have the best workers. But just to let you know how that's working out, wait times at our hospital are going down because we're getting them in our hospitals or into community care. And then one for you, Mr. President, you heard about this a lot, and that was backlogs. At the backlog when I first came in, and I've said this before, in February we had over 260,000 backlog. That means over 125 days of not getting an answer. In just a little over 4.5 months, we've dropped that over 100,000. We're under 150 and heading down to historic lows. We'll be within the next month lower than any time under the previous administration at all. That means our veterans are getting the help they need. So when you look at it this way, we've opened new facilities. We've put new facilities in places where workers can get to. We've expanded out hours, over 1 million extra hours, so veterans, younger veterans in particular, can get off of work and bring themselves and get their appointments in after hours or on Saturdays. That's what it means to be in the Trump administration. That's what it means to take care of veterans. That's what it means for Labor Day. Because you can't forget the ones who fought for us to be on this table today. And it's all because of what you've done and the progress that we've made.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and I hear it all the time. We have a 93% approval rating at the VA now. And you know what it was before? It was like horrible. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, there's been some conversation about the Pete and Bobby challenge. I would just note that I don't think Pete or Bobby could hold these sticks for 2.5 hours. Exactly. If they want that to be the challenge, so be it. But I think 50 pull-ups and 100 push-ups might be easy compared to
It really is. I didn't have this problem with Biden. It was in and out very quickly.
So kudos on Labor Day to the audio team that's holding the sticks. But Mr. President, it's pretty great to celebrate Labor Day with a builder who loves labor, who loves the men and women who have built this country, the people that sweat, that have great skills, they have grit, they do the dirty jobs of America that have made this country great, and you know them very well because you have worked with them. The great Trump projects have come from the very men and women we're going into this weekend to celebrate. We all want to claim Labor Day in our departments, but I'm going to claim this at DOT because, you know, roads, bridges, pipelines, shipbuilding, rail, passenger, and freight all fall under the great men and women who wear boots and make this country wonderful. And at DOT, we don't want to have the Congress spend money. We want to take the money that Congress gives us and actually deploy it and put these men and women to work building the great projects of this country. That you said, the big, beautiful projects that connect this country. And that's why we have got rid of the DEI. We've got rid of the green. We've done what we can to streamline the regulation to move these projects faster. Time is money, and time has been money. Even Democrats agree now that it takes too long to go through the regulatory process. So we're going to move these projects faster, putting the great American worker back to work. I want to make a quick comment. We've all probably talked about this horrific accident in Florida, and I appreciate the help of Christy and Marco on this very issue. But in May, we said, listen, it's a safety issue if you can't proficiently speak the English language. And we gave states a little over a month to comply. And Washington, California, and New Mexico have refused to comply. And by the way, this individual in Florida received a CDL from Washington, from California, and received a speeding ticket after our rule went into place, and they didn't stop him. And had they taken him out of service, he wouldn't have been in Florida, and we would have 3 beautiful people alive today. And I make that point because it's the work that maybe no one sees that then shines a light when horrific things happen, but also that your cabinet works together and teams up to make a difference for the American people. Real quickly, so we have a safety mission at DOT. I don't know that you'd think of the transit unions in the greatest cities of the country, New York maybe being one of them, that support us, but they do, because the violence in the subways and on our buses across the country, the transit workers are the ones who take the most abuse, and they're grateful for the mission of everybody around this table fighting to make their communities safer. So I appreciate everyone's help on that, but the transit unions love the effort that all of us have put in together. one quick FAA. We are about to put out a request for proposals for a big, beautiful bill. We got build. We got 12.5 billion in the big, beautiful bill. We need more, but this is a great start. I expect the middle to the later part of July, we'll be through the process to bring the proposed integrators to you for selection, so we're looking forward to that. We will have the most, I'm learning from you, this is going to be the greatest contract ever crafted in the federal government for this build for air traffic control. Really, it's innovative, and we have unique tools at FAA. It's going to be a great contract. Bobby left me out of the windmill conversation, Bobby, but so there was a study done in the last administration that said if you build windmills 1.2 miles, within 1.2 miles from a roadway, it can mess up the automation and technology on a car. Same thing 1.2 miles from rail. The last administration buried that report, Mr. President. And so now what we've said is, what we're going to do is say, listen, I'm sorry, it is a safety risk to build windmills this close to roads. By the way, they want to build them by roads and by rail. We're going to say no more. It is a safety risk, and we have a report to show that. And just real quick.
Good idea.
It's a good team effort. I wasn't invited to the party, but I'm still going to throw it to the party. Maybe next time, Bobby. One last thing. We have this Mars to Moon mission at NASA. No, Moon to Mars mission. Sorry about that. But sometimes people think that space doesn't matter to them. But if you look at every rocket that's launched, the machinists, the truck drivers, the electricians, the welders that build these rockets, in the industry that has developed over the course of the last 10 years in space, it's truly remarkable. It's not just rich guys sending up rockets in partnership with NASA. There's a whole industry of working men and women who we celebrate this weekend that build, refurbish, design the rockets that are making America the leader in space. So thank you for your leadership, and happy to celebrate this weekend with you, Mr. President.
Really great. And he is doing a good job at NASA too, and we are, I think we'll have some pretty exciting announcements.
Yes, we do.
And you enjoy it.
It's been fun.
I said, how about temporary? He said, well, can I go a little bit longer? He loves it. He loves it, and he's doing a really good job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard, please.
So, making America great again is one of the key statements, and people don't always understand what you mean. So we always talk about 1870 to 1913, but in the mid-1980s, America owned more of the rest of the world than they owned of us. We owned $140 billion of the rest of the world net of what they owned of us. And when you came into office this time, the rest of the world owned $24 trillion more of our assets than we owned of theirs. And so when people argue with you about, the trade deficit is nothing, the trade deficit sends 1.2 trillion of our dollars to them. And what do they do with it? They buy the great America. Because when we learned in college, what we learned was that if you keep printing these dollars, they're supposed to devalue. But the problem is we're too smart. We invented the light bulb, the transistor, the GPU, so they keep buying us. And the only president ever to understand it, and you understood it in the 80s and the 90s, and I used to see you on TV and you'd say, God, what are these people doing? And finally we've changed it. So let's go over what we changed. So Japan and Korea, they're never going to open their markets to us. So we've negotiated $900 billion that they're giving you to invest in national and economic security in America. The European Union, the second largest economy, $20 trillion. And all the experts said you'd never get a deal done with them. And watching you in Scotland was my favorite thing, right? 15%, they'll pay us 15%. And we will pay zero. So we can export to their $20 trillion economy, and they can pay to come to the great American consumer, right? So, a couple of other things. 4 days before you took office, the Commerce Department, which had the CHIPS money, they set up this thing called NatCast, which was a make-believe not-for-profit. and they signed contracts to wire them $7.4 billion. This was just nonsense. So we stopped the payment. We've got the money. It's an illegal thing to try to set up a department that's not the Department of Commerce, that kind of acts like the Department of Commerce. And what was it filled with? All these people who work for the Biden administration. I mean, it's exact corruption that you talk about. $7.4 billion now clawed back. Last week was the most fun. In 1 week, Intel came in, right? The Biden administration had given $11 billion to Intel, given it to them, done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, you know, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation, and Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion, who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well, then why don't we get something for it? So it's amazing. You're going to watch semiconductors come home, right? We don't produce semiconductors. We've got $165 billion for TSMC, but you're going to watch the whole ecosystem come home because Donald Trump is the only president who understands the magnet to make them come home is one word, which used to be your favorite word. Now it's dropped to number 4, which is tariffs. Right? Tariffs are going to bring semiconductors home. They are going to empower Bobby to execute MFN. Tariffs are going to be one of those tools that he's going to use to do that. We're going to do it for furniture. We're getting autos. We got steel, aluminum. I mean, it has been a blast, a blast. So 2 more things. The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president, and we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it. Patents. We have given tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to universities for them to do research, and they invent things. And you know who owns those patents? The universities. So we are going to make a deal with them all, which is if we give them the money, don't you think it's fair that the United States of America and the taxpayers who funded it get a piece of that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard, so Linda and I working together. I mean, it's so much fun to work with everybody here. I mean, we just have a blast, you know, because Linda's hitting Harvard and she says, what can we do? And now we send them a patent letter and we'll hit them again. So we're having fun together. This is the greatest cabinet working for the greatest president, and I just want to say thank you. I'm having the time of my life working for you, Mr. President.
Thank you. That was very well stated, wasn't it? Some things people don't think of too much. Thank you very much. Great job. Pete?
Sure. Well, amen to what Howard said. And I would just say, heading into Labor Day from the American military, sir, we happen to be the largest employer in America. We like to think we have a different form of employees.
Yeah.
Who need to be the toughest and the strongest and the most well-trained and the most lethal. And under the previous administration, and for decades, frankly, it was social justice, it was political correctness, it was divisive ideologies seeping into the ranks and changing how well we do our job. No more. Now it is only merit-based, gender-neutral, colorblind. The best of the best from the top to the bottom. That's our expectation. And so you've enabled that. So from the troops directly, which they ask me to say all the time, thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for common sense, for providing a shield for the rest of us to put America first and to apply peace through strength. We're in the strength business. That's our job, is to stand behind everybody here and alongside John in everything they do to keep the country safe. And the world is noticing. And I wish everybody could. There were 2 meetings yesterday that I think tell the story. One was, because today happens to be the 4-year anniversary of what happened in Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Mr. President, you had the families in, who you've met with multiple times, who when the cameras were on and not on, acknowledged sir, you were the only one that gave them a proper greeting, that recognized what they gave their sons and daughters in the debacle that was the withdrawal in Afghanistan, that we will bring accountability for at the Defense Department through our investigation.
That's good.
But at the same time, the world sadly took notice. Whether it was Israel, whether it was Ukraine, those wars never would have started if you were president. Instead, they looked at the foolishness of Joe Biden. Under your military, your Pentagon, we are restoring deterrence. Whether it's Midnight Hammer and those beautiful B-2s, 37 hours straight, whether it's counter-drug operations in our own hemisphere, whether it's the border, working with Christie and the national security team, whether it's LA, whether it's Washington, D.C., you name it, whether it's Europe. Our allies paying 5%, now our allies in the Indo-Pacific stepping up to do the same. That's a recognition that American leadership is here. And then in the second meeting, we were talking about what we're doing in D.C. and Pam's taking the lead. I have to say, just pause for a second. When I look around this table, yes, there's a national security team of Steve Witkoff and John and Scott and Howard and the vice president and Susie and Christy and Tulsi, but to every person here, we work together on a daily basis. And if you call me and I call you, if the answer is yes, how do we do it together? I think that's exceptional. It's what the American people deserve, and you've demanded that, sir. So I very much appreciate it. In that meeting on DC, I started my sentence by saying, the Department of Defense, to which you said that just doesn't sound right. So maybe next time we're here, my card will read Department of War. We'll see. But it's not, here's the thing, here's what people miss. It's not just about words. It's about the warrior ethos. It's about what the department is supposed to do. George Washington started the Department of War because he wanted us to win our wars. Our founders didn't want endless foreign entanglements. They didn't want endless contingencies and deployments. They wanted an empowered military that was, the handcuffs were taken off to fight to win and then bring those troops home. So my platoon in Guantanamo Bay, our motto was, those who long for peace must declare for war. We must prepare for war. We don't want war, we don't seek it. You are the peace president, sir. Because we are strong, our enemies know what we will do. And so whether it's Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense, that warrior ethos is changing. We're going back to basics. Our drill instructors can be drill instructors again, sir. So from the minute of the tactical of standards to the strategic of B-2 bombers, we're focused on what matters. Had a meeting yesterday on Golden Dome for America, which is on track to deliver strategically for the American people. Munitions, and the Deputy Secretary making sure our stockpiles are overflowing. That's our job. I'm an honor to be a part of it, sir. Thank you for your leadership.
That's great. I think I like Department of War better, but we'll make that decision, right? But you've been great. Thank you very much, sir. So Marco, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, everyone's made this comment already and needs to be echoed again. You were elected as the President of Working Americans, and that's why this Labor Day is so meaningful. For me personally, this is the most meaningful Labor Day of my life as someone with 4 jobs. And so, it's true. And but on the point of, you made it very clear from the outset, even in foreign policy, everything we did has to be pro-American. It has to make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. And there's just a few things I want to touch through because it involves your team under your leadership making it happen. The first is, for the first time in the modern era, we are truly on offense against organized cartels that are pumping poison, killer poison, into our cities. And that's a team effort. It's Christie's team, it's Pete's team, it's Pam's team, and obviously it's under your leadership. And by the way, we're getting incredible economic international cooperation. Countries just in the last week, Ecuador, Paraguay, Guyana, Trinidad, today Argentina, all joining us or trying to be helpful in advancing this. And this just, one thing is we're going to stop drugs from coming in and we're having record seizures, but another thing is to build an international coalition against the scourge on the international stage. The second is mass migration, illegal mass migration, which is dangerous for the country but harmful for American workers. What's happening on the border is essential, but it's not just what's happening on the border. And again, Christy and her team have been essential in this. We have countries all over the world that are actually helping us, whether it's through safe third country agreements, whether through its stopping the migration flow from coming here in the first place. Incredible international cooperation. You've redefined our border. It's no longer just our physical border. We are doing things ahead of time to prevent this from happening and getting cooperations from countries that we've never seen before. And last, I would say, and Steve touched upon this, who, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. Steve is both a great negotiator and he's also a nice guy, which are two tough things to pull off together. But it's incredible. But we both work for the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority. And just since the last time we've met, there was a war going on in Cambodia and Thailand, between Cambodia and Thailand. The president just picks up the phone and tells them to stop fighting, and within 72 hours, the fighting had stopped. You know, there's no other leader in the world that could have done it. And the fact that you were willing to spend time to do that and to make it happen is, of course, essential. And then the war that didn't happen because of Azerbaijan and Armenia coming here to sign that peace deal, which is historic in so many countries. You know how many countries said, I think it's never going to happen, it isn't possible. And it occurred, Mr. President, because of your leadership. And then on a point of personal privilege, I wasn't even going to raise it. I haven't even talked to you about this. It's a little controversial, but I think I need to bring it up at this time of year. This thing about people getting married on Saturdays during college football season is a scourge, Mr. President. It's dividing families. And I don't know if we can have an executive order on this, just saying, but it's really difficult. There's 7 other months of the year that people could get married, so I just wanted to say that because it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Doug, please.
Well, Mr. President, you've heard from around the table how people are grateful to have an opportunity to be part of this team, have an opportunity to work for you, and have an opportunity to serve the American people. And I would say as we head into this Labor Day, the thing that really differentiates you and your leadership and everybody around this table is one word, and that's respect. Because this is a group of people that respect our farmers and ranchers. We respect the people that are in law enforcement. That's a huge change. Respecting the people that are in uniform, respecting our veterans, respecting the shrimp fishermen. I mean, whoever it is in this country, people that are building our roads. This whole group embodies that sense of respect. And when we start with that, then who benefits? We come up with policies that help those people. And what have you done? You've led an opportunity for us to have the lower taxes, way lower deregulation, record amounts of investment that's coming into this country. We're going to be seeing lower interest rates. All of those things coming together is a gift to the working people. The policies are lifting everybody up. There's 140 million Americans that get up and go every day and drive to work. They commute. And one of the most obscene things of the prior administration was their energy policies was creating a hidden tax on those people. The poorer you were, usually the further you had to drive because you couldn't afford the housing if you were working at a hotel, if you're working in a service industry. We were taxing them. A hidden tax on them was the high cost of energy. You're perhaps one of the only leaders in the world that understood the connection between peace abroad and prosperity at home was directly connected to energy policy. You came in and said, we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. We're going to bring prosperity at home through policies here by having lower energy prices. And we're going to stop funding wars abroad with energy policies that help their adversaries and hurt us. You said we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. And with the work that Jameson and Howard and Scott and everyone has done on these trade deals, we're going to have an opportunity to have a renaissance in American energy, selling energy to the world, which is going to help bring peace abroad. But the real key thing in closing I want to say is 2 things. One has to do with the U.S. Park Police. That's the group here in Washington, D.C. They're the oldest uniform law enforcement group in the nation. You coming out and visiting with them in person before they went out on the surge. Not only are carjackings down, muggings down, homicides down, everything down, morale is through the roof. Just like Pete saw, we've got record people signing up to want to be part of our military. You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so incredible. It's making a difference. And then us giving them the tools. On a lighter note for everybody here, one of the rules that under President Trump we were able to change for the U.S. Park Police was they could do a pursuit. I was shocked to find out when we were talking to them, like, oh, you pull somebody over and they just drive away and you can't pursue them? I mean, and they said, no, we can't. I said, all rules. We got that rule changed in 24 hours because of President Trump's leadership. The next night, they had so much fun. They pulled people over. They started to take off. They chased them. They stopped them. And then the bad guys, some of these were in cars that had stolen plates. So they take the plate off. They steal them off somebody else's car. They know it. The plate doesn't match. They know they're doing this thing. The bad guys in the car said,
you're not supposed to chase us. Like you're breaking the rules. The bad guys are telling us to break. No, we're back in action. So it's like, and so the morale is high. They all wanted to say thank you to you. Yesterday, you announced increasing the number of U.S. Park Police that we're going to hire. This is the group that protects not only our sacred monuments of democracy here, but also the Statue of Liberty and the Golden Gate. This is a great group. But on behalf of all law enforcement, we say thank you. And as Chris Wright was talking about electricity, I want to close with that. We've solved amazing things in 7 months, but the big challenge we have against the remaining is, solving Iran's nuclear thing, that was an existential threat. China beating us in the AI arms race, that's an existential threat. We finally have a president who talks about it. You talked about it in your opening remarks. You've signed executive orders. You understand that essentially we used to say hundreds of years ago, people started saying that knowledge is power. But now, for the first time in history, we can take electricity and we can convert it into intelligence. So it's flipped. It's no longer knowledge is power. Power is also knowledge. And while we're ahead on the technology, we're way behind China on the amount of electricity they're bringing online. And your strong position to support affordable, reliable energy using our nation's resources, including those across the Department of Interior, bringing back coal mining, bringing back mining, bringing back timber. All the industries that have been killed in this country are coming back to life because of you. And with your leadership, we have a chance to not only win the AI arms race, but actually dominate it the way we're dominating in other things. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And we're leading that race right now by a lot. And we're going to keep the electricity coming. You know, in China, they do it very quickly. They have one person that says, do it, and that's it. But essentially, we have one person that says, do it. And we've given that order, and the job they've done has been amazing. And I want to thank again, Lee, what you're doing in that regard is so important. And the rapidity, just as fast as them, because it's a question of a week versus a day, and that's not going to make the difference. But you've done fantastically, and Doug and Chris, amazing job. So we've done this for a little while now. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it, and I think Sean was right. These guys that are holding these up, if you ever try holding your hand out for 2 hours, that's a long time. These are pretty strong characters. You've been doing that a long time, I guess. Congratulations. Are you getting tired? Are you getting tired? I'm looking at these guys. They look like they have no problem. It's amazing, actually. I think they would have beaten you guys in the test. So I want to thank you. If you want, it's been a long time. If you want, we could go in and we can call it a day. And feel free then to ask some of the questions here. Look, I believe in very open, we want to be open, above board. We want to be honest with the media. I wish the media was totally honest with us, but I think they're getting better, to be honest with you. And so we'll see. But if you want to take a few questions, you really want to do.
On a serious note, when it comes to Fed Governor Lisa Cook, her lawyer has said that they're going to be filing a lawsuit challenging this legal action. What is your response? Are you prepared for a legal fight? And then a little bit more.
Sure, always. You always have legal fights. Look, I had a legal fight that went on for years with crooked people, with very horrible people that have been found out now between John Ratcliffe and Tulsi and Pam. And the things that we found out, of course, it's a very, very sad group of people. But no, she seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, and especially that infraction because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, first, I would love to ask you a serious question, but I have to tell you the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck. No, I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot of luck.
On a serious note, Mr. President, in May, Secretary Rubio said that they were aggressively removing visas of Chinese students. Yesterday, you said you wanted to allow 600,000 Chinese students to study in the United States. Could you and the Secretary clarify what is the policy on Chinese students in the United States?
Well, we think we're getting along very well with China. And I'm getting along very well with President Xi. I think it's very insulting to say students can't come here, because they'll go out, they'll start building schools, and they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here. I like that other countries' students come here. And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly. You'd have, and it wouldn't be the top colleges. It would be colleges that struggle on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system. I like having, and I told this to President Xi, that we're honored to have their students here. Now, with that, we check and we're careful and we see who's there, and Marco wants that. We spoke, we're in the same position. But we have a tremendous college system, the best in the world, nobody even close. That's why China sends them here. And you can call it an industry if you want, but you're talking about millions of people. And I'm honored to have the students from China come here. And we're just getting along very well with China. And it's a different relationship than we had for years, where they took hundreds of billions of dollars, just sucked it right out of our country. They respect us again. I respect them. The relationship is very good. I think it's important that these are two very major powers, nuclear powers at that, but two very important powers. You know, when I get along with Putin, when I get along with President Xi, when I get along with these people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're tough and we're smart and we're strong. We get along. It's a lot better than not getting along. You had somebody in here before. The war should have never started with Ukraine and Russia. It would have never started. And Putin said that himself. President Putin said that himself. So we want to see college students come in from countries. There are some countries that we can't necessarily say that. These are places that have ideologies that we can't live with. So there are some areas, some countries that we can't say that. But we're honored to have the students come here. Please. Yeah, please.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive, pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And could you tell us?
On what?
In the war in Gaza.
Yeah, what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved very quickly with regard to Gaza and also with regard to Ukraine and Russia.
Mr. President, who are you considering for the replacement to nominate for Lisa Cook, and what economic background or history are you?
Well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like. But I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision ultimately. It's a very important decision. As we see, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. You know, he's too late. His nickname is Too Late, costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. Our housing industry is good, but it could be phenomenal. Most of this country, in economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quickly. He gets out very quickly, fortunately. He's been the wrong guy. Not a bad person, I don't think, but I do think he has motives, by the way, but I don't consider him, I've dealt with worse. But he hasn't done the job. The recommendation from a certain person was not a great recommendation. That person vouched for him, but we're doing a very careful study. We'll see what happens. Look, we just put a very good man in one position. We might switch him to the other. It's a longer term and pick somebody else, but we're very happy with the person we have in there. And we'll have a majority very shortly, so that'll be great. Once we have a majority, housing is going to swing and it's going to be great. People are paying too high an interest rate. That's the only problem with housing. We have to get the rates down a little bit, and when we do, it's going to be a tremendous difference. The country is doing so well. It sort of blows through the fact that we have a man who's too late and not doing a very good job. Please, in blue.
Mr. President, regarding crime in D.C., something that might help, especially ladies, is being able to carry. I know you talked about reciprocal carry. Would you like for that to apply here in Washington, D.C.?
When you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking about,
Conceal
right?
or- yeah.
In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
I absolutely.
I agree with you 100%, okay?
Okay, great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was going to go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is going to be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt about it. And we'll do an extension. We'll work with Congress, or I could declare an emergency, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. We'll work with Congress. We're going to be working with Congress. I spoke with our great speaker, and I will be speaking to John Thune, and we're getting tremendous support from Congress, especially maybe here. Everybody wants to see our capital be great. You could say be great again. You know, it's such a beautiful place, but if you have crime, nothing looks beautiful. So, but you won't need to carry a gun, but if you do,
Well, I would like
it's
to
going to be
know
your
the
choice.
option, just in case.
Well, a lot of
Sure.
people feel that.
Also in other blue cities, you've got Karen Bass in Los Angeles, Brandon Johnson in Chicago. It seems to be very popular here, the fact that people can walk around, go to restaurants, shop, and
Yeah.
not have to worry about their safety. If blue city mayors oppose those efforts in their cities, do you anticipate that Democrat voters are going to take it out on them at these?
I think so. I think that crime is going to be a big thing. And we are the party, the Republicans are the party that wants to stop crime. We're against crime. The Democrats like crime. I don't know why. I mean, we talk about common sense. I think I got elected on talking about common sense. The border, we have to have a wall. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't, as I said before, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. I mean, you see the difference. Weightlifting. Take a look at weightlifting. Take a look at long distance running, where a runner came in 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of another runner, both champions. One male, one female. It's not fair. It's demeaning to women. It's so bad. But they have another one, and I think this is the beauty of them all. Crime. They're against crime prevention. You can't do that. You can't do that. And I think to myself, I say, is there some game? You know, they're smart people. Is there anybody that could cheat like that in elections is smart, okay? And there's never been in history anybody that could cheat like that. They're smart. They're brilliant in many ways. I say, is there some trick to this? When they say, Trump is in Washington, D.C., stopping crime. He's a dictator. And people are being mugged like your brilliant associate here. I don't know how you're alive. I mean, based on that story, you got very lucky. He didn't just go, all he had to do is this, right? And, you know, it's pretty amazing. So we have something. I think we have two things. I think what Bobby was talking about with respect to drug prices is unbeatable. Nobody else could have done it but us. And I think that crime. I think crime will be the big subject of the midterms and will be the big subject of the next election. Think of it. They are, instead of saying, Trump's right about crime, it's really bad in Chicago. You have a guy in Illinois, the governor of Illinois, saying that crime has been much better in Chicago recently, and Trump is a dictator. And most people say, if you call him a dictator, if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but he can be whatever he wants. I think it's going to be a big subject for the midterms, and I think the Republicans are going to do really well. They called it a trap. This Democrat consultant, they said, he's put him in a trap again, because these are all traps. You know, 80-20, but they're not 80-20. They're almost 100 to nothing, all these issues. But I would say that crime is stronger than men playing in women's sports. I think it's stronger than transgender for everybody. You know, it's transgender for everybody, according to them. It's stronger. Of course, this is the cause of it, open borders. Open borders gave us a lot of this crime. So, you know, so they're sort of on an equal footing, I guess. But crime is going to be a very big subject. And you know what he should do if he was smart? Illinois or New York, if they want, or Gavin Newsom, they should call me and they should say, we've got a problem. We could solve with this team, different players, but work the same way, because you'd leave them here. You don't want to take them out and let it go to hell. Everybody's so happy and I bet you walked over here today and you had no fear. Nobody has any fear anymore for the last 12 days. But it would be so smart. Gavin Newsom called me up, say, we have a big problem. We have the Olympics coming up. We want to do well. We have tremendous problems on crime and other things, and would love some help. Chicago in particular, maybe right now. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. We could solve their problem it's bigger than this, let's say 2 months, okay? Working with their police. I know their police very well. I have a big project in Chicago. I was so proud of it. It's the best site in Chicago. I got it. Nobody else got it. I was happy as hell. That was when I was a real estate guy, and I got it. The Sun Times site, they call it. And I built the building. It's a great building. And I'm so embarrassed when I see the kind of crime stats coming out there. So embarrassed. And if I were a governor, a Democrat governor, or mayor, or anybody having to do, I'd call up President Trump. I'd say, President Trump, we need your help. We saw what you've done in D.C. in a period of 12 days. This is 12 days. We haven't even started. This is going to be so safe. It's going to be the safest place on earth. And we'll do the same thing in Chicago. But I'd like to be asked, as opposed to just going in and doing it. Because, when you go in and do it, then they start screaming, oh, he shouldn't be here. We don't need him. We're doing so well. And then the better we do, they take credit for it. So it's really pretty unfair. Yes, go ahead.
Crime, for a lot of victims like myself, a big concern is long-term sustainability. Can you share with the American public about your plan in ensuring that DC is safe in the long term?
Longer term, yeah. Well, it's a great question. Number one, we want to stay there for longer than 30 days, as you know. We have an absolute mandate, and I can extend it, but I'd rather not have to declare a national emergency, because by that time, right now there's not an emergency. We've done, as you sort of said yourself, it feels like a different world. We've got under arrest and prosecution, and we've taken some, and we're in the process of taking hundreds out of our country that shouldn't be here. And these are hardcore professional criminals. They were born to be criminals, in my opinion, but they're seriously bad people. Murderers, drug dealers, you know them all. You see them all as you walk beautifully to work, and every once in a while somebody puts a gun to your head, because that's what happened in your case. We're getting a lot of them out of the country. We're putting a lot of them in prison because we're afraid to bring them out of the country. They could come back. As good as we're doing, they could come back. We don't want them back. And that's going to solve a lot of it. We also think there should be a presence here for long enough. We should also work with our police department, because you have very good police here. Very good. We're working very well with them, by the way. And we have to work together for a while. We have some people that are very tough and very strong. Working with the police, they're going to be able to handle it. And you know what? If it gets a little bit bad, just a little bit, I'll bring them back in and we'll straighten it out and we'll make it perfect. You're going to be so safe in the city. And you're going to have the city beautified. We're going to be we're working with Clark, as you know, construction. They're the biggest. They're working with me also. We're building a beautiful ballroom for the White House. They've been after it for 150 years, employs a lot of people. It's going to be as beautiful a ballroom as has ever been built. And Clark is the big builder in this city. They've done, I guess, a majority of the good work, the big work. And we're working with them on the beautification, the fixing up of the roads, the fixing up of the medians, between the roads, so cars don't wrap into each other. They wrap into, I have one piece sitting on the ground for weeks. This was a year ago when I had to come in, unfortunately, for fake court cases. And I looked at the condition. We have it fixed up a lot right now. The tents are removed and a lot of things have taken place. But I'd come into this city and I'd say, boy, does it look bad. The filth on the roads, the medians were broken and always laying down, and nobody would fix them, and all of that. Well, we're going to have new medians. We're going to have a nice topping put on the road. We're not going to rip the roads apart and start a construction project that lasts for 2.5 years as they rebuild the road, which they don't have to do. And we're going to have this place so beautiful. That's going to be a part of it. Now, the biggest part is crime. But it's also a part, you know, when you see a dirty city, it's like I don't know, it became the #1 thing viral. I said my father is a smart guy, he's a great guy, he's a loving, wonderful father, but he could be a little on the tough side. He told me that, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty, filthy door going into the restaurant, don't go there because the kitchen's dirty also. When they see a dirty Capitol, the rest of the world, they lose a lot of respect for our country. This Capitol is going to be so beautiful. We're going to have new poles, new lights, new fences. It's stuff that, when you add it up, it's money, but it's peanuts compared to what we're talking about. And we're also going to have great safety.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you on crime and also a question on foreign policy that maybe other officials can weigh into. And on crime, Iris shared her story, and you mentioned, you know, about people going to dinner.
That was a terrible story. I'm just amazed she's here. When the gun is, Pam, when the gun is put to the head, did they ever capture these people, by the way?
I kept calling, but I haven't heard back about this guy.
It'd be really great if you could maybe give the information. She's very good at capturing people, you know? She's very good. If you could give that information to Pam, would be great. Would you do that?
Yes,
All
we'll
right.
do.
Wouldn't you'd love to see them? I would assume you'd like to see them captured.
For sure.
You can't. You just
We'll wait
can't.
for years.
Yeah, take a good look at that.
So,
Go ahead. So go ahead.
Just a few weeks ago, I was out to dinner with my husband, and then, you know, we're taking the metro back, and then we get attacked on the metro. They're throwing things, some teenagers, you know, like throwing liquid at us.
Oh, they're throwing things. They throw. How about where they chop down the granite curbs and the concrete curbs? But the granite curbs so expensive. You know, those granite curbs, nobody uses them because they're so expensive. And you see a guy chopping them and handing out big chunks of them like a brick, because they couldn't get in because people were stopping them from walking out. A little bit unusual when you're walking with a bag of bricks. Generally speaking, Sean, that's not a good sign. Right? That's not a good sign. But they now come in with hammers. They can disguise a hammer, and they start pounding the concrete and the granite, and they hand out chunks. And those people take those chunks and start throwing them at cops, or they stand on the top of bridges and they drop them down into the windshield of your car, and you get killed running into a light pole. It's those days are over.
I wanted to ask you, Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul, said that she spoke to you on the phone, and you said you might send National Guard troops to New York. You mentioned that. So will you?
I'd love to do it. If she'd like, I get along with Kathy. If she'd like to do that, I would do it. See, look, New York has difficulty like other, and I don't want to make this I want to make this like friendly, but the places we're talking about happen to be virtually all Democrat run. Now, take a look at your 25 places that are most troubled. Everyone, except maybe one, and it's way back in number 24 or 25, but essentially 25 out of 25 are run by Democrats, and cashless bail was a disaster. When they did that, and I believe it was instituted first in New York, but when they did cashless bail, that was a tragedy for this, because that's when it really started getting bad. When somebody kills somebody, you don't say you can come out, you don't have to put up anything. You put that person in jail and you find out whether or not it's true, but you don't give cashless bail with a promise to come back in a couple of months, we'll start talking to you. Because they go out and they kill other people, and you can't do that. The cashless bail has been, you know, it's just a woke thing. It's got to stop. You see that, Christy, better than anybody. It's got to stop. It causes unbelievable, and we're doing that. We're stopping it in D.C. I would love to have the governor of Illinois call me and say, look, we have a problem in Chicago. We will stop that problem in Chicago in 2 months, maybe less, 2 months. We'll stop it. These are tough cookies we have working for us. These are tough cookies. These are not politically correct soldiers that I won't go into definitions of what that means, but these are not politically correct soldiers. These are rough guys. I watched it last night. I see it. I saw them the other day when we went down and we spent some time together with them. These are tough cookies. These are not people that you're going to laugh at and spit in their face and they're not going to do anything about it. And these people, they're afraid. These gang members who are bad people too. These are bad. These are just bad people. Ours are bad, but they're bad in a good sense, right? You don't understand that, Scott? And we can solve Chicago in 2 months. Now, then, as per your statement before, we have to keep it going, and we'll be able to keep it going. The first thing you have to do is get it down. We are very close to being in that position in DC, and within a month, we will be, within a month from when we started, which is quicker than I thought. You're gonna feel very, very safe. I think you feel very safe right now. But I would love it to have these governors, mayors call me and say, we'd like to invite you into our community because we have a problem and you can handle the problem and we can't. One other thing, sanctuary cities, they should be terminated. They're sanctuary for criminals. They're safety and security for criminals. They are very, very bad. And all of these places have big sanctuary cities, and all they're doing is protecting criminals. Okay.
About Lisa Cook. You have spoken out very strongly for a long time about what you see as the weaponization of government.
Yeah.
Is your administration weaponizing
No.
government by digging into the mortgage records of officials you don't like?
No, they're public. I mean, you can find out those records. You can go check out the records yourself. And you should be doing that job, actually. You wouldn't do that because that's not the kind of reporter you are. But you should be doing that job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. If you did your job properly, we wouldn't have problems like Lisa Cook. Go ahead. You were going to say something?
Would you be trying
Go.
to fire
Blue?
Lisa Cook if she had voted to lower interest rates?
On national
Please.
security.
I think we have to have lower interest rates, yes.
A follow-up question for you and Madam Attorney General on national security. We've heard from Stephen Miller yesterday in the Oval Office that there are street criminals here in D.C. who are actually found to be doing business with transnational criminal cartels overseas.
Right. And we know who they are, and we know who they're doing business with. And we're arresting the people, very strongly arresting, and we're keeping them there because, you know, your laws here make it very difficult. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision where they're treated like older people, because these are seriously tough, bad. They're children, but they're criminals, and they're really bad criminals. And they're used by older people because they never get charged because you can't do anything to them. But we are getting that changed, Pam, I hope, because you have 14-year-old kids that are evil, they're sick, and they have to be put away. Something has to be done because you can't have a society where they're allowed to walk the street. You know that better than anybody.
Mr. President, on your way to Alaska.
I can't believe it. You're not tired holding that? Look at this. How strong are you? How strong are you? Look at him. He's been holding that thing for 3 hours. You're a good fisherman.
Well,
Go ahead.
On the way to Alaska, you had mentioned that there would be severe consequences if Vladimir Putin did not agree to a ceasefire.
Yeah.
After that summit that was rolled back, given the negotiations, is he back on the clock now?
I want to see that deal end. It's very, very serious what I have in mind if I have to do it, but I want to see it end. I think that in many ways he's there. Sometimes he'll be there and Zelensky won't be there. You know, it's like, who do we have today? I got to get them both at the same time. But I want to have it end. We have economic sanctions. I'm talking about economic, because we're not going to get into a world war. I'll tell you what, in my opinion, if I didn't win this race, Ukraine could have ended up in a world war. We're not going to end up in a world war anymore, but it would have ended up possibly in a world war. That would have been they were ready to trot. But just like India and Pakistan, we're going to end up in a nuclear war if I didn't stop them. You know, it's sort of strange. I saw they were fighting. Then I saw 7 jets were shot down. I said, that's not good. That's a lot of jets, you know. $150 million planes were shot down. A lot of them. 7, maybe more than that. They didn't even report the real number. And I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi of India. And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. Now, this has been going on for a hell of a long time, like sometimes with different names for hundreds of years. But I said, what's going on? I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make a trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. You're going to have a nuclear war. You guys are going to end up in a nuclear war. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? Yep. You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn. Your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen. The Russia-Ukraine situation, last week, 7,012 soldiers, 7,012 soldiers died. They were Russian, they were Ukrainian, they weren't American, so a lot of people would say, what do you care? They're not American. I care. They're 12,000, over the last couple of weeks, over 12,000 people died in like in 2 weeks. You know, we're talking about crime where somebody's killed here or somebody. Think of it, you have your son leaving Russia, leaving Ukraine, their little house, wherever they live with their parents, they're waving goodbye, just like our parents would wave goodbye. And they're waving goodbye, son. And then a week later, his head's blown off in a stupid war by a drone, a whole new form of military problem. So, no, I'd like it to stop. I want to get it to stop. And it will not be a world war, but it'll be an economic war. And an economic war is going to be bad. And it's going to be bad for Russia, and I don't want that. Now, I have to also see, because not everybody, you know, Zelensky's not exactly innocent either, okay? You know, it takes two people to tango. And I say it all the time. You got to get them together. I get along with Zelensky now, but we have a much different relationship because now we're not paying any money to Ukraine. You know, stop that. We're paying money to ourselves. What's happening is NATO is buying all of the equipment and paying in full. But even with that, forget about that. I want to get it stopped because it's a lot of lives that are being lost. Every week it's 7,000, 5,000, 6,000. I get the reports and I see battlefields. I'd rather not see them. And you know, you read about Gettysburg. You read about Gettysburg and you see, you know, those 600,000 people, but in that war in particular was really bad, like 150,000 or something, just dead body. I'm seeing the same. I see pictures. I see satellite pictures of heads over here, arms over here, legs over here. And this is like a modern age. It's no different than the worst wars that I've ever seen. And if I can stop it because I have a certain power or a certain relationship, I had a very good relationship with President Putin. Very, very good. That's a positive thing again. And I think I'm probably the only, Steve Witkoff would tell you I'm the only one that can solve it. I don't know, he's told me that a few times, unless he was saying that just to build up my ego, but it's not really. I have no ego when it comes to this stuff. I just want to see it stop. Thousands of young people, mostly young people, are dying every single week. If I can save that by doing sanctions or by just being me, or by using a very strong tariff system, that's very costly to Russia or Ukraine or whoever we have, you know. But I stopped 7 wars, and 3 of those wars were going on for more than 30 years. You know, if you look at Congo, if you look at, just look at any of them, almost all of them were going on for an extended period of time. Now, interestingly, one had just started. It was 2 days old, and you know that one. And we did that one when we were in Scotland negotiating. It was 2 days up, but there were 2,000 dead bodies laying on the border, and I got that one stopped too. And I'm very honored by that, but the one that I thought would be the easiest is turning out to be the hardest. That's President Putin and President Zelensky, but I think I'll get it done.
Why do you think that is? Why is it harder than you thought it would be?
You never know. It's war.
Can you stop the family?
With war, you never know, right? War's very tricky, very horrible. But with war, you never know. Things change. People go into war, think they're going to win the war, and then they get their asses kicked. And they lose their country, and they lose millions of lives. Nobody goes into a war thinking they're going to lose. They go in. I'm sure that Ukraine thought they were going to win. It's going to be, you know, we're going to win. You're going to beat somebody that's 15 times your size. Biden shouldn't have let that happen. Biden shouldn't have. I mean, the man was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. That would have never happened. But you don't go into a war that's 15 times your size.
Do you think
Say it.
The Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated through a personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that would confirm her ability to continue.
That's all right, whatever it
It
is.
says the Fed will abide by any court decision.
Thank you very much
You
for reading
abide
it.
by a court decision.
I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by the court. Yes, please. That's enough. That's enough.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Vanity Fair, what other companies are you thinking about taking stake in?
Well, you know, we didn't take a stake in the sense that it was reported. Everyone said, I bought a stake in Intel. No, I got it for free. I said I was with is that correct statement? Howard was there.
Absolutely correct.
Scott knew all about it. They came in, a man was charged with something by a very good person. Senator Cotton made some statements about the gentleman that was running Intel. When he came in, and I said some rough things about him, I said, I'm not happy with it, and they called, and he was very devastated at what I said. I said he should immediately resign. And he came to see me, and I was very impressed by him, actually. And he made a mistake, or factors happened where something like this could have taken place. And in the meantime, his board was staying by him. And I said to him, and it took about, I would say, less than 45 seconds. I said, you know what you should do if you're smart? Give the United States of America 10% of your company. And he looked at me and he said, I'll do that. I said, I just made $11 billion for the United States. And we made the deal. I didn't pay, we didn't write a check. Now, I guess Biden, with his stupid CHIPS Act, handed money to all these people that didn't need any money. It didn't do anything. You know, they're giving billions of dollars to everybody. They all have so much money, and they have more money. But there's no commitment that you had to build. They just took all this money. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. See, with tariffs, they have to come in, because if they don't come in, they can't sell into our country. So it's power, and you don't have to give up any money. But I said to him very simply, I'm glad we're straightening this out, because everyone thinks I bought in. No. I said, it would be great, we'd be a great partner for you, and I want to see Intel do well. You know, Intel was a great company, and it can be a great company again. But I said, I think it would be good if we own 10% of your company. He said, I'll make that deal. And it happens to be worth $11 billion. So we made $11 billion for the country, and then I was criticized by some of the fake news media. That's not the American way. Actually, it is the American way. Now, if I can help other countries or do those deals with others, I would do that. I think it's great. It's good. Builds up our balance sheet. Let me tell you, our country is becoming very rich again. You don't see it. When the CBO came out on Friday and said, we just found $4 trillion, and that goes to reduce our deficit, $4 trillion, and it was from the tariffs. Our country is becoming very, very rich again. I hope you get used to it. You know, you're going to have to get used to it.
Congress reducing the deficit. Any update on your previous talking about potentially giving Americans a tariff rebate check? Any update
Well,
on that?
we have a lot of money coming in, rebate check for the Americans, and it's coming in at tremendous numbers. Don't forget, I would say, Scott, we probably are talking about right now 50%, maybe even less than that. With all the money you're hearing is coming in, you're talking about, a lot of it hasn't kicked in yet. And when it really kicks in is in 2 years when these plants are built and opened and the money starts pouring in, right? But, there's a concept of making you could call it a dividend, as we would say, making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership. And they paid a lot of taxes, and they got nothing for it. Or they got attacked, like you were, okay, for it. No, there's a possibility. Primarily, we want to pay down debt, but there's a possibility that we take a piece of it and make a dividend to the people.
Mr. President, I have a question for Steve Witkoff, if I may.
Yeah.
This past weekend, Sergei Lavrov was saying that Putin will not sign a peace deal with Zelensky because Russia views him as illegitimate. I'm just wondering if the Russians had been relaying this to your team, if they view Zelensky, as a leader worth signing a peace deal with, if they will go to the
Doesn't matter
table.
what they say. Steve can answer, but I can answer it too. Doesn't matter what they say. Everybody's posturing. It's all bullshit, okay? Everybody's posturing. Steve, do you have a different answer?
I agree with you, sir.
Here in this city, there are 500 people short on the police department, Metro Police. In New York City, it's 3,000. In Chicago, it's 1,300. Would they have had to bring in troops from the National Guard if the police departments in this country were fully staffed? Defund the police. How bad did that turn out for America?
It's an interesting question. I was surprised when I heard how many police were here. It's not a really big area. And I think they said they're down to 3,200 police or something like that. I said, that's a lot of police. And I was a little bit surprised because to me that's a big force. And it's not a big area, but it is what it is. There's a lot of crime. You have a lot of, don't forget, you have a lot of police that weren't allowed to do their job. When I came in, as you remember, we made tremendous strides in a little conflict that we had going at the time because I allowed our military to make the decision. I said, you can make any decision you want. I gave it to the colonels in the field. I gave it to the captains in the field. You remember that where everything went through Biden, meaning one of the people, and everything went through Obama before him. Everything went through. They had to make the decision as to whether or not to attack the Taliban. So they'd find 30 people together. They'd call up Washington, and they'd go to a political hack who knew nothing about it. My first night, I got that same call. They called me, and they said, we have I got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning because I listened to their system, and they were calling me, and they were asking me whether or not they could attack a group of people having to do with you-know-what war I'm talking about. And I said, I know nothing about this. Wait a minute. And then I said, who is he? Let me speak to the people calling. They're calling from Afghanistan. And I said, let me speak to the people. I want to speak to them. And it was a colonel. I said, where'd you go to school, Colonel? I went to West Point, sir. Were you a good student? I was, sir. I was a very good student. So you're calling the White House to ask for permission to attack, and by the time you get the answer, how long does it take? Sometimes 2 or 3 weeks. So by the time you get the answer, the people that you want to attack have already left, right? He said, how did you know that, sir? I said, let me ask you, so you're a good student, you went to West Point, and you love the military, right? Yeah. You make the decision. And I gave all those guys that went to all these great schools, and they're all military people, I gave them the right to make their own decision, and we kicked ISIS's ass. Don't forget, ISIS was supposed to be, was supposed to take 5 years to terminate them, and we had a man named Raisin Kane, who happens to have done the whole thing in Iran. He's a great general, and he's a wonderful guy too, believe it or not, but he's a great soldier. We let them do their work, and we defeated ISIS. We defeated everybody. Every fight that we had militarily that I had, I won. And I let these great soldiers do some make a mistake, I guess. But like this colonel, I'll never forget it. Where did you go to school? I went to West Point, sir. I did ask him a question. I like good students as opposed to bad students. He said, I was a good student, sir. And I said, you do what's necessary. And, I don't want to sound overly vicious, but he wiped out the entire group of very bad people that want to kill us. So you have to let them do their job. In Washington, they're not allowed to do their job, okay? They're not allowed. You have great police. You have great police, but they're not allowed. Hello. Go ahead.
On Congress, Mr. President, would you be open to a year-long continuing resolution?
I'm always open to whatever is necessary. Here's the problem in Congress. You have Democrats that will never vote for anything. I could say that we're going to lower your taxes by 50%. We're going to guarantee you free cities, safe cities. Nobody will ever get touched, molested, beat up, shot in the head. We're going to give you the greatest country ever. We need your vote. And they won't vote. And they do it in unison. The only thing they do good is cheat on elections and unite. You know why they unite? Not because they're good or they're loyal people. They unite because they're afraid. They're afraid of the radical left. And you can't get their vote. So we have a vote coming up at the end of September, and I think we're going to pass it because we have the majority. And I think almost every Republican will vote for an extension. Because no matter what deal you make with these people, look at Schumer. He made a deal a year and a half ago, and after making the deal, he's been almost run out of the party. He's not the same man. He's not the same man. He's finished. He aged 20 years. He's become a Palestinian, by the way. We call him our great Palestinian senator. But Chuck Schumer, and I wrote him a letter. I said, Chuck, that was really great. Thank you very much. And somebody gave the letter to the press, not me. And he was destroyed because they thought I was being sarcastic, and I wasn't. He made a great decision. It kept our country open. It was a positive. But you can count on almost no vote. I mean, I see things. I'll give you an example, crime. So we're going to pass a bill to stop crime. We may not get one Democrat vote, okay? We may not get one. So when you say continuing resolution, I guess so, and it's going to be passed exclusively by Republicans.
On farm
Mr. President,
visas,
why do you use
you mentioned in
Palestinian
Iowa that
democracy,
you wanted to see
sir?
some changes to the H-2A visa program for farm workers.
Right.
You mentioned in Iowa that you want to see changes. Do you want to see that before the fall harvest?
Well, I love both groups, and we take care of our farmers, and we also take care of the people that want bad people out of our country. And we're working on something that's going to work really well. We take care of our farmers, but we also have to take care of those people that voted for me because they don't want criminals in our country. And we're working on something where we can take care of both.
Mr. President, you were talking about the CBO report that two of your cabinet members were talking about. I remember back on Liberation Day, many of us reporters covered your detractors, people saying that it was going to explode the deficit and therefore explode the debt. Who all has called you to say I was wrong?
That's very good. You know the answer to that. Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Governor Pritzker said yesterday that he, at a press conference, that he would encourage nonviolent resistance to the National Guard if they were sent to Chicago. What's your response to that?
He said what?
That he would encourage nonviolent resistance if the National Guard is sent to Chicago.
Look, this guy doesn't know what resistance is or nonviolent resistance is. He's a bad politician. It's amazing. I mean, if he didn't have the money, he wouldn't get any votes because there's no compelling reason to vote for him. The guy's a major loser. But it would be nice if he would call me. I would change my mind immediately. He said, you know, because everybody knows Chicago is a hellhole right now. Everybody knows it. It's not like he's saying, Chicago has much better numbers, right? Well, what's much better? You mean 100 people are going to be murdered? It's going to be much more than that. So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love, not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the President of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving, you know, his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call and they'd say, would you do it? And we do it in conjunction. Now, we work very well with the police because we naturally get along with the police. So the police and us work really well together, whether the mayor is opposed or whether, I mean, you have a really rotten mayor there too. He's got a 6% approval rating in Chicago. And I see black women wearing a red MAGA hat last night on television. Please let the president come in. My son was attacked. You have a force of black women. They're like only Trump. They want Trump to come in. And you see them, they're all over the place in Chicago because they're afraid to go out and they don't want their son or their daughter killed, just like your parents didn't want you killed. And we have a tremendous, look, it's not about winning elections because we want to have nice, fair elections. It's not politics. We want to see a safe country. You have people that want to see a safe country, and they're great people. You have great people in Chicago. The mayor is at 6% approval. He's an incompetent man. He should have never been put in a position like that. He can't handle it. You have an incompetent governor there. You have an incompetent governor in California.
Gavin. I know him very well. He's incompetent. He's a nice guy, looks good. Hi, everybody. How you doing? He's got some strange hand action going. I don't know what the hell his problem is. It's a little weird, to be honest. There's a little something shaky going on there. But, you know, all he has to do is call me and say, we have the Olympics coming up. We want to make it really good and safe. And I'll put some really good, great American patriots in there, and you won't have any problems. Don't forget, it's loaded up with some stone cold killers, some really bad people, some people that were just born to be bad. They're criminals, bad criminals, dangerous. And we can solve the problem for them very quickly. Very quickly.
What can you do?
Okay, you know what I think? I think this. You have not had this happen for 4 years. You sat and you'd ask one question to Biden, and it was always the ice cream question, right? What flavor ice cream do you like best? I like vanilla. And that was the end of the conference. I think now we've done enough. These people are very busy. I want to just thank, this is the greatest, this has never been done before. First of all, a cabinet meeting was sacred. You'd never let the fake news media in. But the fake news media isn't all fake. It's, a lot of it is, but it's not all. I think it's a great thing. I think maybe it's going to be done in the future. I hope it's going to be done. But you really get the word out. I mean, we had, each one of these people spoke. I think each one, if I thought one of them did badly, I would call that person out. I would say, Christy, what the heck are you doing? No, no, seriously, you have a very talented group of people. They get along, they work along together. And there's something really nice about just, you know, the openness of what we're doing. It's government. It's an open government. That's what we are. And we haven't made too many mistakes. We maybe will, but we haven't made too many mistakes. We've called it right. And I think you can be very proud of your country. We are a respected country again. We are really, right now, respected at the highest level, and we're doing great. And we're a very rich country again, very rich. And that's a good thing, because when we're rich, we can take care of poor. And that's what we're doing. And we're taking care of crime. And I hope, just in finishing, I hope that Illinois, I hope that New York, I hope that California, I hope they call me and they say, I'd love to have you come in and help us out. I will be a totally different person with them. I will respect them for doing it. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. You see that beautiful milk? That's what we're here for. We're going to be discussing milk and whole milk and how good it is, and how nourishing. And these people all come from beautiful farms. They have a wonderful life, and they're happier today than they would have been if we didn't sign this. So we'll be talking about that in a second. Will, could you read the first two items, and we're going to get going after that? We'll be talking about a couple of things. We have some news on Iran, which we're going to talk about.
So shortly before you all came in, the president signed two executive actions. The first is the result of a Section 232 trade investigation into critical minerals supplies. What it does is it sets up a mechanism, a process by which the United States will seek to secure its international supply chain of critical minerals and critical mineral-derived products. The second is actually the result of another Section 232 trade investigation, this one into semiconductors. It sets up a two-phase process. Under the first phase, semiconductors that are imported into the United States of America that are not then used domestically to build out our AI or computing architecture here will be subject to a 25% tariff. So, for example, semiconductors that were transshipped through the United States to other foreign countries would be subject to that 25% tariff. But those are two executive actions that the president reviewed shortly before you all came in.
So they're going to sell chips, basically, and it's a chip. It's not the highest level, but it's a very good level, and China wants them and other people want them, and we're going to be making 25% on the sale of those chips, basically. So we're allowing them to do it, but the United States is getting 25% of the chips in terms of the dollar value, and I think it's a very good deal. Great deal. We're taking billions of dollars, and they've done a fantastic job. But it's not the Blackwell or the Rubin; those are the two top. But it's a very good chip, and people want it, and we think it's in our best interest to do. And we have some other little things to talk about. Maybe we'll start that first. Should I start that first? I think they're going to want me to. I have a feeling they're going to want me to. We have been notified, and pretty strongly, but we'll find out what that all means. But we've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping. It's stopped. It's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or an execution or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me from information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution, which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution. And another piece of information that I think is very important is the leaker has been found and is in jail right now. And that's the leaker on Venezuela. And a very bad leaker. So there could be some others, and we'll let you know about that. We're hot on their trail. But the leaker has been found, and the leaker's in jail. And will probably be in jail for a long time. Let's see what happens. So we'll let you know. We'll keep you apprised as to what's...
Find that their transition into adulthood is a smoother one rather than a strained one. And when young people can build the careers that they have dreamed of and start the family that they've long imagined in the city that raised them. We want New Yorkers from the ages of 16 to 25 and beyond to see this as a city where they can plant lasting roots in, a city where they can chase the dreams that they have long had, not a place that they have to leave in order to fulfill those same dreams. They deserve a city that they can afford, rent that doesn't break the bank, and healthcare that is genuinely supportive as they enter into adulthood. And that is what this administration is working towards, and what we are delivering together. Again, this is a clinic for New Yorkers from the ages of 16 to 25, experiencing a mental health issue. And anyone in this age bracket can contact NYC Health and Hospitals for an appointment at 1-844-NYC-4-NYC. Thank you all so much. And now our Deputy Mayor, Helena Arteaga.
Buenos dias, everyone. I love Brooklyn, all this energy.
I really want to thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Woodhull Hospital, and our beloved CEO here, Sandra, for having us here today on this special moment for our teenagers. As many of you recall, teenage years are not the funnest, and having teenagers myself, understanding this hard moment in their lives where they're dealing with puberty, graduation, dating, figuring out college, a job. They have plenty to worry about. One thing they should not be worried about is about their physician and their health care. And that's what this clinic is going to do today. One of the major things that we're really thrilled about is working with the amazing team here at Health and Hospitals and also with Metro Plus and providing these clinics for our teenagers where they can get a full holistic services from getting their physical to sometimes just talking to someone, but in an environment that is made and created for them. So I'm really grateful for the leadership at Metro Plus for supporting this vital program and to the wonderful team at Health and Hospitals here at Woodhull and at the corporate office for always being innovative and thinking how to deliver amazing care every day. Now that we're here to help our young people for the right things that matter and getting them healthy physically and mentally so they can live the healthiest lives they can live, but more importantly, live in the city that they want to live in. That's why I'm so excited to be here, building a healthier city, a healthier generation with our amazing partners. This announcement gets to the heart of the work of our administration and the work that the mayor is committed to, treating every New Yorker, even our young ones, with dignity and the respect that they deserve, ensuring that we are addressing every issue with the root cause, addressing their behavior, emotional health, not just only in emergencies. And at the end of the day, we're lifting up the tremendous, amazing public servants that we have here in our beloved New York. And I'm so happy to be here with you. And now I get the amazing pleasure to introduce some of the minds behind this amazing program. And one of the public servants that we have here in New York City, our amazing Dr. Omar Fatan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, for your leadership and for your support. My name is Omar Fatal. I'm a psychiatrist and the Assistant Chief of Behavioral Health here at NYC Health and Hospitals. We are the city's largest provider of behavioral services, providing 60% of the care for mental health and substance use. And this translates to us seeing more than 80,000 New Yorkers every year. Out of those, almost 8,000 are adolescents. We do this through our full continuum of services, whether it's crisis services, emergency, inpatient, outpatient programs, in-community programs, and school-based clinics. Our mission is to serve all New Yorkers without exception. And this includes all New Yorkers with all age groups. As the mayor mentioned, we know that this specific age group between 16 and 25 is a very vulnerable group for many reasons. If people already have mental health condition, this is a time where they age out of foster care, they leave their parents' homes, they can graduate from college. This is a time of uncertainty. They might fall off their parents' insurance. And unfortunately, we see a lot of these people fall off care and fall between the cracks. And if they don't already have a mental health condition, this period is also very critical because a lot of mental health conditions actually start during this age range. So we're very proud to be able to bring this service, to be able to deliver those services to this specific population in a way that's effective and in a way that actually works for them. You're here in that space that we were going to be delivering the care, and you can already see how creative and innovative this program is. We're very grateful for our partners at Metro Plus Health for making this possible financially to be able to have this program here at Woodhull Hospital and at Queens Hospital. And I want to thank the Woodhull leadership and specifically the behavioral team under the leadership of Dr. Rajvi Vora. For working so hard to make this idea into a reality. I'm so proud to be part of an organization and a city that delivers on the commitment to equity and excellence every single day. Thank you, and I'm going to turn it to Dr. Shah.
Thank you, Omar. Good morning, everyone. Mayor Mamdani, colleagues and guests, it's truly an honor for Metro Plus to join our partners at New York City Health and Hospitals today, especially Sandra Sneed and the incredible team at Woodhull and Queens. I also want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your indefatigable leadership when it comes to mental health services and care in New York and your support today to strengthen youth mental health services across New York City. Today's celebration, it is a celebration, reflects the very best of our city's public health system and the impact we can achieve when we work as one. As part of a single, integrated system, MetroPlus Health and New York City Health and Hospitals are uniquely positioned to develop initiatives just like this one, initiatives that close gaps in care and improve outcomes for our young people. MetroPlus is especially proud to support this innovative model of care for transition-age youth with ongoing mental health needs. This program, as has been said by Omar, is urgently needed to help young people navigate a particularly vulnerable period, one where too many, unfortunately, drop out of care. In this transition period, young people can lose access to their trusted providers, their familiar clinics, and support networks, just as life is becoming more complex and ostensibly independence increases. And when continuity of care breaks down, young people unfortunately fall through the cracks. Emergency room visits rise, long-term health outcomes worsen, and families are then left struggling to fill the gaps on their own. So to address these challenges, MetroPlus Health has committed $4 million, $2 million annually to support the new Elevate You clinics, the space you're in today. These clinics will provide ongoing and consistent mental health care for youths aged 16 to 25, while also addressing physical and reproductive health needs and supporting educational, social, and vocational goals. Our investment in Elevate You reflects a clear commitment. Supporting young people today builds a healthier and more equitable city tomorrow. So today marks an important step towards that goal, and we are very, very proud to take it together. And in doing so, it elevates all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Lynn Shulman.
I'm really glad to be here for a couple of different reasons. One is that we have these clinics that are amazing, but the other is this is my home, my second home. I worked at Woodhull for 10 years in the leadership of the hospital. And during that time, I witnessed I worked with a lot of patients, I worked with the staff on these particular issues, and I worked with a lot of the youth who, I used to talk to the pediatric doctors and say, what are we going to do when they age out? So now we have these clinics, which is so totally amazing, one of which will be in Queens, which I'm very happy about because I represent part of Queens. But I also, it's so important to have comprehensive health care, particularly for youth, and the mental health piece is so important, particularly after COVID. And these Elevate You clinics are going to be totally amazing, and I'm so glad that we have one here. I also want to say that before the holidays, I met with the mayor, and the mayor told me how important healthcare was to him. So as chair of the New York City Council Committee on Health, I'm so glad and excited to have a partner on the other side of City Hall who will work with me to make sure that New Yorkers have access to truly affordable world-class health care. And he has done so much in the time that he's been in office. One, other than this, he resurrected the program at Jacoby, the Just Home. Sorry, I blanked out there for a second there. The Just Home, which I voted on as a member of the City Council, and I supported. And that is to make sure that people who are incarcerated, who have severe illnesses, have a place where they can get adequate and safe health care. So I'm very happy about that. And then this. So you can just imagine what the next few years are going to be, and I'm very excited about having you as a partner. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning. Today, I'm honored and delighted as a registered nurse to see my mayor understand without health, with nothing. With your help, with everything. So as a nurse and chair of the City Council Hospital, Committee, I cannot overstate how important this moment is. And to all the leadership here, some of y'all have been working with you. Elmers, you left my hospital, and my sister here. I love you guys. The leadership here is amazing because if you understand what health is about, there's a lot of changes you can make in your life. When we say holistic, nurses, we talk about holistic all the time. Some folks take it lightly, but holistic means from your head to your toe. Everything about you, from your health, mental health, physical health, your food, everything. So once you start addressing it in a comprehensive way, holistic way, then you have treating human being the way you're supposed to. So Mayor, I don't have no worry about you because you've been talking about how you can make people whole. So I want to say thank you. This 2 new youth clinics meant faster access to emergency care, stronger preventive services, and real support for families when they need it the most. Too often, young people in our communities face barriers to care. We know that. We heard the statistic. 90% of our youth after the age of 21 is not seeing their mental health provider. That's a problem. And we're wondering what's going on in our street, safe street, all those things. It has to be, it has to be with taking care of our health. Today, I want to say again, thank you, Mayor. I'm very proud to stand with you. It is about time for us to put our children first. If we're not addressing their needs, how we expect them to excel? It's a problem. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to take too long, but Metro Health Care, Metro Plus Health Care. I have to get it correct. I have so many of them, and you have been a great friend in my past life for DME. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are going places when we start addressing our children needs and healthcare. Mental health is a real problem in our city. So thank you. God bless you.
Well, good morning. I'm Councilman Althea Stevens from the great borough of the Bronx. That's right. I got my passport stamped to be here today. I literally walked in there. It was like out there in Brooklyn. I'm like, I'm here. But anything for the kids. So if you know me, you know that I will show up for our young people. And today's a great day. I'm truly honored to stand here with our mayor, the incredible leaders of New York City Health and Hospitals, and the amazing administrative staff of Woodhall Hospital. Thank you for welcoming us for a life-saving work that you're doing every single day in our communities. Today's announcement is important to our city because investments like this is what true public safety looks like. I've been yelling about this, saying that we have to invest in our young people's mental health because this is the foundation for what they need. When we invest in young people's mental health, wellness, and stability, we are preventing crises before they happen and really affect our city. As chair of the Children's Committee on Children and Youth, and as someone who spent years working in the nonprofit sector, I understand the importance of holistic approach to solving issues for our young people, especially those who often are ignored. Young people often between the ages of 16 and 25 are navigating some of the most critical transitions of their lives, and too many of them fall through the cracks at those age because of pediatric care is running out. That's why this new clinic in Woodhall and New York City Health and Hospitals here in Queens are here and in Queens, Brooklyn and Queens, don't worry, I'm sure we're going to get one in the Bronx, are very important. That's right. Anytime you give us something, we always want more. By providing primary health care, behavioral health services, reproductive care, vocational supports, and social services all in one place through consistent care teams, we are meeting young people where they are and addressing the full picture of their needs. This is how we build equality in healthcare. This is how we reduce emergency room visits, long improvement outcomes, and ensure that young people are here and they are surviving and thriving. Thank you all for being here and making this possible. I look forward to continue working together and ensuring the mental health of all of our young people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm New York City Councilmember Chiose, and I have the great honor of representing this district, Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights in the City Council. So welcome back to Bed-Stuy, Mr. Mayor. I know you're no stranger to this neighborhood. Not too long ago, I actually turned 27 years old, and I had a colleague just remind me that I no longer get to join this program now. And I say that to say because oftentimes in government, when we talk about health care for youth, it mainly pertains to preteens or young children. So to have this clinic for young people ages 16 to 25 is so essential, because this health care, this care that this entire clinic will be providing is needed within this community and across the city as a whole. New York City Health and Hospitals, as many of you know, is the largest municipal health system in the United States. And that means what we do here sets a standard for the rest of the country. And it means we have a responsibility to make sure that young people are not left behind as their healthcare needs to change. Across the city, the cost of healthcare is forcing working families into impossible choices. Too many New Yorkers are forced to delay a doctor's visit, avoid the emergency room, or stretch their medication just to get by. That is unacceptable in a city as wealthy as this one. Health and Hospitals steps in to make care accessible and affordable. Young people deserve this type of consistent, reliable care, and these new youth clinics at Woodhull make that possible. This moment builds on the investments my office has already made in Woodhull. 2 years ago, we secured nearly $2 million for a new emergency department CT scanner, and that investment strengthened Woodhull's ability to care for Bed-Stuy's residents in the moments that matter most. This is a hospital that needs a lot of love and attention, so I applaud the mayor, I applaud every single partner for making this possible. We need millions and millions and millions of more dollars for Woodhull to make it state of the art. So, looking forward to another announcement in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got to bring that one down a little bit for me here. So I represent across the street on the other side of Flushing Avenue, and Councilmember Gutierrez is the other side of Broadway. So together with Councilmember Osei, we all do our best to look out for Woodhull, and it's great to be with the mayor, our deputy mayor, the great team at Woodhull, President Sneed, Dr. McDonald. You know, great things are happening here. A Gotham Health state-of-the-art clinic opened up across the street just a couple years ago that is providing excellent primary care, excellent secondary care to really meet the health needs of New Yorkers. My borough president helped put together $20 million to build a brand new birthing suite that is opening here at Woodhull next year, to ensure that we finally address the disgusting, the indefensible disparities in maternal mortality, and with this incredible new clinic to ensure that our young adults are accessing the mental health care that they need. Woodhull is really doing an amazing job, and we need to invest more in our public hospitals than ever. I know our deputy mayor gets it, as a proud person who's worked in our public hospital system, but we're losing billions of dollars in Medicaid funding from Washington. Hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers are losing their health care this year. And when that happens, New Yorkers come to our public hospital system to get the care that they need. Woodhull is the place that always has its door open, whether you have insurance or you don't, whether you have money or you don't. Woodhull is going to provide you with the care that you need and deserve. And so now more than ever, we need to make real investments in Woodhull. We need to ensure that H&H has the resources that it needs to provide excellent care to every New Yorker. And I have to say, every day I am proud to be a Metro Plus healthcare member, but especially today, this is the public option in New York City. It's already available here in the 5 boroughs for every New Yorker. And we should all be signing up to support Metro Plus because it brings resources into health and hospitals. It supports our public institutions, and Metro cards don't exist anymore. It's about the Metro Plus. This is what it's about. Sign up for Metro Plus. Thank you all.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos dias. State Senator Jabari Brisport. I represent Bed-Stuy in the State Senate. I feel like I represent Brooklyn. I'm Brooklyn all day, every day. But I want to thank the Mayor's Office, Woodhull, Metro Plus for this incredible partnership today. You know, it's often said that the mark of a great society is when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they will never lie in. And I know our mayor is not that old, but I know he recognizes that investing in our youth is one of the best things and most important things that can be done with government. And the partnership between government, the hospital, Metro Plus today will indeed save lives. I'm not just the chair of the Committee on Children and Families in the state Senate. I also was a public school teacher before I was a state senator. And I remember one of the reasons for running for office was seeing how under-resourced my school was. We had 3 counselors for about 1,400 youth. And I would remember whenever I tried to send a child who needed someone to talk to over to the counselor, they would say they'll do their best, but they have a line out the door. Because our youth need someone to talk to. And thanks to this partnership, they're going to have someone here at Woodhull. And I would be remiss without acknowledging some of the context in our local community. You know, a few days ago, we lost another youth to gun violence, Elquan Tillman. There'll be a shooting response this evening at 5 p.m. But again, thank you to the partnership that's being started here today, continued here today. We can say not one more youth lost to gun violence. So thank you again to the mayor, to Woodhull, and to Metro Plus. I'm very excited that this is coming, and I'm looking forward to the future of our community. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, family, I should say, and welcome home for so many of you that are here today. Before I give my brief remarks, I really just want to give a call to action to each and everyone who is sitting in these seats and to those of you who work in this building. When you leave this press conference today, when you leave the ribbon cutting, I want you to walk slowly out of the door. I want you to pay attention from everybody, from the porter to the president. And I want you to look at the attention that these wonderful public servants have set today, not only for this clinic, but for every single corridor in this institution. When you look outside, or you look from the outside, you can't really see the heart of the people inside this building. What you see is a pretty scary edifice. So, you know, maybe we could get some money for some good paint outside to get people here. Clean the windows up a bit. I say that because hospitals can be very, very daunting places for our young people, for our immigrant families, and we want to make sure that they understand the warmth that exists in this building, that when you come into Woodhull, you will be cared for. So today, we are not just cutting a ribbon, we are opening access. This Transition Youth Behavioral Health Clinic is a major milestone because the ages between adolescence and adulthood are some of the most vulnerable years of life. And too many young people fall through the cracks during that transition, as you've heard. The clinic here sends a different message. We see you, we hear you, and you don't have to carry it alone. In Central Brooklyn, our young people are navigating real pressures, stress, traumas, some due to gun violence, anxiety, grief, housing insecurity, and community violence. And they deserve support that is timely, that is culturally competent and responsive and rooted in dignity. As your assembly member, I am committed to fighting for investments in mental health and ensuring that the access remains open to everyone who is in need. This clinic is something that we have dreamed of, and we are happy to have so much support from the entire city council almost, certainly Metro Health Plus and others. I want to just say congratulations to each of you for setting the intention, for all of you for coming together, banding today, to our leadership. She has joined us and hit the ground running. The partnerships, the leadership who are sitting here, those of you, Jessica, who make sure that we are here supporting all the efforts. And I just want to also say that what we do here at Woodhull doesn't remain inside. This is a community-centered lifeline. It is a safety net for so many people, and we are outside doing the work together. So thank you all for being here to witness this today. And let's go cut this ribbon. Thank you, Mayor, for coming here today.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is my hospital. And, the Mets have Mr. Met, Woodhull has Mr. Woodhull, which is me. I've been asking President Snead to add me to the payroll for about 12 years, and she's denied every request. But I'm so happy to be here because what we're talking about here is public safety. This is what we've been talking about for so long. Everyone wants to add more cops and put our young people in jail. That's not how we solve for public safety. The way we solve for it is ensuring that our young people get the help that they deserve and need. And our hospitals shouldn't just be places where people go for emergencies. They should go for places where they can be safe, can be helped, and can be nurtured to be the great young people that New York City expects them to be. It took Mayor Mamdani to recognize that for us to see what we're seeing today. 22 days is what it took Mayor Mamdani to come to Woodhull Hospital. 22 days. He never says he's too busy to be here, to show up for us. I want to end with Dr. Katz. It's deeply important. He said when there was a budget recession that we shouldn't be in an austerity position for our hospitals. We should be doing more. We need podiatrists. We need doctors, pediatricians. We need eye doctors. We need more in our hospitals so people could see that as a central location for care and didn't start making budget cuts. He invested in our hospitals and helped save them. And what we're seeing here is a continuation of using our hospitals as a primary location to continue to help and save our people. So I want to say thank you. I'm going to say it in Spanish very quickly for Spanish media. I'm going to translate a little bit for what the mayor said. He started with, soy el alcalde Mamdani y el condado de Brooklyn es mi favorito condado en la ciudad de Nueva York. I got it. No, pero en serio. Hoy lo que estamos viendo es que nuestro alcalde está invirtiendo en nuestra juventud. De 16 a 25 años, ahora nuestra juventud va a poder recibir lo necesario para su salud mental aquí mismo en Woodhull Hospital y en Queens Hospital. Son esfuerzos que nosotros estamos esperando para ayudar a nuestra juventud y buscar manera de apoyarlo en vez de mandarlo a la cárcel o en otro problema. Eso se está solucionando aquí en este hospital debajo del liderazgo de nuestro alcalde. Thank you so much.
Time for a few questions. We'll start with on-topic questions. Mariela, are you around? Can I see everybody? Okay, let's start right here.
Are you seeing me? Yes. You mentioned the word holistic approach to the young people. By the way, congratulations. I think this is an amazing initiative. This is my home hospital, so I'm excited about it. What percentage of holistic is going to be added to the young people? Are we talking about natural approaches, food, which we know can also help with the balancing and the mental wellness? Anyone who wants to answer that question.
Yeah, I can just speak to it broadly, and then I'll invite the experts on the exact subject matter. I can tell you that what makes me so excited, and I think so many of the other elected officials who are here today, is that this will be a youth clinic where young people can come to, and they don't just receive social services assistance, they don't just receive mental health assistance, they also receive vocational assistance, they also receive the kind of assistance that oftentimes they're actually afraid to even ask for. They don't even know where to turn to. And what this is about is creating a place where a young person can go when they have a question and they don't know who has the answer. This will be that first step.
Yeah, exactly. As Mayor mentioned, holistic, in that sense, you see a fridge also behind you and a kitchenette. So definitely it does include the nutrition, but it also includes all these aspects of someone's life, vocational. During that time, people might be looking for a job. They might be graduating from college, helping them with that, but also creating that sense of community. We know that community is a big factor, especially for this age group. You see a couch behind me where people can hang out, play games on this screen. So it's basically approaching every aspect of their lives.
Thank you. Yeah, Mariela in the back.
Mr. Mayor, hi. For NMAS Univision, there's a huge group of transgender Hispanic youth who feel outcasted more than ever now in these difficult times. Is there going to be a program particularly geared to them with this new initiative?
This is going to be an initiative for each and every young person across the city. And we want to make clear that when we stand up for New Yorkers, that also means we stand up for trans New Yorkers. This is a city which I am the mayor for every single person who calls the city home. And for too long, there has been a sense in this city that if you don't conform to the exact sets that people in power will tell you, that you don't have a champion of yours in the corridors of power. Those days are now over. We are going to stand up for every single New Yorker. That includes trans New Yorkers. And today, the importance of this, it's also because young people are often the ones who are thought of the least in places where we find power. You know, when we go through City Hall, we think about this age group, 16 to 25. We often think about them and talk about them only in terms of the rate at which they vote. And what we've actually found recently is that if you give them a vision that shows them their place in it, they too will vote. But more important than that, however, is that we have to prove to them that we care about them, that we want them to succeed in this city, and that their struggles are not just theirs to bear alone. And I can tell you that moment when you stop being a child and you start being an adult, it feels as if you are the only one who is navigating that. There's no one else to turn to. And I know that for many New Yorkers, they might not be able to find that support in their own family. And so what we want to show them is that this city can also be a part of that same family. Thank you.
And Jay, go ahead.
It's an off topic.
Yeah, on snow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether you're nervous at all about the storm. And I think you probably know the history. You don't have to go back to John Lindsay and the Blizzard of '69. Not that I covered that. But your last three predecessors faced challenging storms. They made some mistakes and made headlines. So are you feeling the weight of history?
I think what I'm thinking more about is how can I do every single thing in my power to make this as seamless of an experience for New Yorkers as possible. And I think it is only right that New Yorkers judge their leaders by their ability to deliver for them in the most day-to-day aspects of their life. Because for so much of what we talk about in politics, what I'll find from New Yorkers is the questions come back to the things that they experience over a 24-hour period. And over the course of this snowstorm, what they want to know is there going to be a mayor that's going to tell them that it's coming? Is there going to be a DSNY that is prepared to put the salt across this whole city? Is there going to be a plan in place, whether it's 3 inches or 12 inches or however many, that none of us are surprised? And I think that's what they're going to see in our administration, is we take this seriously because it has serious consequences for New Yorkers' lives. It can mean the inconvenience and knowing that it might be a more slippery walk that you're going to take. It can also mean a real fear to your safety if you do not know that this is coming and you still have to take the kind of trip that you would have otherwise planned for. And so what we are asking of New Yorkers is to take every precaution they can in their own life, and what we will deliver to them is a city government that is going to meet them there in doing everything in our power to make this a weekend that they will not have to remember any months from now.
Yeah, can I have for a few more? Andrew, then Kelly.
Mayor, you know yesterday I asked you about the snow day possibility.
Yes.
What I wanted to ask you is, do you agree with the current mayoral position, which is that any weather-related closure should lead to virtual education that day? Or do you disagree with what was an Adams administration policy, the de Blasio administration policy, that we should have virtual school?
You know, I will tell you, as of now, we have not yet made a decision as to what Monday will be. And we are going through every different aspect of the impact of a possible decision. As I said earlier, parents feel one way about this, students feel very differently about this. What I want to make sure, however, is that we are making a decision that does not have a massive impact on people's day-to-day lives, not only this coming next few days, but also for the school year in its entirety. Those are the conversations we're having right now with our chancellor, with our internal team as well.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Kelly.
I wanted to ask you, Mahmoud Khalil has a deportation order to Algeria. I'm wondering, are you doing any back channeling with the president on his case to get that changed? And then I noticed the borough president is here. We'll do one the at a first time since he's been endorsed by Nydia Velázquez. And a question for both of you, you both standing here united, what does this mean for the Democratic Party here in New York that seems to be schisming and splitting between progressives and Democratic socialists?
So I will go with your first question, then I'll go to your second question. Mahmoud Khalil is a New Yorker. He should remain in New York City. We have seen this attack on him as part of a larger attack on the freedom of speech that is especially pronounced when it comes to the use of that speech to stand up for Palestinian human rights. And I will make that clear to everyone, and I have said it time and again, that he deserves to stay in this city. He deserves to be in the city just like any other New Yorker. And I can tell you that too often, on your second question, New Yorkers are asking themselves, what does this actually mean for me when it comes to politics, right? You know, the borough president is running for Congress. He's a friend of mine. I've endorsed another candidate for that seat. Incredibly excited about her, Assemblymember Claire Valdez. All of those things can be true, and we can still be working together to deliver for the young people of New York City. And that's what we have to show, is that we can keep moving this agenda forward. We can keep moving this vision forward so that New Yorkers don't ask themselves, what good or what use is politics when it doesn't seem to have any impact on my day-to-day life? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Miles.
I just, we came up during my boss's administration, right, when we did not have snow days. Is it weighing on you as a former New York City school student to make a decision on snow days?
Look, I can tell you as a guy who grew up in New York City, many of my favorite memories were packing that trash can at the bottom of the hill. And actually, that's one of the first times I went to a hospital in New York City is when we hit the jump. I was supposed to be on the back. We hit the jump so well that I ended up being in the front. And then my friend landed on my head. And I got a concussion and I went to the hospital. And I turned out mostly okay. And I tell you that to say that snow is also an incredible amount of fun for so many young people across the city. We also want to make a decision that we know is the right decision to make, not just in the immediate, but also in the medium and the long term, and is part of a larger policy. So it doesn't weigh on me too much, though I don't begrudge anyone for their strong feelings, either way.
Thank you guys. We're going to do the ribbon cutting now, so we're going to just bring this in here. Podium.
Sorry, guys, enough lost cameras trying to get the shot.
All right, feeling ready? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Please, come on in.
This is our mural for the hospital violence interruption. Just so a few people could please hold them up. Thank you. Hold them up.
Thanks so much for that.
Sorry. If you guys wouldn't mind sitting down or sitting. Good morning, my fellow New Yorkers. It is a joy to be back in Diversity Plaza with so many friends, former coworkers, and fellow New Yorkers as we enjoy the sounds of our city hum around us and the aromas of food that I know we all wish we could be eating right now waft down the block. Diversity Plaza is aptly named. Here, just as in so many other intersections of our beautiful city, the ever-changing tapestry that is New York is in full view. It is here that cab drivers on break buy fuchka at carts lined up next to each other, each cart claiming that they were, in fact, the first. It is here, just behind me, where so many young children run up and down the stairs of Kebab King. It is here where words are spoken in dozens of different languages echoing down the street while music from every conceivable country plays at every conceivable volume. It is actually right here that I also used to get my haircut. And if there is any place where you can hear the orchestra of an immigrant city tuning its instruments, it's Jackson Heights and it's Diversity Plaza. There are few cities on the planet that can boast a single corner like this one, let alone hundreds upon hundreds that fill our city. And it is no small thing to lead a city that contains so many worlds within one, so many cultures existing alongside each other. And it is also not something that happens on its own. It requires the work of neighbors, reaching out a hand to other neighbors, like so many of my colleagues at Chaya do every single day. It requires children introducing themselves at the playground to new friends who speak a different language. And in some moments, it requires city government stepping in to protect its people from discrimination and prejudice wherever it arises. As I often do, I think of the words of our greatest mayor, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, when he founded the Mayor's Committee on Unity in 1944. Its purpose, he said, was to make New York City a place where people of all races and religions may work and live, side by side in harmony and have mutual respect for each other, and where democracy is a living reality. That committee became the Commission on Intergroup Relations, and in 1962, the Commission on Human Rights. But for nearly 82 years, no matter its name, CCHR has done the vital work of protecting human rights in our city, of delivering justice. And that work has never been more important, and the person entrusted to lead it has never been more important either. Today, I am proud to announce that Christine Clark will serve as the new chair and commissioner of the Commission on Human Rights, where she will lead a team of New Yorkers who live in this city, love this city, and speak more than the 30 languages of the many that are spoken in this city. 30 languages. I know, brother, it's a lot, but there's even more in this city. Christine has dedicated her career to fighting for New Yorkers who need a champion. Before assuming this role, she served as Legal Services New York City's Chief of Litigation and Advocacy. Before that, she was director of the Civil Rights Justice Initiative. She has dedicated her life to fighting for working people, from factory workers to small business owners to immigrants planting their roots. She will work under Julie Su, our Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, because we know that so often the civil rights violations that New Yorkers reckon with make it harder for them to afford a city that is already impossible for many to be able to stay in. When a landlord will not rent you an apartment because of the color of your skin, that is economic injustice. When a boss withholds your wages because of the languages you speak, that is economic injustice. When you cannot get a job because of your immigration status or your sexual orientation, that too is economic injustice. We will make this city more just, and we will do so as New Yorkers, not by shying away from complexity or conflict, but by confronting what we know to be wrong wherever it arises. The beauty that is Diversity Plaza is a special, fragile thing. Together, let us resolve to protect it, to defend it, and to work together each and every day to make this a city that every single New Yorker knows belongs to them. It is now my pleasure to introduce the next chair and commissioner of the City Commission on Human Rights, Christine Clark.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mayor Mamdani, for that beautiful vision of New York City, one that I share very much. And I can't wait to get to work as your next chair of the Commission for Human Rights. I've moved around a lot in my life, but the only place that ever felt like home to me was New York City. And it was precisely because of the diversity, because of the embrace of all people, and because of the inclusion in everyone in that great label of New Yorker. As soon as you decide that this is your home, you belong here as much as anybody else. Since putting my roots down here, I spent basically my entire professional career fighting for working people and people living in poverty. Before law school, I fought for the rights of overseas factory workers making goods for export to the United States. Since law school, I dove headfirst into civil rights, representing employees who wanted to be seen as more than the sum of their parts, seen by their employers as more than their race or gender identity or religion, as well as fighting for people who were victims of wage theft. I've also spent a decade on and off working for Legal Services NYC, where I fought for people living in poverty, including working people who simply cannot get ahead. There, I fought for people to be free from discrimination in the workplace, for people to be free from discrimination in housing, and for language access for immigrants and those who are deaf or hard of hearing when working with government agencies. And finally, against unlawful or arbitrary government action that deprives people of due process of law. I've also spent some time briefly in the private sector, where I fought for employees, but also advised small businesses. And these are businesses who really wanted to do the right thing, and it's not always easy, as I'm sure all these businesses will tell you. There aren't a lot of resources for small businesses, particularly immigrant-owned businesses, who want to follow the law and want to do the right thing. I think as part of a vision of a city where civil rights violations don't happen, I promise to invest in a civil rights violation prevention and helping give small businesses the resources that they need to follow the law. I think the law should be a guidepost for us all and not a trap for the unwary. So it's with this life experience and this work experience that I come to this position, and with a deeply held belief that New York City is a place where we can finally all belong and all thrive. And it's obviously a huge privilege and an honor to have the opportunity and the great responsibility to lead the wonderful people at the Commission on Human Rights to enact this vision of a great city that we all share. Because ultimately, no matter where you were born, what language you speak, what religion you practice, whether you have a disability, your race or ethnicity, your gender identity, or your sexual orientation, if you live here, you are a New Yorker. And I promise, as the chair of the Commission on Human Rights, to work with you and to fight for you. Because the reality is that none of us can survive alone. None of us can feel safe in a city knowing that if we are suddenly perceived as inadequate, as a bad employee, as an undesirable tenant or neighbor, if that perception has nothing to do with us or anything we've done, that perception alone could endanger our livelihoods, our housing, the security of our families. No one can live in that kind of society. No one can feel safe in a society where businesses are incentivized to cut corners by not accommodating people's disabilities or not working with employees who are caregivers or parents. That's not a society we can thrive in. That's a race to the bottom. And we can choose to live in a better society, one in which we understand that as New Yorkers, our freedom, our security, and our collective liberation is bound up in one another. We must lift each other up, support each other, and lean on each other in order so that we may all be free. So I think that that is the underlying principle of the New York City Human Rights Law. It's a principle that I know the mayor believes in deeply, as does our Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, Julie Su. And it's a principle that will underlie my tenure as the chair of the Commission on Human Rights. Thank you.
We'll start with some questions about the commission, please. Yeah, go ahead.
So there was an audit from the state controller recently that found
Sorry,
that...
would you mind saying it a little louder?
Yeah, sure. There was recently an audit from the state controller that found that tenants who file discrimination complaints with the commission regularly face years-long delays. What will this administration do differently to prevent those delays and to prevent the discrimination from happening in the first place?
Yeah, so there There are unquestionably enormous delays right now at the Commission on Human Rights. There's a lot of wonderful people who work there who want to do better work faster, and I'm really looking forward to working with them to figure out ways to move things faster, move resources so they can go more efficiently. And I think as chair, it's my responsibility to get decisions out faster, which I intend to do immediately.
Yeah, go ahead, Miles.
One thing that CCHR is focused on, obviously, in the last administration was fighting anti-Semitism. Today, obviously, a group that encourages folks to make the pilgrimage back to Israel is going to be having their meeting in a synagogue. There's that same protest group is expected to protest there again. What do you think your focus will be on for Jewish New Yorkers, and then what's your reaction to another protest when, today the governor's talking about protecting house of worship?
I'm excited to be standing here alongside our chair and our new commissioner of CCHR, precisely because this city deserves a leader who will look to ensure that the law is being followed. And that is a law that has to be followed for each and every person. That includes Jewish New Yorkers. Jewish New Yorkers deserve just as much as every other New Yorker to be safe in this city, and to also know that that safety cannot be the limit of what this city does. It must also celebrate and cherish. And again, it cannot come down to an individual commissioner's deliberation of what they agree or disagree with. It has to come down to the question of, does this violate the law? And just to the prior question that was asked, what that audit found, we're speaking of far more than just 2 years to come to a resolution on a number of these cases. When it takes that long to come to a conclusion, then New Yorkers lose faith in their ability to actually report these kinds of discrimination to an institution like CCHR. So the imperative that we have as a city government is to follow through quicker, such that people actually learn that there is a reason they should trust city government, they should trust CCHR, and they should trust our new chair and our new commissioner.
Okay, more on topic. Julia, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What other issues other than housing do you find there are more violations of discrimination?
Yeah, I think we can see this across the board. This institution is charged with investigating allegations of discrimination on the basis of race, on the basis of religion, on the basis of sexual orientation, on the basis of a wide variety of factors that at one point or another are impeding New Yorkers' ability to afford to live life in this city. I do think housing is one of the most critical examples, however, because what we've seen is a lack of interest from prior administrations in the question of following through on fighting this kind of discrimination. And from within CCHR, we've seen timelines of more than 2 years to actually bring this to a halt. The important thing here is not just to resolve the cases in front of us, but to also make clear to all New Yorkers that we will not tolerate the violations of the law, whether it's housing or elsewhere.
Small business, I mean, you were mentioning small business. Is it more about red tape, or is it outright discrimination?
I think, so the New York City Human Rights Law, yeah, I'll do my best. Okay, so the New York City Human Rights Law covers a lot of stuff, and I think that it's not always obvious what the right thing to do is. So I do think there's a lot of public education that needs to be done, not only to people about their own individual rights, but about your responsibilities as an employer and a small business, or a landlord or what have you. And also in terms of the housing discrimination, I think it's important to talk about not only about discrimination in not renting to people because of their race or their gender identity, which we see a lot of, but also housing voucher discrimination, because what is the point of all of our amazing city subsidies for people if they can't find an apartment? So that's definitely one of our priorities going forward.
And sorry, just before you go, I would just add one thing to what the commissioner said, which is just to something that she shared in her own remarks. The intent of this position is not to find violations in small businesses across the city and then charge them for it. The intent of this position is to ensure compliance with the law. And that also means doing proactive outreach to small businesses such that they know what the rules are, as opposed to levying fine and fee upon fine and fee on them and then asking them to pay up.
We'll take off-topic questions too. Oh yeah, Hannah, go ahead.
Sorry, Hannah, I can't quite hear you.
Two questions, if I may.
Yeah.
One is, Albany starting up the session for the budget. What would you consider a win? What's the number that you think New York City needs to hit to, consider this a success the first stage of your administration?
The governor said it herself the other day about the importance of partnership. And what I would consider a win is a demonstration of the partnership that has often been missing in the relationship between City Hall and Albany, and a meaningful advance of our affordability agenda. Because so often the question, even as we are gathered here today to speak about fighting discrimination, is considered separate from an economic crisis in the city, when in fact they are tied together. There are so many in Jackson Heights that will tell you that the affordability crisis is one that they feel no matter how they are interacting with whatever store it is around Diversity Plaza. And so that is going to be a key part of this, is how do we deliver on the affordability agenda in a meaningful way, and how do we build the partnership that has been missing? I know you said you had another question.
On Tia Weaver, your tenant protections appointee, obviously there's been some controversy. She said that homeownership is a weapon of white supremacy. Can you comment on if you share those beliefs, and if not, what can you say to reassure Black and Brown New Yorkers who are homeowners who are concerned by those comments?
My focus as the mayor of New York City is to deliver stability in a city. And we know that one critical pathway to that stability is homeownership. And I am frankly so grateful to have so many of my former and now current coworkers at Chaya CDC, where I used to work as a foreclosure prevention housing counselor, where my job each and every day was to keep low to middle income homeowners in Queens in their homes. And just before me, ahead of me, would be someone who was working on first-time home buyer assistance. And the importance of all of these things tied together with the person behind me working on tenant protection. It was a fully comprehensive approach to the issue of housing, and I am committed to delivering that stability for homeowners, for tenants, and for those who aspire to be homeowners in the city. And I'm excited at the work that we're going to be doing.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryder. Yeah, go ahead.
Last night, the Attorney General released several videos of body camera footage of the shooting of Ches Frey, who was killed by police officers. I'm just wondering, have you seen that footage? And if you have, can I just get your reaction to the videos?
I have. It's incredibly heartbreaking to witness. And I know that the police department is commencing an investigation into this incident, and I look forward to seeing the results.
Sally, go ahead. Sorry, could you speak up just a little bit? Thank you.
Welcome back, Sally.
To follow up on her question, you had two aides who had past social media posts kind of, dissected recently. One was fired, one was not. I was wondering if you could kind of walk us through the process, your process, and like how you made those two decisions and what the difference is in your mind between the two of their criticizing tweets.
I accepted Kat DaCosta's resignation. Sia Weaver is someone that we hired to stand up for tenants across the city based on the track record that she had of standing up for tenants across the city and the state. And frankly, if we just look at the last few days of work that she has done as part of our larger city government approach to the housing crisis in the city, you can already see results, the kind of which we haven't seen for the past few years.
Go ahead, right here. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Sorry. Do you see the substance of their tweets or their posts as like fundamentally different?
I think the core issue at hand here is, what are we hiring this person to do? We are hiring them to stand up for tenants in a way that we haven't seen before, and that's exactly what they're doing. Thank you.
My name is Javier Castaño from Queens Latino.
Hi, Javier. How are you?
My question is, what are your plans for the New York Office of Ethnic and Community Media? You are going to meet with the owners and publishers, because we can play an important role in the engagement.
Yes, there's no question that you can play an important role in that engagement, and also that for so many of those New Yorkers who are here today with us, but also who call Jackson Heights home, that it's those very kinds of institutions that are the ways in which they engage with the world around them. I can tell you that throughout the course of my mayoral campaign, there were many, many moments where I knew that the way I needed to reach a certain number of New Yorkers was by engaging exactly with publications of the kind that you're referring to. So this is going to be a focus for us as we continue to build out our communications department, is how to ensure that we are communicating in a way that is reaching every New Yorker, no matter what TV station they're turning on, what radio or what newspaper they're reading, that we will actually be speaking to them. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Mamdani. You've been spending a lot of time with Governor Hochul over the last week, and of course, the State of the State address is coming up next week. Is there anything you're really hoping she talks about next week, or any ideas you might be pushing her to talk about?
I have appreciated the partnership that I've been building with Governor Hochul, and I've also appreciated the shared focus on affordability as something that we have to deliver for New Yorkers. And I know that for the governor, this is something that has existed prior to this mayoral campaign or this mayoral administration. And in her own words, that 2026 be the year of childcare, I think that many New Yorkers are looking forward to that, especially when we think about the costs that are pushing people out of this city. We know that 80% of families with children under the age of 5 cannot afford this city. We know that childcare has an average cost of $22,500 a year in this city. It is ridiculous. It is cheaper to send your child to CUNY than it is to find childcare for them. And that is a reflection of inaction that we've seen in this city and state. And I'm excited to be here now building a partnership with our governor to embark on a new era of politics here.
All right, we've got time for a few more. Yeah, Josie and then Greg.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
Hey, Josie, how's it going?
I'm wondering, in light of Trump's attacks on child care funding in the state, if that at all affects your legislative priorities. Is today's open session? Is child care now like on the top of that list? And I'm also wondering, in light of you calling Trump about Maduro, have you reached out to Trump about this? And where's the line for you on when you actually press call on Trump's contact with you about?
Childcare continues to be a priority for myself and for our administration. And I think the decision that was made was a cruel decision that plays politics with children's futures here in New York City. And I appreciated what the governor shared yesterday, which was her confidence of being able to win this lawsuit in court. And we will continue not only to protect the funding that is being provided to New Yorkers across the city, but also to advance our agenda of universal childcare. Because what we know is that the absence of it is not just costing us in a moral sense. It's not just costing us in a political sense. It's also costing us in a fiscal sense, where we saw just a few years ago that for an annual period, we were losing about $23 billion in economic activity otherwise. So I will continue to make that clear, both in my advocacy in Albany, but also in the conversations that I have with anyone about what we need to deliver here in New York City.
And about outreach to Trump, why then, and presumably not now, childcare?
There will continue to be conversations that I have directly with President Trump, and they will always come back to the needs of New Yorkers and how to make this a city that they can afford. Childcare is one of those critical issues.
All right, go ahead.
So you spoke earlier about economic justice, very important, and I would contend that the ability of minority and women-owned businesses to get a piece of municipal contracts is very important, and you recently reappointed Michael Gardner.
Would you mind saying it a little bit louder?
You recently reappointed Michael Gardner that's his job. Were you aware of the MTA Inspector General's report about his unit cherry-picking data on contracts when he was at the MTA, which, by the way, you cited when making that announcement?
Look, we expect excellence and accountability from everyone in our administration. That extends to every single portfolio. And this is a matter that you're raising right now that I'll be looking into more closely.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you all.
Excuse me, sir.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
The Mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. And now, please rise and welcome to the podium the 57th Governor of the great state of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. This is the day that everything changes. Woo! I'm so proud to be here at the Flatbush Y to declare that New York State is open for families. Because families, and I'm so proud to be joined by an extraordinary partner. First week on the job, but you'd never know it. Mayor Mamdani has put forth a vision for this city that I am a big supporter of, and that is to make this city more affordable, more livable, more people-friendly. And we're going to continue working together. We also know that for a long time, families have been crying out for help, and I want to thank everyone in this room who's listened to those cries, who said the status quo is not working. We can do better because we're New Yorkers. Of course we can dream bigger and do more and be more audacious. And that's why you're witnessing history here today. So to all the champions, the advocates, our host, Sharon Levy, the Vice President of the YMCA, be hearing from Sharon. Hey, Sharon. Our brand newly elected City Council Speaker, Julie Menon, has joined us. Sarah Dawes, you're going to be hearing from a working mom. Yeah, who's a working mom in this room? I am. But also my colleagues in government who are shoulder to shoulder with me as we've worked for many years to bring forth change for families. And I thank them for supporting our investments and our vision. And I know we're also, and I can't acknowledge all the electeds, but I have to give home turf advantage to Senator Kevin Parker. Let's give him a round of applause. This is his district. And his family member, Rodney Bashad Hermelin, who's been a great champion, and mother of little Daniel, who's been featured in... Daniel's here? Oh, yeah. Daniel's here. I never go anywhere to see this woman without Daniel at his side. I think Daniel's going to be talking about running for office before too long. It's the only life this poor child knows. But the families have been crying for help, whether you live in Flatbush or you live upstate in the Finger Lakes. This is something every family can agree on. The cost of child care is too damn high. As I said, I'm New York's first mom governor, and I understand the urgency of this crisis because I lived it. Now, it was a few decades ago, I'm willing to admit that, but I had a job that I dreamed about. My highest aspiration, and I encourage others to dream bigger, was to be a staffer for a senator someday on Capitol Hill. I achieved that in my 20s with Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. But our family was beginning. And when that little boy came along, I could not find child care. And certainly not child care that we could afford with 2 government employees on a payroll. So I had to make a choice that I never thought I would do, is walk away from that dream job and become a full-time mom because it costs too much for child care for me to walk out the door in the morning. So I put my dreams on hold. And to be honest with you, I never knew when they'd get back on track. It was a big time of uncertainty for us. But not only that, when your income, 2-family income goes down to 1, you're clipping a lot of coupons for diapers and formula. And you're just sitting there stressed out looking at that bill at the end of the month, the utilities and the groceries and the gas and everything else. So that was my lived experience. And now that little one, that baby, has his own 3-year-old, and nothing's changed. It's still one of the biggest expenses for our families is the cost of child care. So today we're working together with the mayor at this incredible place to announce the first major steps to make child care universal, truly universal, here in New York City, and as well as transforming the lives of children and parents all across the state. So we've already invested, thank you legislators, a significant amount in child care, about 3.5 times what it was when I first became governor just 4 years ago, more than any governor who came before me, $8 billion in child care already. But we know, yes, that's a lot of money, but we know that this is a determinative factor on whether or not a family who wants to stay in New York or come to New York, whether or not they can pull it all off and make it work. But it also affects our businesses. Think about this. Why do people need childcare? Because they're going to a job. They're going to work. They're part of our economy, part of our productivity, revenues that we need in Albany. So if people stay home, it all collapses. We saw that during the pandemic. And I'm looking at my Commissioner of Labor, Roberta Reardon. I don't want to mention pandemic, but we had hundreds and millions of people collecting unemployment because there were no jobs. And we're not talking about that scale anymore. Heaven help us if we do. But this is a daily occurrence. And I want to say, we are so focused, because I know my story is not unique. Right here, child care costs between $26,000 and $40,000 a year. That's more than it costs, that's double the cost of a SUNY or CUNY college education. I mean, think about that. Like, okay, I can either take care of my child or pay for college someday? What are we talking about here? A family with an infant and a toddler, and that was me? But today they'd say they're making half of the city's median income. They're spending half of their money on child care. The math just doesn't add up. So here's what's happening. Either people are saying, instead of getting together and talking about planning for that baby, maybe painting an extra bedroom if you have one. I don't know who has an extra bedroom anymore. Paint the living room. You should be talking about that. But instead, they're talking about maybe we can't afford to have kids at all. Maybe it's not going to be part of our dream. Or sick and tired of trying to figure all this out in a patchwork system that's not working. And they get worn down by the stress of it all. Hey, sweetie. They get worn down by it, right? This takes a toll. But you know what? At some point, they might just say, I can't do this anymore. I have to leave a place I grew up in, a place I love. That, to me, is tragic. When someone leaves, we're all diminished. Our state, our city, we're sapped of the collective vitality and energy that each family and each child brings. They're growing up in a different state. And for decades, governors have promised some form of child care, but never delivered. And I'm here to say, the era of empty promises ends with the two of us right here, right now. We've laid the foundation since I took office, and I announced this in my State of the State exactly 1 year ago, that we'll be on a path to lay the groundwork for a robust universal child care system statewide. We've already invested $6.5 billion in our state child care assistance program, dramatically expanding the eligibility and capping costs at $15 per week for most of those families. That's incredible. We've doubled the number of children served by vouchers. We also knew we had a workforce shortage, especially after the pandemic. We invested over $500 million in direct bonuses to 80,000 workers to let them know we value them and to lift them up. And we also increased reimbursement rates, which we were told were too low. We increased them by 50%. This is to help the providers maintain their staff and have a high quality of care. But also, we needed buildings. We needed investments. $110 million in new capital funding to open hundreds of new child care centers. Now, all this groundwork was important. It's still important. But when I announced we're going to begin on a path to universal child care, I said this has to go first. It doesn't happen overnight. Right? You just don't declare we now have universal child care in the state of New York, right? Okay, you're all with me on that, right? Okay. But it has to start somewhere. It requires skilled and caring workers and safe and welcoming places and sustained investment. And today we're turning that foundation into a concrete multi-year roadmap that'll ultimately deliver universal child care for every single New York family statewide, regardless of their income. Every child will have the same opportunity to get the same head start. And no working parent will have to sacrifice their paycheck and career to make sure their babies and toddlers have an opportunity to grow and thrive. So let's take a couple minutes to talk about how we accomplish this, starting right here in New York City. And I'm going to let the mayor talk about most of this. But this city just elected a mayor who spoke boldly of his vision for universal child care and what needs to happen to be on this road. Back in November, fresh off the election, we sat down. We had many conversations leading up to this, but we started talking about how we make this vision become reality, no longer a dream. And I told him this: whatever the city was ready to deliver, I would be his partner 100% of the way. And today I'm proud to announce that New York State is paying the full cost to launch 2Care for the first time. Universal daycare for 2-year-olds as proposed by Mayor Mamdani. And we're not just paying for 1 year of the program. We don't usually go 1 year out in our budget. But just to let you know how serious we are, we're taking the unprecedented step to not just commit for the 2027 budget, which I'm working on right now, but also the following year as well, to show you we're in this for the long haul. In the next few minutes, you'll hear from the mayor about how to implement his plan, but you'll explain all this. But as the city builds capacity and trains workers and brings more communities online, we'll continue to provide the necessary funding to make sure that every child has access to this child care. Now, across the state, my friends, this might be a newsflash, but there's more to the New York State than just New York City, okay? Can you work with me on this? Okay, all right. So we got to look out for everybody. Everybody. So I have a little bit different approach for upstate because they're not as far ahead when it comes to 4-year-old and 3-year-old programs. We have some catch up to do there, and I'm proud to lead that effort. But it's an equally ambitious approach. And despite the fact that we've had a universal pre-K program in use for a decade, the people aren't doing it. Communities are not stepping up to do this. Communities have just not found a way to implement this, and that's a real barrier for families living outside the city. So to help them grow aligned with more closely to what we're doing here in the city, we're going to invest $470 million to support the administration of universal pre-K across all of our towns and our cities and deliver on the guarantee I'm making today that universal pre-K will be available for every single 4-year-old across New York by 2028, 2 years from now. Because every child deserves this, the same opportunity. Will not be mandatory for those who are staying in parts of the states. We don't want to be told what to do. I get it. If you have another path to take care of your kids, God bless you. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. And that's what we also have to step up for. On top of this, I'm announcing a pilot to start a web of community-based daycares. When? Not someday in the future, but starting this year to provide year-round, full-day affordable care for newborns to 3-year-olds across the state. Now that's going to start. We'll be announcing the initial counties. Again, some baby steps are required here, so work with us. But the initial counties we announced, and we talk about how we grow this up after this initial year or two to grow this exponentially. And we'll double down on the proven success of our state child care assistance program, our voucher system, with an additional, drum roll for this, an additional $1.2 billion for communities across the state, including New York City. A 40% increase from last year. That'll help hundreds of thousands of families just keep their costs low and keep their heads above water. So this year we're committing an additional $1.7 billion in what we call recurring spending, something my budget director hates, but meaning we're committed. And so that means our total child care investment this year will be $4.5 billion in the state of New York. So we're in this. We're in for the long haul. Because for working parents, having access to affordable childcare you can trust, it changes everything in your life. Because before kids, you didn't think about it. But all of a sudden, when that baby is born and you hold the baby for the first time, or you adopt a child, bring the baby into your family, your priorities shift within seconds. And all of a sudden, your whole fiber and your whole being is surrounded around doing something that's going to help make this baby's life better. Better than perhaps your own life was. That is what parents want to do, and I want to let them do that. And if we can take this stress point off the plate of all the other struggles they have, my friends, then we are making New York State and New York City the best places in the nation to live, to raise a family, to grow a business, and to prosper. Everyone has access to this. And who are we talking about? People in this room? Think about people all across the state, the nurse from Yonkers who gets up at the crack of dawn. I wanted to say this, no longer has to pack lunches if the kids are school age. We do free school lunches and breakfast. A lot of parents are happy with that one. We're feeding our babies, taking care of our kids. But they drop their kids off at 6 in the morning, get to work by 7, or a housekeeper in Midwood who leaves her toddler with the neighbor in the morning trying to figure out what's going to happen if the neighbor gets sick or has to go somewhere. These are all stresses. And I want to mention Mariah here, mother of two. Mariah, stand up, please. Mariah. Mariah has a dream. She's pursuing her job of becoming a nurse while juggling not one job, but 2 jobs as an esthetician and a teacher just to pay the bills. Every morning at 7:30 in the morning, she drops the kids off at a daycare down the road. And in that moment, when she says goodbye, and I'm sure there's a lot of tears, but you know that they're safe and cared for, that allows you to take that sigh of relief and say, my baby's okay, my child's okay, I'm going to be okay, and we're going to get through this. To give that gift to people, I cannot underestimate what that does to your psyche and your whole being. Because as I said, that child is your entire world. And when your child is okay, then you're going to be just fine. And so that's the power of affordable child care. It gives parents like Mariah and others the foundation they need. And I'm proud to deliver on this very ambitious plan with existing state revenues. We got it done. We found a path forward, and there's nothing going to get in our way. And I want to continue focusing on these transformational plans and the support we're providing, Mayor Mamdani, to make our collective vision become a reality. So this is how we thrive. This is how we make life better. So to Mariah and all the parents out there across New York, this one's for you. We're going to lift you up. We're going to support you. We hear you. We hear you. And I'll never stop fighting for you, your families, and your futures. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Let me welcome Mayor Mamdani, someone who's also a big dreamer, but also knows the dreams can get you this far, but now it's about the implementation, it's the execution, and it's the follow-through. So that's the difference. People can espouse great thoughts, so many have come and gone in our halls of government for a long time, but you're looking at someone who wants to get things done, and I will be a willing partner to that. Ladies and gentlemen, our mayor.
Good morning, New York.
Good morning.
Today, we take one step to realizing a city where every New Yorker, every family, every child can afford to keep calling it their home. It is an honor to be here in Flatbush alongside Governor Hochul. Governor, thank you for your partnership and thank you for your leadership. And I want to say thank you to the incredible organizers, advocates, elected officials that we have here at every single level of government who have willed this day into existence. Truly, thank you to all of you. To those who doubt the power of the people to make their own destiny, to the cynics who insist that politics is too broken to deliver meaningful change, to those who think that the promises of a campaign cannot survive once confronted with the realities of government, today is your answer. This is a day that so many believed would never come, but it is a day that working people across our city have delivered through the sheer power of their hard work and their unwavering belief that a better future was indeed within their grasp. We stand here today because of the millions of phone numbers that were dialed, conversations had, voicemails left, each of them a New Yorker speaking to another New Yorker, each of them making the case for a future that working people could in fact afford. And we stand here today because of the untold stairs climbed and doors knocked by volunteers who encouraged neighbors they had never met to imagine a New York where a dignified life was in fact possible. And we stand here today because of the young New Yorkers who were no longer willing to accept that the joy of beginning a family had to be paired with the heartbreak of moving away from a city that they had always loved. In short, my friends, we stand here today because of a movement brave enough to make a promise and even braver to know that it could fulfill it. Today, that movement, that fight, that New York has won. And if this moment, where I stand alongside our governor, marks the dawn of a new day, we know that it does so because New Yorkers have lifted it themselves. With their own hands, their refusal to accept that government could not deliver the change that they knew was possible. And that new day will cast a light across our city. It will be felt by millions of New Yorkers, by Mariah in this room and by so many others across every single part of the city that we call home. It will be felt not only when we make pre-K truly universal, but expand this care to include all 2- and 3-year-olds across this city. As the governor said, we will deliver to care by working in partnership with child care providers, especially home-based providers who have been doing this work without thanks or recognition for far too long. We will build on the city's existing 3K program and say no longer will a family in Flatbush be offered a seat but have to find out that that seat is in Astoria. We will add seats in the neighborhoods where demand has not been met. This will be felt by expanded subsidies for tens of thousands of additional families. It will be felt when parents look at their bank accounts at the end of the year and see that they have saved more than $20,000 per child. And it will be felt when neighborhoods no longer feel hollow and empty because those we love haven't been forced to move away to raise their children elsewhere. It will be felt when our children receive high-quality care and enjoy better outcomes later in life as a direct result. And I want to be clear, this will include children with disabilities and children who live in our shelters. This will be felt when our economy hums with the hard work of parents who are able to return to the jobs that they love, rather than have to quit because they can't afford to pay for care. And that feeling will not be abstract. Its mere absence has been measured to the tune of $23 billion in a single year of economic productivity in this city. I want to express how proud I am of this victory that we have achieved together, the political will we have mustered together, and the partnership between city and state government that we will enact this movement's vision together. And I stand here on this stage alongside our governor in deep recognition that for too many years, the relationship between Albany and City Hall has been defined by dysfunction and discord, by feuds and by factionalism. Petty grievances have interfered with the work of serving the people. Political posturing has consumed the attention of those with the power to transform lives. And I am deeply committed, alongside this governor, to charting a new course, one where people look to government and expect collaboration, not competition. And I am deeply grateful to count Governor Hochul as a partner in this work. And I know that for Governor Hochul, unlike any governor before, this progress is deeply personal. She, like so many other parents, could not find childcare when she had her son and had to quit her job working for Senator Moynihan. She, better than most, knows how devastating these costs can be and how they can put a career on pause. And the governor has heard what I have heard, that these struggles are in fact ones that are reflected across our city. These are the struggles of parents pushing strollers here in Flatbush, from couples in Astoria who want to stay in Astoria, for New Yorkers in Washington Heights working 3 jobs to make ends meet, and it still isn't enough. And that if government makes it just a little bit easier to get by in this city, to raise a family in this city, these New Yorkers would be able to afford the lives they have dreamt of in this city. No one is asking for life in New York City to be easy. They just want it to be a little less hard. So today, together, that is exactly what we are achieving. So I thank Governor Hochul for her partnership. I thank her for her leadership. And I thank her for standing alongside me and this entire coalition as we deliver for the parents, the children, the people of New York whose voices are finally being heard. And lastly, let us never forget that victories like these are political choices. Governor Hochul and I have made the choice to deliver for working families. We have made the choice to take these steps towards universal child care. We have made this choice to fix 3K, to deliver universal 2 care, to ensure that, as the governor said, the days of empty promises are over. And we have made this choice so that no longer do New Yorkers have to make the choice between this city and their family. This is a choice born out of a new era of politics, an era where working people in this city will finally be at the heart of the decisions that we make. And today, day 8, shows exactly what that politics will look like. Thank you, Governor Hochul. Thank you to everyone on this stage. And thank you to New Yorkers for believing that this city could in fact be the one that we deserve. Truly. I now would like to pass it over to Sharon Levy of the YMCA.
I gotta follow this guy. That was not in my notes. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for being here at the Flatbush Y. What an amazing day. My name is Sharon Levy. I am a proud staff person of the YMCA of Greater New York, a community service organization that you all may know. You're in the building. 175 years of providing programs and services to New Yorkers across the city in all 5 boroughs, especially child care, youth services, and after school. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm just going to look for my glasses real fast. They're cheater readers. Okay. As a longtime advocate for communities across the city and programs and services provided by the Y, with a deep focus on child care and youth services, as I have been annoying many of the elected officials behind me for decades. Hi, how are you? Okay, sorry, distracted, easily distracted. But today I also stand here as a proud mom of 4, born and raised in Queens, and a person who has actually used these services to maintain my day job and to continue to provide for my family. Without pre-K and childcare, I would not be standing here. So thank you. and thank you. Childcare is what makes it possible for many of our families to thrive in the city that we love. Universal childcare makes it possible for all of our families to thrive in the city that we love, to stay here, to be here for generations, and to dig in. As a provider, I appreciate the expansion of programming, increased funding, the opportunity to serve 2-year-olds. Hello, how are you? But as a mom, I appreciate all of those things as well. The idea of universal year-round programming is an incredible thing for New York families. I don't know about all of you, but my job does not end at the end of June and start up again in September. For those of you who that does, good for you. Right? And just in closing, the YMCA has, and our many partners here in the room, Campaign for Children People, hello, across the sector, many of whom are here, celebrate these efforts and are ready to provide these programs across the city for families in need. So thank you so much. And next up, Sayona Dawes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sayona Dawes, and my son attends 3K here at the YMCA. And as a working mother, with a child in a 3K program, I see firsthand how extraordinarily difficult it is for families to secure high-quality childcare, even before considering the astronomical cost. Parents are forced to make impossible trade-offs between their careers, their finances, and their children's early development, often navigating long wait lists, inconsistent availability, and prices that rival college tuition. These challenges underscore the urgent need to make pre-K truly universal statewide, ensuring that every child, regardless of zip code, has access to strong educational foundation. New York State must also partner with New York City to launch the Mayor's Signature 2-Care program and finally fulfill the promise of universal 3K access in a city where demand continues to far outpace supply. At the same time, other counties should be supported in developing innovative child care pilots that provide high-quality, affordable care to families at all income levels, recognizing that this is not solely a New York City issue. Quality childcare is critical to children's essential growth and development, and by supporting them at this formative age, we are investing in a future where today's children are empowered to become tomorrow's caregivers and leaders. Finally, expanding childcare subsidies to tens of thousands of additional families is essential to easing the financial burden on working parents and strengthening the workforce, as affordable and reliable childcare is not a luxury, but a critical economic and social necessity. Thank you, Governor Hochul, for being a true champion for families and affordability, and as a working mom, for understanding that when parents are supported, children thrive and communities grow. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have one more round of applause for the governor, Mayor Sharon and Sayona. We'd also like to acknowledge Councilmember Lincoln Ressler for being here. Now, if people could please remain seated, we will be taking a photo. Please, for the photo, remain seated.
All right. Mariah, how are you? Thanks for coming. Who's your little one? Yes.
We need, reporters over here. I'm sorry, if we can just fill in on this side first, just because we want to keep people.
Oh, I love the White House.
Hey, at least you're getting white balance.
Cameras, give me some thumbs up, please, when you have the audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes. No, it's all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How about cameras? Can you guys give me some thumbs up? 1, 2. Everybody okay? Everybody okay? 1, 2. Calling 1, calling 2. Almost last chance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a great picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. One, two. Everybody okay? Yeah. All righty.
But I wear
I'm going to get you to come downstairs and shoot through the door.
Marsha, she's a big boy now.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Ed, wherever you are now. Yeah. No, I usually get a reception. All right, should I just do this? But thank you. I always forget that I have something just turn around.
Do you guys know?